Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our live coverage here on YouTube from the Bundestag this morning. My name is Sumi Somaskanda. This is our chief political editor, Michaela Küfler. We are broadcasting live from the Bundestag today because this is a pretty big day. As you might know, this is the swearing in of the new Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, and his government. A momentous day because you probably also know that after 16 years of Angela Merkel at the helm of this government, she's stepping down. Her successor, Olaf Scholz, begins today, and we are watching this transition. There are a lot of things that are going to happen today, Michaela. You're going to take us through some of the proceedings today. We'll have a number of guests, politicians, also an analyst who will help us break down essentially what's happening today and what it means. So, first of all, we want to get a lay of the land of what's actually going to be happening today. So, Michaela, take us through what's going to happen. There's kind of a choreography today, isn't there?
Absolutely, and this actually is the big day where Angela Merkel, who's been the caretaker Chancellor since the new Parliament actually came together for the first time following the elections, she will step down for real after Olaf Scholz gets elected in the German Parliament as the new Chancellor. That first has to take place, and he needs 369 votes. Pretty safe. More than 400 is what his coalition of the three parties has. So first of all, we will see the President of Parliament, Bärbel Bas, say that the German President suggested a vote for Olaf Scholz. That will be put to all MPs, more than 700 in the Bundestag. They will then vote. That will take some 1.5 hours. It is in the midst of a pandemic. And then, once he is elected, because we expect that to actually happen, he will head over to the German President. He will be appointed by him. Then he will come back. Then he will be sworn in. Then he goes back to the German President and basically has all of his ministers appointed. It's a lot of going back and forth, but it's not a long way. They could actually walk, but I'm sure they will take a limousine. And then at 3 p.m. this afternoon, we will see Angela Merkel hand over the keys to the German Chancellery, essentially, when Olaf Scholz and Angela Merkel gather in the German Chancellery. And that's actually when, not just formally, but also factually, Olaf Scholz will be the new Chancellor, and the era of Angela Merkel, 16 years, comes to an end for real as soon as Olaf Scholz is actually elected here in Parliament where we stand right now.
And Angela Merkel, for those Merkel watchers out there, I know we have plenty of them on our stream watching from around the world. She will also be in the stands today.
Yeah, but the interesting thing is she's left all political office. So she's actually going to be sitting where all the guests sit, together with her former cabinet, and will be watching the proceedings. So for the first time, we will not actually see the former Chancellor be able to come up to the freshly elected Chancellor and congratulate him or her, as it was in her case. She will only be looking at it from afar, but in the same room. And the real congratulations will have to take place somewhere out here.
We'll see if that doesn't take place. So those are the proceedings. We're going to be dipping into those live pictures along all through the course of the day, through the course of this morning, to get an idea of what's happening. Michaela, give us an idea of how significant this transition is today.
Well, I mean, it is a new historic chapter for real. Angela Merkel, the creator of German stability politics, one could say, is leaving. And the big question mark, of course, is how much of this will remain in the person of her current Vice-Chancellor, Olaf Scholz. It's not like he's completely new to the job. Once a year, he actually gets to be the Chancellor when she's on holiday. And that was over the past 4 years. And how much of a fresh start it is. But it is a truly fresh start. It's the first time we see a three-way coalition between the Social Democrats, Olaf Scholz's party, the Greens, who haven't been governing for 16 years, it's their first shot at government, and the Free Democrats. So that is new. Then more than half of MPs of the leading party, the Social Democrats, are new, very young MPs, so it's a generational change here as well. And a very new style of coming together. I mean, when you speak to MPs, a lot of them are completely fresh in the job. I know it's always the case, but the governing party has changed, and they actually have demonstrated and declared that they want to dare more progress. That's the overarching theme of the coalition deal, which is something like the marriage contract between the three parties. And they want to attempt nothing less than squaring the circle, which is transforming the German economy as it is into a climate-friendly, climate-neutral, but by 2030, 80% should be renewable energy. Interesting whether they can actually achieve that. They want to create more jobs along the way, and they want to increase German competitiveness in the world. Now, this sounds like a big dream. Soon they will have to put a budget to this. That will be the first job for Olaf Scholz, the former finance minister. So it's not like he's completely new in this, but the finance ministry is with the Free Democrats, who also stand for fiscal prudence. So a lot of big issues at the same time in the midst of a pandemic, a brewing conflict on the border between Ukraine and Russia, and a potential standoff with China over an expanding boycott by officials of the Olympic Games. Welcome to the job, Olaf Scholz.
Yeah, it all lands at the feet of the new Chancellor. And we'll take the opportunity now to take a closer look at Germany's new Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, who's being sworn in today.
Erstens habe ich Emotionen und die meisten Bürgerinnen und Bürger haben auch eine klare Vorstellung davon, welche das sind. Und ich bewerbe mich als Kanzler, nicht als Zirkusdirektor. Okay, if you're just joining us, you've just been watching there a little profile we put together of Olaf Scholz, the new Chancellor who's being sworn in today. Again, we are here at the Bundestag Live with our chief political editor, Michaela Küffner. We're going to be talking through the entire day, through the course of the day, as all of these events take place, as the new Chancellor and his government are sworn in. Just looking at Olaf Scholz there, I mean, you've also been covering him for some time. He, in the previous government, served as the Vice Chancellor and the Finance Minister. What do you think we can expect from him?
Well, I actually got the chance yesterday. There was a press conference with him, and I asked him, look, how will Germany feel different? What will be new in German foreign policy particularly? And his answer was German foreign policy is a policy of continuity. So
that says a lot, doesn't it? Yeah.
It does say a lot, and I think it will be very interesting how he mediates different views on foreign policy within his own governing coalition. The foreign ministry has gone to Bärbel, the Green co-leader, who's been very critical of China, but also of Russia, the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, which is currently being debated as a potential target for sanctions, or not actually coming up online at all over the standoff with Russia, currently on the border with Ukraine. So this will be very interesting. We also heard this morning the parliamentary leader of the Social Democrats stressed that foreign policy is mainly made in the German Chancellery.
Yeah.
This is an open secret in Germany, but stating this so clearly already shows that there are potential cracks, and he will have to hold this government together along those obvious fault lines. That could become rifts, particularly when it comes to such strategic issues. But overarching, there is a consensus of a pro-European government. He wants to be clearer in defining German interests. That's a new tone. But in terms of action, he really avoided every single subject when he was asked yesterday, but there are things coming up. He will have to decide whether he wants to be tougher on China and whether that means a boycott, that no German officials will be going to those games. Australia has just joined that US boycott earlier today. So there are a couple of markers where we will know which direction he will turn and whether he will be much clearer in laying down where German interest and German policy stands as he is now. He's a very softly spoken man, and out of experience, the more important things are that he says, the more quiet he gets in how he speaks. So we'll certainly
listen closely.
Have to listen very closely. Yes.
Yeah, anybody listening to that press conference yesterday, it's remarkable, that deft ducking of the big questions that we saw from Olaf Scholz. So those are the big foreign policy priorities. We're going to get more into that over the course of the morning as well. But the biggest priority at the moment would seem for this incoming government, this terrible fourth wave of the pandemic.
Absolutely. I mean, some people, and I got messages from people completely in disbelief that German hospitals, the strong German health system can be overwhelmed the way it is in certain areas in the country. And the German Chancellor isn't elected directly, but if there's somebody who was kind of directly elected, it is the incoming health minister, Karl Lauterbach. He is someone like the Dr. Fauci of the Social Democrats here. He's not a particularly close ally of Olaf Scholz. Olaf Scholz had someone else in mind, but there was so much pressure from the streets to get a real expert in at this very crucial moment. Germany is right in the middle of a fourth wave. There is no sign of that wave really being broken. We've seen again 300 deaths overnight, although infection rates are slightly going down. And there is a very hot debate, and looks like there will be mandatory vaccinations coming in, but that's in next spring. That's what Parliament is actually working on already this week.
All right, so that's the laundry list of the big issues facing Olaf Scholz and his new government. As we said, they're being sworn in today. I wish we could take the camera and walk you around here a little bit, but it's all going to start at around 9 o'clock just behind us there in the big plenary session, and we will be following that, dipping into those pictures live. Michaela, I think we're going to let you go, gather some voices, and also give us an idea, get some impressions of how people are feeling this morning and what they're thinking ahead of this big day of swearing in the new chancellor. And I think we're going to do a flying swap here because we have our analysts coming in, Thorsten Benner, and Thorsten Benner is going to be joining us just here at the table. We have a very small table here, but we're fitting everyone in. Good morning, Thorsten.
Good morning.
So Thorsten, you might know, is the co-founder and director of the Global Public Policy Institute here in Berlin. Really happy to have Thorsten taking us through this day as well. It's a big day, as we said, Thorsten. So just to start, I'd like to get your general impression of this day, this transition. We're just going to squeeze in here because what you can't see off the camera is that we are actually all tested and vaccinated, but we are squeezed in with a bunch of media here, which is why Thorsten's coming a little bit closer. But yeah, what's your general impression of how things look today?
I mean, I think everybody's curious how that start will be. I mean, after all, this is doesn't happen very often. Angela Merkel was in government for 16 years. The first chancellor I experienced consciously was in office for 16 years. Mr. Schröder was in office for 7 years. So we only have these transitions every so often, and it's an exciting transition because it's a whole new formation that's coming into power with a lot of promise to renew Germany, but already starting on day one, as we just discussed with Michaela, with a festering public health crisis that is capturing public attention.
Yeah, definitely. I should also say, just off camera, doing a German interview at the moment is the new Minister for Transport and Digital, Volker Wissing, which is why we're also trying to move a little bit away from getting out of the new minister's shot. He will also be sworn in today through the course of the day in the morning when they go over to the president as well. But Thorsten, you mentioned some of the challenges facing Olaf Scholz, but I mean, what's your impression of how he would govern the country?
I think you could you could say, and I think he likes to be seen as such, as he's something like Angela Merkel with a plan. Angela Merkel was somebody who contented herself with kind of governing well and handling the crisis that came her way, but you could never discern a longer-term agenda that she would have had for Germany that she kind of pushed ahead with full force. Olaf Scholz also, he has the promise of governing well with moderation, and so that's the Merkel style, but he has a longer-term vision for Germany that's more just. That's why he had this kind of central formula of more respect in the campaign, that also achieves carbon neutrality, that he has in common with his coalition partner, the Greens, and that becomes more digital, more innovative, a renewal for the 1920s. That's the promise of this modernization decade that's in the coalition treaty. And now the big challenge is he'll have to deal with as many crises as Angela Merkel. How much oxygen will he have? How much wiggle room will he have to actually go on full force focus on these kind of longer-term modernization challenges that Germany actually has? So I think the coalition treaty has a big point that Germany is not fast enough in terms of renewing itself. The Merkel years were kind of economically mostly successful, but Germany didn't build the foundation for being successful in the future, and that's what this coalition promises to do.
But we should say this is a new experiment. Three parties governing at the federal level, right? I mean, how harmonious is this?
How harmonious is this? I mean, it's not meant to be harmonious. It's an unlikely coalition of a center-left party, that's the Social Democrats, the Greens, which is also like a center-left, but really focused on carbon neutrality, and the pro-free market, free Democrats. Very few before the election thought, first of all, that Olaf Scholz could win and be next Chancellor. After all, a year ago, we would have looked at polls that had the CDU 20 points ahead, and everybody was talking that the CDU would form a coalition with the Greens. This unlikely coalition came together, I think, mostly due to Olaf Scholz, because he really built trust among the coalition partners. And it was really remarkable when we all talked on election night. Many said Angela Merkel will still be in power end of the year. This will be such a protracted process of forming this coalition.
Right.
They managed to pull this off in 72, 73 days. Very few would have thought that in a process where they kept confidentiality. It was bad time for media, because very few things leaked, and I think at least they've built a modicum of trust for governing together.
Yeah, I'm just going to jump in there because we actually have a soundbite from Olaf Scholz the day after the election, what he had to say about the possibility of this new coalition. Let's see if we can play that now.
Voters made it very clear. They told us that we should form the government. They strengthened three parties, the Social Democratic Party, the FDP and the Greens, and that is the visible mandate given by the voters. These three parties should lead the next government. And there is something else which needs to be said. The Conservatives, CDU, CSU, not only lost a lot of votes, they also got the message by voters that they should not be in government, but move over to the opposition.
That's exactly what happened. Angela Merkel's Christian Democrats, as we heard Olaf Scholz, they're saying they should go into the opposition. That's precisely what has happened. I just want to remind people who are joining us on our stream that you are joining our live coverage here from the Bundestag today because the new Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, and his government are being sworn in today. There is a long kind of choreography of events that are going to take place today, starting with the Bundestag opening the session, and there's going to be a vote then for the new Chancellor, which we know how that vote will end. Obviously, he has a majority in Parliament at the moment. But just listening to Olaf Scholz, you mentioned there that this actually was a pretty fast process of building a new government. It might not seem like that in other countries where the government might come together more quickly, but in Germany that actually happened pretty quickly, especially compared to 2017. What does that say about how well these three parties can work together?
I think they've demonstrated by negotiating a very ambitious coalition treaty in just over 1.5 or like just over 2 months, that they actually can work well together, but they now need to implement it. And the proof is like how well can they hold together in under tension in everyday governing. The COVID crisis has already put the government under strain. They've handled it pretty well. The Free Democrats, one of the coalition partners, had promised to kind of end some of the restrictions, and with the new wave, of course, they had to backtrack. Olaf Scholz managed to kind of mediate that process, but that gives us a foretaste that there will be a lot of compromises you need to form on the fly. They are not kind of hammered out in the coalition treaty, and I think during the negotiations, they laid the foundations for working together in a kind of trustful manner, but they will be challenged and put to the test.
What do you think the biggest points on the agenda are for this new government?
I mean, the biggest points on the agenda is like for Olaf Scholz, for sure, it's kind of raising the minimum wage and kind of, putting meat onto the bones of his agenda for respect, that Germany needs to be more, socially just and have more mobility. Then, making our government more agile and, tech savvy and digital. So modernizing our public sector. Then investing into our low carbon transition. There's a huge promise that, while we kind of remain a major industrial country that will achieve carbon neutrality within just 20 odd years. It's a huge challenge, and I think you have protesters, Fridays for the Future, on the streets still, and it's saying, this is not enough. But many citizens will say, oh, this is too much, because their personal energy prices will increase. Industry will put pressure on the government. So it's a huge challenge.
It is a huge challenge. I know we're going to talk a lot about what to expect from this new government, what policies might be important. If we talk really quickly about faces and people who some of our viewers are going to start to have to get used to seeing more and more of, one will be the foreign minister, right? Annalena Baerbock. She's the first female foreign minister, and she seems like she's already kind of taking the reins and moving forward with this job. She's already given a few big interviews recently in the left-leaning Taz here in Germany about her vision. I mean, tell us what to expect from her. I mean, this is the person who's going to be working with the rest of the world.
I mean, Annalena Baerbock was the candidate for Chancellor of the Greens. In the eyes of many, she underperformed during the campaign, but I think as foreign minister, she might well exceed expectations. She seems to have a clear plan on how to put the foreign office back at the center of things, on international climate negotiations, but also by showing kind of a clear stance vis-à-vis authoritarian powers such as Russia and China, standing up for human rights, having a clear stance on the rule of law within the European Union. So she has a very ambitious agenda. The Greens and the Free Democrats managed to actually enshrine this agenda into the coalition treaty that actually marks, the ambition of the coalition treaty actually is not just business as usual in foreign policy in terms of the Merkel approach. And I think Annalena Baerbock will push for that vision to become reality. Of course, she needs to negotiate with the Chancellery that kind of calls the shots on many foreign policy issues. But the ambition is there, and she also brought in a good team to the foreign ministry.
Yeah, one name some of our viewers might not know so well, but who's become a huge name here in Germany is this health minister now, Karl Lauterbach, from the Social Democrats. He might even be the first minister appointed by Twitter. There was such a kind of a popularity behind him that it almost seemed to push the Social Democrats to appoint him as their health minister. I mean,
more by talk programs.
He's on a lot of
because
talk shows, yeah.
Very few Germans are on Twitter actually, but he's almost like a pop star of the pandemic. Many say he has been appointed because he's an expert, but I think he's more like a COVID expert pop star that explains things and to the German public. He was big on kind of explaining things, demanding a lot of action. Now he has to actually run a big ministry and to be on the line for decisions. It's a big experiment to put him in that job. But if it works well, then Olaf Scholz has his point man on the public health, on the corona front, and can, that's at least the hope, I guess, of Olaf Scholz, that he can then focus on these kind of longer term vision of transforming the country while he has somebody competent handling the public health crisis.
Yeah. Absolutely. Again, to remind you, we are here at the Bundestag. We're here with our little table set up here with Deutsche Welle in the Bundestag behind us. You're going to see people start to fill in because there's going to be a vote, voting in the new Chancellor. Then a long kind of process starts that will go through the early afternoon of Olaf Scholz and his cabinet being sworn in. They have to go to the federal president where he will officially appoint them as well and come back. And so this is this process that we are following for you this morning. We're going to bring in live pictures when the action starts, but for now we're going to continue to talk about what to expect from this new government. And Torsten, one of the big topics you mentioned already for this new government has been climate policy, and that is something that is certainly the purview of the Green Party, that they have kind of wanted to be the red thread throughout the coalition treaty. I mean, what are the ambitions of this new government for climate change, for fighting climate change?
I mean, nothing less than kind of getting to carbon neutrality, as I said, very fast, within a bit more than 2 decades, and that actually means kind of ramping up capacity for renewables very fast, because Germany, unlike France, ruled out nuclear energy to play a major role in that transition. We phased out nuclear energy before coal, which puts us under a lot of pressure. And the real challenge is also to make sure that the grid that kind of that connects where the regions where renewable energy is produced, mostly in the north with our industrial heartland in the west and in the south. And there's been a lot of kind of obstacles in terms of faster planning processes. And the ambition of the government is to actually make that a lot faster, to also get out of coal by 2030. That was a symbolic victory for the Greens in the coalition treaty, that Germany phases out coal by 2030. At the same time, we rely quite a bit on gas, partly imported from Russia. Nord Stream 2 is under a lot of kind of attack politically for being the wrong signal vis-a-vis the Kremlin. So energy and climate policy is extremely ambitious and will be a very contentious part of the governing agenda.
Yeah, well, we've been talking about this coalition agreement, which is essentially the treaty that they have agreed upon, the foundation of their new government. Yeah. Again, we have to move around here and there a bit, but just to make sure that everyone fits in this little space here that we have. But we actually have a piece from DW's Nina Hase. She summed up some of the social points of this coalition treaty and some of the larger, more significant points. Let's see if we can take a look at that from Nina Hase now.
What will the post-Merkel government look like? 3 very different parties are involved. If all goes to plan, Germany looks set to become a more liberal country. The new government wants to allow multiple citizenships. Becoming German would also become easier after 3 years of living here instead of the current 8. Also, cannabis would be legalized. And the voting age would change from the current 18 years old to 16. LGBTQ+ rights would be strengthened. And the government wants to do away with the law that prevents doctors from publicly providing information about abortions. There's also a strong focus on the fight against the climate crisis, with Germany now aiming to exit coal sooner, by 2030 and not by 2038. But with the country firmly in the grip of the 4th COVID wave, it's not clear whether the new government will have time for anything other than fighting the pandemic, at least initially.
Okay, we just heard. Okay, we just heard from there. We're just being moved over a little bit. All right.
Achso, das ist fürs Bild oder was?
Okay. We're back on. Like I said, there's a lot of adjustment we're having to make here.
Okay.
But if we just heard what Nina Hase had to say in that report, she said at the end, the COVID, this 4th wave of COVID threatens to overshadow everything that this government had planned. So first and foremost, how do they plan to try to break this 4th wave?
I mean, the plan is to work with the tools that the different states have. I mean, we have huge differences. I mean, in the south and in the east, the COVID cases are really skyrocketing, and they're plateauing. And in the north and the west of the country, where we have higher vaccination rates, it's less severe a problem. So states have individual toolboxes of restrictions on, especially targeting those who are not vaccinated yet. And the real way out of the pandemic, Olaf Scholz and the government says, is vaccination. And Germany has had the problem, as I mentioned, that we have a vaccination rate, fully vaccinated, less than 70%. We need to get it up by another 10%. And what the government wants to introduce now, and that's very controversial because Olaf Scholz, everybody promised there will not be a universal vaccination or vaccine mandate. And that's exactly what they will kind of introduce now. And that's, of course, a contentious move, but I think it follows the realization that our only way out of this is actually if we kind of get our vaccination rates up, and if people don't do it voluntarily, they need to be nudged by the government to do so.
It certainly has been one of the most contentious debates in the public at the moment. Just for anyone who is watching this on YouTube, if you have questions for Thorsten or for Michaela, who will be roaming around, please send them to us. We're happy to bring them right into the discussion. And in a little bit, we'll also be joined by some of the younger lawmakers who have recently joined Parliament. So the first-time parliamentarians are going to be telling us a little bit about what they hope to achieve over the next 4 years. I want to come back to a point that's also one of your specialties, foreign policy, because a lot of people are watching very closely around the world to see what's happening here in Germany. We talked about the new foreign minister, the first female foreign minister, Annalena Baerbock. There seems to be somewhat of a dissonance in how exactly Germany will approach its foreign policy. We see the Greens, Annalena Baerbock, who said there has to be toughness with dialogue together. At the same time, Olaf Scholz, we were hearing from Michaela earlier, has tried to duck away from any questions about, for example, boycotting the Olympics in Beijing, as we've seen the US and Australia both do now. Also taking a tougher line on imports from certain regions of China where there are human rights violations. What can we take away from that? The fact that there seems to be an unclear line right now.
No, it's unclear how that mix of continuity and change will actually play out. It's true, in the coalition treaty you have a lot of things that signal continuity, and that's for good, because our commitment to the European Union is there and is strong. And the first trip that Olaf Scholz will take him to Paris. Annalena Baerbock will visit our European partners, and so on. And so that's a good thing. At the same time, the coalition treaty also kind of signals clear change, a tougher line in the competition of systems with China. That for the first time, the coalition treaty actually details how we kind of get less dependent economically on China, have more resilient supply chains. It mentions Taiwan. It also mentions a much more sober approach vis-a-vis the Kremlin, a tougher line on the rule of law in the European Union vis-a-vis the likes of Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban. And I think the natural inclination of Olaf Scholz would be not to actually overdo it with these changes, not rock the boat too much. I think that yesterday he didn't kind of at a press conference say, "Oh yes, let's do a diplomatic boycott of the Olympics." That's understandable, but so he wants to consult within the government and with other partners first. But the question is how this kind of there's a bit of unease between his natural inclination to continue a lot with the Merkel foreign policy approach and the push for change that is enshrined in the coalition treaty, and that the Free Democrats and the Greens will certainly push for, and partly also Mr. Scholz's own parliamentary group. I think you'll be joined by Niels Schmidt later on, who is the spokesperson for foreign policy of the Social Democrats in the parliament, and he's very much in line with everything, all the changes that are enshrined in the coalition treaty, this new line on Beijing. And so I think it's too early to say how it will play out, but I think Mr. Scholz's natural inclination to kind of continue with a lot of the Merkel approach will certainly be put to the test by both his coalition partners and by reality.
by reality, and one reality is the most recent conflict that is appearing to create a bit of a headache for world leaders, including Olaf Scholz, is certainly the fact that we saw this summit, of course, between Presidents Biden and Putin yesterday, and the fear that Russia is amassing troops on the border of Ukraine and might be actually about to invade. I mean, how might the new German government go about addressing this?
I think it's a huge distraction for the government. If this crisis were actually escalating, much of government energy would need to focus on that with very little to gain. But I think there's a lot of agreement within the government. Even Vice Chancellor Robert Habeck, a Green Party politician who was in Ukraine over the summer and very controversially suggested we arm Ukraine and actually defend Ukraine. Yesterday he said the real key now is negotiations, bring everybody back to the table, revive these formats of talking with the Kremlin and Ukraine and so on. So Germany will try to mediate, and the real pressure will partly be what is Germany willing, or the German government willing, to put on the table in terms of possible sanctions to deter Russian behavior. Nord Stream 2 is a big issue because President Biden and his team are pressure the gas pipeline that's almost completed and due to kind of come on stream early next year, and is extremely controversial. And the U.S. government has been putting a lot of pressure anyway on the German government on this, and especially now to say, no, if you escalate President Putin, this is the end of this project, and that's what many European partners want. That's what the U.S. government wants. It's unclear whether the Olaf Scholz government would be kind of willing to put that on the table.
Well, this conflict and Russian involvement in Ukraine was certainly one of the issues, foreign policy issues, that the now outgoing Chancellor, the previous Chancellor Angela Merkel, spent a lot of time on, working on the Minsk peace agreements. We're going to take a look now, because we've been talking a lot about the challenges facing this new government and Olaf Scholz. We're going to take a look back now at a figure everyone knows, the last 16 years, Angela Merkel leading the country. We have a look back at her time here in office.
Frau Bundeskanzlerin, das ist mit Sicherheit eines Ihrer letzten Interviews in der Funktion. Sind Sie denn froh, dass Sie bald nicht mehr so in der Öffentlichkeit stehen?
Also es ist in der Tat eines der letzten Interviews. Ich bin ja sozusagen auf Abschiedsreisen und in meinen letzten Amtstagen. Und froh auf der einen Seite, aber ein kleines bisschen Wehmut wird sicherlich dann auch kommen, denn ich habe meine Arbeit immer gern gemacht, mache sie auch noch gern.
Sie haben gerade die Abschiedstour angesprochen. Sie waren jetzt vor ein paar Tagen in Frankreich.
Ja.
Und da wurden Sie ja sehr herzlich auch begrüßt. Ich glaube, die Passanten haben sogar gesagt, wie Mutti, ich zitiere hier, ja, also es kommt nicht von mir. Was spüren Sie denn, wenn Sie sowas hören?
Naja, mich freut es natürlich. Ich weiß schon, dass es auch Menschen gibt, die mit meiner Politik nicht so zufrieden sind. Aber wenn man jetzt so in Frankreich ist, wo natürlich auch in der Geschichte wir oft nicht so freundschaftliche Gefühle füreinander hatten, da hat es mich schon gefreut, dass so viele Menschen gekommen sind, um den französischen Präsidenten Emmanuel Macron und mich zu begrüßen. Und das war ein schönes Erlebnis, das muss ich sagen.
Und die Verabschiedung von Emmanuel Macron, weil es war ja wahrscheinlich, die Verabschiedung war ja auch sehr herzlich. Werden Sie ihn denn vermissen?
Ja, natürlich. Ich werde Emmanuel Macron vermissen. Ich werde viele meiner Kolleginnen und Kollegen vermissen, weil ich mit sehr, sehr vielen sehr gerne zusammengearbeitet habe und weil internationale Politik natürlich immer auch bedeutet, dass man viel miteinander spricht, dass man sich ein bisschen in die Schuhe des anderen hineinversetzt. Wie geht es ihm zu Hause? Was sind dort die Probleme? Und wenn man jetzt mal nach Frankreich guckt, nach Deutschland guckt, dann haben wir ja doch immer sehr unterschiedliche Probleme, manchmal auch gemeinsame Probleme. Und aus der Perspektive haben wir dann auch die europäischen Schritte miteinander besprochen. Und diese Diskussion werde ich mit Sicherheit vermissen. Ich habe sie ja immer gern gehabt.
Sie haben ja gerade erwähnt, dass Sie sehr viel reden müssen, logischerweise mit anderen Regierungschefinnen und Regierungschefs, auch teilweise sicherlich unangenehmere Gespräche als jetzt mit Emmanuel Macron. Mir würde einfallen Wladimir Putin oder auch in der Türkei Herr Erdogan. Gehen Sie denn zu allen mit der gleichen Taktik? Also sagen Sie, ich muss mit allen gleich reden, oder sagen Sie bei den einen oder anderen auch, hier muss ich klare Kante zeigen?
Naja, ich glaube, das wäre auch ein Missverständnis, wenn ich bei Gesprächen mit freundschaftlich verbundenen Regierungschefs nicht auch klare Kante zeige. Wir haben ja immer auch deutsche Interessen, die anderen haben französische oder andere Interessen und hier müssen wir versuchen, die zusammenzubringen. Aber was uns eint, ist natürlich eine gemeinsame Wertebasis, eine gemeinsame Sicht auf die Demokratie und dann verlaufen die Gespräche vielleicht anders, als wenn man da auch Bedenken hat oder Sorgen hat oder eben auch bestimmte Fälle ansprechen muss. Aber ich gehe immer mit offenem Herzen in solche Gespräche. Ich hoffe immer, dass Gespräche etwas bewegen. Und ich vertrete die deutschen Interessen, ich vertrete aber auch gute bilaterale Beziehungen. Und insofern sind diese Gespräche vielleicht manchmal etwas kontroverser. Ich will allerdings auch sagen, wenn jemand eine ganz andere Sicht auf die Welt hat, sollte man trotzdem zuhören. Denn wenn wir uns nicht mehr zuhören, werden wir auch keine Lösung mehr finden.
Viele unserer Zuschauerinnen und Zuschauer auf der ganzen Welt fragen in den letzten Wochen, was macht Frau Merkel danach?
Zu fragen, was ich danach mache, ich werde danach keine Politik mehr machen. Also ich werde jetzt nicht Konfliktlöserin für politische Konflikte sein, sondern das habe ich viele Jahre jetzt gemacht, 16 Jahre als Bundeskanzlerin, auch gerne in der Europäischen Union, international, mich immer für den Multilateralismus eingesetzt und jetzt weiß ich noch nicht, was ich danach mache. Ich habe ja gesagt, ich werde mich erst mal ein bisschen ausruhen und mal gucken, was mir so in den Kopf kommt.
Also, Lesen und Schlafen haben Sie erwähnt.
Ja, Lesen und Schlafen im
Aber
Wechsel.
Es muss doch noch andere Pläne geben als Lesen und Schlafen.
Die werden dann ja in meinen Kopf kommen. Ich glaube, es ist einfach so, dass ich doch jetzt viele Jahre sehr okkupiert war von der Agenda, die mir vorgegeben wurde, auch immer in Bereitschaft sein musste. Das müssen Sie ja als Regierungschefin, wenn irgendetwas passiert, dass man immer auch da sofort drauf eingehen kann. Und jetzt gucke ich mal, was ich freiwillig gerne machen werde. Und das wird sich aber erst in ein paar Monaten herausstellen.
Mich würde mal interessieren, was sagen Sie denn den jungen Menschen, die sehr besorgt sind um die Zukunft des Planeten, auch um ihre persönliche Zukunft? Die Welt ist sicherlich nicht einfacher geworden, seit Sie Kanzlerin geworden sind, vor 16 Jahren. Also was sagen Sie diesen jungen Leuten? Wie geben Sie ihnen Hoffnung, dass die Politiker und Politikerinnen, die gerade im Amt sind, sich zusammenraufen und tatsächlich effektiv den Klimawandel bekämpfen?
Ja, den muss ich natürlich nach meiner langjährigen Erfahrung mit dem Klimawandel sagen, wir haben immer wieder einiges getan. Es ist eben die 26. Vertragsstaatenkonferenz und trotzdem sind die Berichte des Klimarates, des IPCC, immer warnender und immer bedrohlicher geworden. Als ich mein erstes G8-Treffen damals noch in Heiligendamm hatte, da haben wir sehr viel Lob dafür bekommen, dass auch der amerikanische Präsident George Bush gesagt hat, ja, ich betrachte mal, dass wir 2050 unseren CO2-Ausstoß halbieren in den Vereinigten Staaten von Amerika. Heute wissen wir, dass das damals schon ein ehrenwertes Ziel war, aber dass es vorn und hinten nicht reicht. Und wir müssen sehr, sehr viel schneller werden. Das zeigt jeder IPCC-Bericht. Und da sage ich den jungen Leuten, sie müssen Druck machen und wir müssen schneller werden. Wir sind schneller geworden, aber nie war es so, dass sich der Abstand zu den wissenschaftlichen Einschätzungen noch mal gewachsen ist. Und das muss sich jetzt in diesem Jahrzehnt verändern. Wir müssen wieder den wissenschaftlichen Einschätzungen folgen und das heißt eben sehr nah bei 1,5 Grad Erderwärmung bleiben. Glasgow hat schon einige Ergebnisse gebracht, aber aus der Perspektive junger Leute geht es berechtigterweise immer noch zu langsam.
Das ist vielleicht das Thema, wo Sie am meisten Selbstkritik geübt haben, wenn ich da den Überblick richtig habe, was den Kampf gegen den Klimawandel angeht. Was hat Sie eigentlich zurückgehalten in den letzten 16 Jahren, da mehr zu tun?
Ich habe schon immer was getan. Ich musste nur zur Kenntnis nehmen, dass die wissenschaftlichen Einschätzungen dann eben immer noch schlechter waren und schrecklicher, muss man sagen, waren, als das bei dem vorherigen Bericht der Fall war. Und wir sind in meiner Amtszeit jetzt schon aus der Steinkohle ausgestiegen. Wir haben den Fahrplan für den Ausstieg aus der Kohle, aber da gibt es eben auch Kritik, das ist zu spät. Wir brauchen für unsere Entscheidungen immer Mehrheiten. Das ist ein Thema, was ich mit den Klimaschützern immer wieder bespreche. Die sagen, ihr müsst das jetzt tun und ich sage, ich muss trotzdem Mehrheiten bekommen. Und es gibt auch viele soziale Erwartungen, es gibt viele Ängste und ja, ich war eigentlich immer dran und trotzdem kann ich heute nicht sagen, das Ergebnis ist schon befriedigend.
Wo wir schon bei den Krisen sind, Sie hatten ja so ein paar in den letzten 16 Jahren.
Genau, es war nicht die einzige Klimakrise.
Die eine oder andere. Was mich interessieren würde und sicherlich auch viele unserer Zuschauerinnen und Zuschauer auf der ganzen Welt ist, welche dieser Krisen, falls Sie das sagen können, hat Sie denn persönlich am meisten herausgefordert?
Persönlich am meisten herausgefordert haben mich die beiden Ereignisse, einmal die Vielzahl der ankommenden Flüchtlinge, die ich ja ungern als Krise bezeichne, sondern Menschen sind Menschen. Aber der Fluchtdruck aus Syrien und aus den umliegenden Ländern und dann die Corona-Pandemie jetzt. Das sind vielleicht diejenigen, wo eben einfach man gesehen hat, wie das die Menschen direkt betrifft, wo man es mit menschlichen Schicksalen zu tun hat. Also das war für mich schon das Herausforderndste.
Frau Bundeskanzlerin, vielen Dank für das Gespräch. Wenn ich mir noch persönlich erlauben darf, es wird ungewöhnlich sein, jemanden anders als Bundeskanzler zu sehen nach 16 Jahren.
Sie werden sich dran gewöhnen. Dankeschön.
Dankeschön.
All right, that was the interview there that you might have already seen that DW's Max Hoffmann led with outgoing German Chancellor Angela Merkel after 16 years in office. You're joining us on our live stream here. We're broadcasting from the Bundestag today because the new Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, and his government are being sworn in today. And we actually mentioned that we're going to be speaking to some of the newest members of Parliament. We have one with us, Lia Schröder. She's a member of the Free Democrats, the FDP, that is the Liberal Party, one of the three parties that's making up this new coalition government. So good morning to you. Thanks for joining us, Ms. Schröder.
Thank you.
We actually did have a report with you earlier that you can find on our YouTube stream there with you just finding your way here in the Bundestag because it's completely new to you. So tell us how it has been being a new parliamentarian.
On the one hand, everything is a little chaotic in the first beginning because there's no office, there's no employees, so everything is starting. But on the other hand, it's a great honor to be here to represent especially the younger generation, and so I love to be here and I love my work, and I'm very excited to start really right now.
It's not just a new challenge for you, it is also for your party. They've been out of government for some time. They were the opposition the last 4 years. How big of a challenge is this going to be for the Free Democrats to be part of the government?
It's a big chance for us because many topics that have been on our line have not been worked on in the past years, and so we are really much looking forward to be in government again. When I think about digitization, for example, unfortunately Germany is very far behind on that topic, and now we will have a minister especially in that department, and I'm really much looking forward to more of digital infrastructure, to a government that is digitalized and which will bring a lot of advantages, especially for younger people.
It wouldn't seem like, in the lead up to the coalition treaty and the fact that this new government is being sworn in today, it didn't seem like your party might necessarily be a natural ally to the Social Democrats and the Greens that were far more aligned on social policies, on economic policies. So what is the Free Democrats' liberal line that you, as the new parliamentarian for this party that's going to be part of the government, take into these next 4 years? I mean, what is your stamp on things? What's going to be the Free Democrats' line?
Yeah, we are an independent party, so we have no natural partners, but we are open for coalitions as long as we will have our topics being worked on. So we will bring freedom into that coalition. When we look at the corona pandemic, then we see that it's very necessary to take a focus on freedom and
How? Because you're also now, your party leader is also now speaking out, who's by the way the new finance minister, speaking out in favor of a vaccine mandate, and previously that was not seen to be hand in hand with freedom, as you called it.
Freedom is something that is not only there, but it has to be provided by things that allow us to have a safe and free living in Germany. And especially as we see a virus now that is tackling our freedom, we need measurements to come after it. And so we are talking about vaccination and how we can have more people vaccinated. And now we are thinking about people who are elderly and living in homes that need to be protected by the people that work with them, and they need to be vaccinated.
You actually, not only being a young new member of parliament, youth issues is something that you have said is very important to you. It's one of the reasons that you wanted to be a parliamentarian. And we saw a report a little bit earlier about some of the social issues that this new government has fought to be in the coalition treaty. Things like legalizing marijuana, lowering the voting age, liberalizing immigration status, that you can have dual citizenship. Why are these issues, especially because we have young people from around the world watching, why are these issues important to young people?
Many of them are connected to their freedom, the way they are living, and how the government is intruding their lives. When I think about, for example, education, we have a lot to do there, because we have many people in Germany that come from backgrounds where the parents don't have a lot of money, and we want to give them the chance to live their own lives in the way they want to live it. And so that's the reason why we are focusing on education very much. But if we look to the general policies, we haven't been working on for 16 years on topics like marijuana, which we see is a big problem, because we have people consuming it and we have people addicted, and it doesn't help them to prohibit marijuana. And so we need another way of regulated legalization, and which will help people who are addicted, and which will give other people the freedom to choose if they want to choose alcohol or if they want to choose a joint.
Okay, fair enough. One question I will have to ask is, you're talking about digitalization, you're talking about education. All of this involves spending money, and a lot of money. The Liberal Party is known for its line sticking to tight fiscal rules. How does that go hand in hand? Modernizing the economy, but not raising a lot of debt.
So for a strong economy, higher taxes are a burden. So we want to have a strong economy that is willing to grow economically and ecologically, and then have an impact also on the outcome of taxes, and we have more power then to spend on the issues that are very important to spend on.
Very last question for you. What's your biggest challenge now for the next 4 years?
It's the education system. I will work on that, and to make it more accessible to every young person in Germany.
Leah Schröder from the Liberal Free Democrats, thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you.
We're actually going to do a flying change here, because we're going to bring in our next parliamentarian, who's just going to grab the mic. Thank you very much to Leah Schröder. And now with us, taking his mask off. Hello, good morning to you. This is a parliamentarian as well, you might know, Thomas Jasonbeck with the CDU. Thomas Jasonbeck has served as the government's commissioner for digital and startups in the previous government, and is now was a parliamentarian sitting in the Bundestag for the CDU from Düsseldorf, and now sitting in the opposition, which is something new after Angela Merkel's party's led this country for the last 16 years. So we're looking at the room behind us there. What is it like to be sitting now in the opposition?
I think we will see, or we will learn over the next months. So in the beginning, everybody was in office until today or yesterday. And so I think we need a new start. And in our parliamentary group, we will start positioning all the persons over the next days, and so this will be the situation where we set up our opposition role.
What is your responsibility in the opposition?
We don't really have committed to that, so that's what's happening on Thursday, on Monday, and then we will see which person is responsible for what.
So you don't know yet what your responsibility is going to be in the opposition?
No.
Okay, you personally, what do you take as your responsibility to be in the opposition now?
So that's what I meant for me personally. So for us as the CDU-CSU, it's very clear. So we want to be a constructive opposition, yes. And I think that the regular procedure in Germany is to give every new government 100 days. So that's what we're going to do. We will give them 100 days, but also in the beginning, as you see, all the topics around Corona and COVID pandemics, we need fast reaction. And we have realized that they stopped the epidemic situation in Germany, and we said this is a mistake, so we cannot give on these topics 100 days. On all the rest, we will see. And when there are good things coming, we will say that's good, but we will also point on the things that are not going good.
Looking at the new coalition treaty, we're going to see the government and the new chancellor sworn in today. What do you like about what you have seen, and what concerns you?
I think the truth is on the place, and this is what we will see over the next time, what will really result out of that coalition treaty. There are a lot of initiatives where it said, so we will invest more, we will spend more, but there are no amounts in that coalition treaty. And so the truth is in the size of these amounts, what's going to be spent. For instance, on the infrastructure that's necessary, on railways and other things. Yeah? And also what we pleaded for as the CDU was to build a digital ministry. And this is a missed opportunity. That's pretty clear if you look at digitalization.
Well, why didn't that happen in the last 16 years?
Yeah, that's a good question, because we made a learning curve. Especially over the last 4 years, we had a coordinator in the Chancellery, but it didn't work out because responsibilities were in 3 ministries, or more or less in 4. And so this was our aim for the new government, to say we will concentrate that on one ministry. And I think this is a mistake that the new coalition didn't learn out of the mistakes that we made.
Okay, I think we are actually at the same time looking at some pictures of the room, but you just heard the bell ring as well, which means that everyone is now moving into the room because, as we mentioned, now we're going to begin the process of the voting for the new Chancellor. So I know you're going to be having to head in there in a moment as well. Perhaps last question, what do you think is going to be the most important thing for Germany now as it transitions to this new government? What is the number one on the agenda, not just for you in the opposition, but really for the entire government?
I think number one is making the state more agile, more functioning, as we have seen things like getting vaccinations that took very, very long, and we have very much bureaucracy. And if you ask the coalition partners, they will maybe say the most important thing is to stop greenhouse gas, to get climate neutral. But if you look in this coalition treaty, I don't really understand how this is going to be achieved. But we will discuss about that over the next months and years.
Okay, I'm going to have to let you go now because I know everyone's trickling into the room to get set for that vote. So Thomas Jasonbeck from the CDU, from the Christian Democrats, thank you so much for being with us. So we'll let you just drop the mic and run into the room. Thanks very much and have a good morning. And I think we're going to bring Thorsten Benner back in as well, because we're just a few minutes away now. You might have heard that bell behind me. We're just a few minutes away from the vote will be opened, essentially. Hi, Thorsten. Welcome back. We're just talking about the fact that we're now going to have essentially the vote opened, correct? And if you can take us through what's going to happen now.
I think there'll be the vote, and then the votes will be counted, and hopefully we'll have a new chancellor then that will be kind of sworn in by our federal president later today.
Exactly. So what will happen is the president of the Bundestag is now essentially going to open the parliamentary session. I think we're looking at pictures of this, and she's going to explain the procedure and call out names, ask people to proceed to the vote as well. I want to say to all of our viewers, I know that you've been asking some questions. I had a little Wi-Fi problem, which is why I couldn't see some of your questions, but I promised to bring them in. We have them now, exactly. We had some questions that came in through some of the interviews that we'll try to pick up through the course of our talk here as well. As we're waiting, I can see the pictures now that we're looking at that's from inside the plenary session there in the Bundestag. That's just actually behind us. And see people are just filing in and getting seated there. But I think one of the questions that I think we could kind of look at here is the Green Party as a foreign ministry. How does that fit together with the Greens past many years ago when they entered the Bundestag as this pacifist party, and now kind of today being taking the reins of the foreign ministry? How does that all fit together? That's something that perhaps you could answer to us.
Yes, I mean the Greens already had the foreign ministry during their first time in power from '98 with Joschka Fischer, and did so very successfully. And like the Social Democrats, they have internal tensions within the party, within a still pacifist wing, but also one wing that is quite clear to stand up, that we need to stand up for human rights. We need to stand against authoritarian systems such as the Russian and Chinese. So I think Annalena Baerbock is well prepared to assume that role. There are compromises in the coalition treaty that at the same time allow the government to stay within NATO and nuclear sharing, but then also send a signal to the left wing of the party by becoming an observer to the nuclear ban treaty. It doesn't make sense, the two things together, but they make sense as a political compromise, and that shows that the Greens and also the left wing of the Social Democrats, they got something out of this coalition treaty too.
Okay, another question I want to catch up on. Sorry again that we're getting to these questions kind of late. I'm sure this one was asked a while ago from Ezra. How likely is it that Germany will approve dual citizenship without the current restrictions?
Yeah, no, but one of the really signature achievements of this coalition treaty is actually to reform our citizenship law further, and that's fairly easy to do for the government with a majority. So they want to make it easier to have dual citizenship and to be more inviting, in a sense, for those millions of residents in Germany who are not citizens to then have an easy way towards citizenship. That is a signature achievement that the new government wants to kind of put into law quite fast.
Maybe we can get in another question before they get started. I see that they're about to get started, you're probably saying, but Germany's position on widening EU membership to include Turkey, for example.
That's not necessarily on the horizon.
It's not on the agenda, right? Yeah.
Right now, with President Erdogan doing what he's doing, I think the question is more the kind of push to enlarge, to include and start negotiations with the Balkan countries. That's the more immediate question the government will need to answer.
And there's one now saying, does the federal government of German... Oh, I just heard another bell. Yeah, we just heard another bell. You know, I think we might be just about to drop into those live pictures. I'm going to just check if it is now time, but I think people are still milling around and about to take their seats. So perhaps we can wrap up here, Torsten, because as I said, what's going to happen now, just as people are taking their seats there in the room, is that the vote will be announced and it will begin the vote for the Chancellor. So let's hand over to the live pictures in the room.
Liebe Gäste, sehr verehrte Damen und Herren, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, einen schönen
Transition.
Morgen. Die Sitzung ist eröffnet.
To you. The session is open.
Ich begrüße
I would like to welcome the acting Chancellor, Dr. Angela Merkel, who is on the guest seats.
I
would also like to welcome former representatives of our constitutional organs, His Excellency the Apostolic Nuncies, and all the other guests of honor who have already taken their seats. Welcome to you all. And now I will call up item 2 on the agenda, the election of the Federal Chancellor. The President has informed me, according to Section 63, paragraph 1 of Germany's Basic Law, I propose the German Parliament elect Mr. Olaf Scholz to serve as Chancellor.
Ich bitte nun Ihre
I would now
Aufmerksamkeit für
like
einige Hinweise
to
zum
ask you
Wahlverfahren.
to pay
Die Wahl
attention
findet
to
mit
some
verdeckten Stimmkarten,
information
also
on the
geheim
electoral
statt.
process. We have a
Gewählt
secret
ist, wer die
ballot.
Stimmen der Mehrheit der Mitglieder des
Whoever
Bundestages, also
will
mindestens
obtain at least 369 votes, the majority of MPs will be duly elected. You need the blue electoral card from the West Lobby in your special section. Those MPs on the upper levels will receive their specific electoral IDs from our staffers. Please make sure that the election ID you will receive is indeed yours and has your name. Those already in the plenary chamber will go to the ordinary voting box. Please only move to cast your vote when your name has been called. Don't all rush there all at once. On the relevant tables you will receive a blue voting card and the official envelope in which to put it. Those who are on the higher levels, the circle will elect their candidate there. There is a voting box and there are tables to pick up your voting cards there as well. You can only vote yes, no or abstain. Invalid voices and votes are votes which have ballot cards with more than one cross. Other names, comments. You can only vote when in the voting box, and when in the voting box you also need to put the ballot paper in the envelope. All our stenographers and reporters are advised to reject all who do not follow proper procedure. But you can repeat the voting should you have made a mistake. After you have put the ballot card in the relevant envelope, please move and put the envelope in the ballot box. Before you do so, you will have to hand over your voting ID. The only way we can prove that there has been a proper election is when all these voting IDs are properly corrected. Any other action is a violation of the secret ballot and would infringe on the rules of procedure and the dignity of the Parliament. In case now or later I receive information about any violations, I will retain the right to take appropriate action. I would now like to ask all our staffers to take their positions. Please, all MPs, listen to the names being called, and as soon as your name is being called, follow the procedure outlined. Once everybody has taken their positions in the lobby, then I will open the electoral process and will then start the name calling. Dear colleagues, we would also like to wish you good morning. We will start Sina Abdi, Valentin Abel, Knut Abraham, Katja Adler, Stefanie Effner, Adis Ahmetovic, Gökay Akbulut, Rim Alabali Radovan, Stefan Albani, Ali Al-Dailami, Muhannad Al-Hanak, Renate Alk, Norbert Maria Altenkamp, Philipp Amthor, Louise Amtsberg, Dagmar Andres, Niels Annen, Johannes Alt, Christine Aschenberg-Ducknuss, Andreas Autrech,
Arthur Auenhammer, Peter Aumer, Mike Außendorf.
Tobias Becherle,
Caroline
Bachmann, Lisa Badum, Heike Behrens, Annalena Baerbock, Ulrike Bahr, Daniel Baldi, Felix Banasak, Dorothee Bär, Karl Bär, Nezahat Baradari, Thomas Bareis, Sören Barthold, Dr. Dietmar Bartsch, Bärbel Bas, Nicole Bauer, Dr. Christina Baum, Dr. Bernd Baumann, Kanan Bayram, Katharina Beck.
Roger Beckkamp, Dr. Holger Becker, Jens Beek, Lukas Benner, Jürgen Berghahn, Dr. André Berghegger, Bengt Bergt, Marc Bernhard, Peter Bayer, Marc Biadas, Steffen Pilger, Matthias Birkwald, Jakob Blankenburg, Andreas Bleck, René Bochmann, Ingo Bottke, Peter Böhringer, Friedhelm Boginski, Gerion Bollmann, Simone Borchardt, Michael Brandt aus Fulda, Dr. Jens Brandenburg,
Mario Brandenburg, Dirk Brandes, Dr. Reinhard Brandl, Stefan Brandner, Dr. Franziska Brandner, Dr. Helge Braun, Jürgen Braun, Silvia Breher, Sebastian Brehm, Heike Bremer, Michael Breilmann, Leni Breimeyer, Ralf Brinkhaus, Dr. Carsten Brodesser, Dr. Marlon Bröhr, Anitschka Brugger, Frank Spirske, Sandra Bubendorfer-Licht, Katrin Budde, Markus Bühl, Yannick Buri, Dr. Marco Buschmann, Karl-Heinz Busen, Peter Büstron.
Isabel Kadematori Duizin, Dr. Lars Castellucci, Dr. Anna Christmann, Tino Kruppala, Gitta Konnemann, Jürgen Kosse, Joanna Kota, Karl Julius Kronenberg, Dr. Gottfried Curio, Mario Chaya,
Sevin Dadelen, Dr. Janosch Dahmen, Bernhard Daldrup, Astrid Damerow, Ekin Deligös, Hakan Demir, Dr. Sandra Detzer, Dr. Karamba Diaby, Martin Diedenhofen, Jan Dieren, Thomas Dietz, Esther Dilcher, Sabine Dittmar, Bian Diasari, Alexander Dobrindt, Anke Domscheit-Berg, Michael Dohnt, Felix Döring, Katharina Dröge, Falko Drossmann, Deborah Düring, Christian Dürr, Hans-Jürg Durz.
Harald Ebner, Axel Echeverria, Leon Eckert, Ralf Edelhäuser, Thomas Erhorn, Sonja Eichwede, Marcel Emmerich, Alexander Engelhardt, Heike Engelhardt, Martina Engelhardt-Kopf, Thomas Erndl, Klaus Ernst, Dr. Wibke Esther, Saskia Esken, Dr. Michael Espindiller.
Dr. Markus Faber, Jasmin Fahimi, Hermann Färber, Robert Fahle, Ariane Fescher, Dr. Johannes Fechner, Uwe Feiler, Peter Felser, Enak Ferlemann, Susanne Ferschel, Emilia Feester, Sebastian Fiedler, Daniel Föst, Dr. Edgar Franke, Thorsten Frey, Otto Fricke, Dietmar Friedhoff, Dr. Hans-Peter Friedrich, Michael Frieser, Markus Frohnmeier, Dr. Götz Frömming, Fabian Funke, Maximilian Funke-Kaiser.
Ingo Gedeschens, Janina Gambier, Tessa Ganserer, Martin Gassner-Herz, Matthias Gastel, Dr. Alexander Gauland, Manuel Gava, Dr. Thomas Gebhardt, Kai Gehring, Dr. Jonas Geisler, Stefan Gelbhaar, Michael Gerdes, Knut Gerschau, Martin Gerster, Dr. Jan-Niklas Gesenhüs, Albrecht Glaser, Angelika Glöckner, Hannes Knauk, Nicole Gohlke, Katrin Göring-Eckardt, Christian Görke.
Kai Gottschalk, Fabian Gramling, Dr. Ingeborg Gressle, Dr. Armin Grau, Timo Gremmels, Kerstin Griese, Hermann Gröhe, Michael Grosse-Brömer, Uli Grötsch, Markus Grübel, Manfred Grund, Erhard Grundl, Oliver Grundmann, Monika Grütters, Sabine Grützmacher, Serap Güler, Fritz Günzler, Attis Gürpina, Olaf Gutting, Dr. Gregor Gysi.
Christian Hase, Dr. Robert Habeck, Thomas Hacker, Bettina Hagedorn, Rita Hagel-Kehl, Dr. André Hahn, Florian Hahn, Metin Hackverdi, Reginald Hanke, Marianna Iris Harder-Kühnel, Jürgen Hart, Philipp Hartewig, Sebastian Hartmann, Ulrike Harzer, Britta Hasselmann, Matthias Hauer, Jochen Haug, Dr. Stefan Heck, Dirk Heidenblut, Peter Heid, Hubertus Heil.
Mechthild Heil, Frauke Heiligenstadt, Thomas Heilmann, Gabriela Heinrich, Linda Heidmann, Matthias Helfrich, Marc Helfrich, Katrin Helling-Pla, Wolfgang Helmich, Katrin Henneberger, Anke Henning, Susanne Henning-Welsow, Michael Henrich, Marc Henrichmann, Markus Herbrand, Thorsten Herbst, Bernhard Herrmann, Nadine Hesselhaus, Martin Hess, Katja Hessel, Ansgar Heveling, Susanne Höhl.
Carsten Hilse, Christian Hirte, Thomas Hitschler, Nicole Höchst, Dr. Gero Clemens Hocker, Manuel Höferlin, Alexander Hoffmann, Dr. Bettina Hoffmann, Dr. Christoph Hoffmann, Dr. Anton Hofreiter, Leif Erik Holm, Bruno Höhnel, Dr. Hendrik Hoppenstedt, Franziska Hoppermann, Jasmina Hostert, Reinhard Huben, Johannes Huber, Verena Huberts, Markus Hümpfer, André Hunko, Hubert Hüppe, Gerrit Hui, Olaf Inderbeek, Erich Irsdorfer.
Fabian Jacobi, Dieter Janicek, Steffen Janich, Anne Jansen, Thomas Jatzombeck, Jüde Jensen, Dr. Marc Jongen, Andreas Jung, Ingmar Jung, Frank Junge, Josip Juratovic, Dr. Ann Biruschka Jurisch.
Oliver Kaczmarek, Lamia Kador, Elisabeth Kaiser, Dr. Kirstin Kappert-Gonter, Majid Kara Ahmetoğlu, Anja Karliczek, Carlos Kasper, Anna Kasautsky, Gabriele Kaczmarek, Dr. Malte Kaufmann, Dr. Michael Kaufmann, Rainer Johannes Keller, Michael Kellner, Ronja Kemmer, Dr. Franziska Kersten, Katja Keul, Stefan Keuter, Misbach Kahn, Roderich Kiesewetter, Michael Kiesling, Sven Christian Kindler.
Dr. Georg Kippels, Katja Kipping, Kansel Kitzeltepe, Helmut Klebank, Carsten Klein, Dr. Ottilie Klein, Volkmar Klein, Maria Klein-Schmeink, Norbert Kleinwächter, Dr. Christina Klink, Lars Klingbeil, Julia Klöckner, Annika Klose, Daniela Kluckert, Tim Klüssendorf, Axel Knörig, Pascal Kober, Jens Köppen, Dr. Bärbel Kofler, Dr. Lukas Köhler, Enrico Komning, Anne König.
Jörn König, Carina Konrad, Markus Koop, Chantal Kopf, Carsten Körber, Jan Korte, Simona Koss, Steffen Cotré, Laura Kraft, Dr. Rainer Kraft, Philipp Kremer, Annette Kramme, Dunja Kreiser, Gunther Krischbaum, Dr. Günther Krings, Oliver Krischer, Martin Kröber, Michael Kruse, Tillmann Kuban, Wolfgang Kubicki, Konstantin Kuhle, Christian Kühn, Kevin Kühnert, Renate Künast, Markus Kurt.
Sarah Lakamp, Alexander Graf Lambsdorff, Ricarda Lang, Ulrich Lange, Andreas Larem, Armin Laschet, Ina Latendorf, Dr. Silke Launert, Dr. Karl Lauterbach, Karen Ley, Ulrich Lechte, Jens Lehmann, Sven Lehmann, Silvia Lehmann, Paul Lehrrieder, Dr. Katja Leikert, Kevin Leiser, Steffi Lemke, Jürgen Lenders, Barbara Lenk, Ralf Lenkert.
Dr. Andreas Lenz, Christian Laie, Luisa Licina Bode, Dr. Thorsten Lieb, Anja Liebert, Esra Limbacher, Helge Limburg, Lars Lindemann, Helge Lind, Andrea Lindholz, Christian Lindner, Dr. Tobias Lindner, Michael Georg Link, Dr. Carsten Linnemann, Patricia Lips, Denise Lob, Bernhard Loos, Dr. Gesine Lötsch, Rüdiger Lukassen, Max Lux, Dr. Jan-Marco Lutschak, Daniela Ludwig, Bettina Luck, Dr. Anna Lührmann, Oliver Lukcic, Christine Lüttke, Thomas Lutzke.
Heiko Maas, Dr. Tanja Machalet, Klaus Mack, Isabel Maxen-Geis, Yvonne Marquas, Erik von Melotki, Holger Mann, Till Mansmann, KW Mansouri, Dr. Zander Martens, Dorothee Martin, Parsa Marvi, Franziska Maschek, Katja Mast, Andreas Mattfeld, Stefan Mayer, Zö Mayer, Volker Mayer-Ley, Andreas Mehltretter, Takis Mehmet Ali, Pascal Meiser.
Dr. Michael Meister, Susanne Menge, Anniko Merten, Friedrich Merz, Robin Messerosch, Jan Metzler, Christoph Meyer, Corinna Miasga, Swantje Henrike Michelsen, Katrin Michel, Dr. Matthias Mittelberg, Dr. Matthias Miersch, Matthias David Miewes, Dr. Irene Mihalic, Boris Mijatovic, Susanne Mittag, Amira Mohamed Ali, Cornelia Möhring, Falko Moors, Claudia Moll, Simtje Möller, Mike Monsek.
Dietrich Mohnstadt, Matthias Moosdorf, Maximilian Mordhorst, Maximilian Mörseburg, Alexander Müller, Axel Müller, Bettina Müller, Carsten Müller, Claudia Müller, Detlef Müller, Florian Müller, Michael Müller, Sascha Müller, Sepp Müller, Stefan Müller, Beate Müller-Gemmicke, Frank Müller-Rosentritt, Michelle Müntefering, Sebastian Münzenmeier, Dr. Rolf Mützenich.
Dr. Stefan Nacke, Sarah Nanni, Rascha Nassar, Jacqueline Nastic, Edgar Nautschok, Dr. Ingrid Nestle, Dr. Ophelia Nick, Brian Nichols, Petra Nikolaisen, Dietmar Nitan, Jan-Ralf Nolte, Dr. Konstantin von Notz, Omid Noripur, Jörg Nürnberger.
Lennart Oehl, Wilfried Oellers, Moritz Oppelt, Josephine Ortleb, Florian Ossner, Josef Oster, Henning Otte, Caroline Otte, Gerold Otten, Cem Özdemir, Mahmut Özdemir, Aydan Özus.
Julian Pahlke, Dr. Christos Pantasis, Wiebke Papenbrock, Matthias Papendick, Petra Pau, Lisa Paus, Nathalie Pavlik, Jens Peik, Sören Pellmann, Viktor Perli, Tobias Matthias Peterka, Christian Petri, Dr. Andreas Filippi, Dr. Paula Pieczotta, Stefan Pilsinger, Jan Ploppner, Dr. Christoph Ploß, Dr. Martin Plum, Jürgen Pohl, Phyllis Pollert, Sabine Poschmann, Achim Post, Stefan Protschka.
Thomas Rachel, Kerstin Radomski, Alexander Radwan, Claudia Raffelhüschen, Alius Reiner, Dr. Peter Ramsauer, Dr. Volker Redder, Henning Rehbaum, Martin Reichert, Dr. Markus Reichel, Heidi Reichinek, Dr. Anja Reinhalter, Hagen Reinhold, Martin Erwin Renner, Martina Renner, Bernd Reuter, Jeon Rie, Josef Rief, Bernd Rixinger, Andreas Rimkus, Frank Rink.
Sönke Rix, Dennis Rode, Lars Rohwer, Sebastian Rohloff, Dr. Martin Rosemann, Jessica Rosenthal, Tabea Rösner, Claudia Roth, Michael Roth, Dr. Norbert Röttgen, Dr. Manuela Rottmann, Stefan Ruenhof, Thomas Röwekamp, Erwin Rüddel, Dr. Thorsten Rudolph, Tina Rudolph, Corinna Rüffer, Albert Rupprecht, Bernd Rützel, Sagar Riglewski.
Johann Saathoff, Kasim Taher Saleh, Katharine dos Santos Fürnhaber, Dr. Thomas Sattelberger, Christian Sauter, Axel Schäfer, Ingo Schäfer, Jamila Schäfer, Dr. Sebastian Schäfer, Frank Schäffler, Rebecca Schamber, Bernd Schattner, Johannes Schätzel, Dr. Wolfgang Schäuble, Ulle Schaufs, Dr. Nina Scher, Dr. Christiane Schenderlein, Andreas Scheuer, Marianne Schieder, Udo Schiefner, Ulrike Schielke-Ziesing.
Peggy Schierenbeck, Jana Schimke, Timo Schisanowski, Christoph Schmidt, Dr. Nils Schmid, Dagmar Schmidt, Eugen Schmidt, Jan Wenzel Schmidt, Stefan Schmidt, Uwe Schmidt, Carsten Schneider, Daniel Schneider, Jörg Schneider, Patrick Schnieder, Olaf Scholz, Nadine Schön, Marlene Schönberger, Johannes Schraps, Christian Schreider, Felix Schreiner, Christina Johanne Schröder, Ria Schröder.
Michael Schrodi, Anja Schulz, Uwe Schulz, Cordula Schulz-Asche, Svenja Schulze, Frank Schwabe, Stefan Schwarze, Andreas Schwarz, Armin Schwarz, Rita Schwarzelühr-Sutter, Matthias Seester-Pauli, Stefan Seidler, Detlef Seif, Dr. Stefan Seiter, Thomas Seitz, Dr. Lina Seitzel, Melis Segmen, Rainer Seemet, Martin Sichert, Thomas Silberhorn, Björn Simon, Dr. Petra Sitte.
Judith Skudenli, Naik Slavik, Tino Sorge, Jens Spahn, Dr. Anne-Monika Spalek, Dr. Dirk Spaniel, Merle Sperleberg, René Springer, Svenja Stadler, Katrin Staffler, Nina Stahr, Martina Stamm-Fiebisch, Bettina Stark-Watzinger, Dr. Till Steffen, Dr. Wolfgang Steffinger, Albert Stegemann, Dr. Ralf Stegner, Matthias Stein, Johannes Steiniger, Hanna Steinmüller, Christian von Stetten, Nadja Stammert.
Dieter Stier, Klaus Stöber, Diana Stöcker, Konrad Stockmeier, Beatrix von Storch, Gero Steuerjan, Stefan Stracke, Dr. Marie-Agnes Strack-Zimmermann, Benjamin Strasser, Max Straubinger, Dr. Wolfgang Strengmann-Kuhn, Christina Stumm, Rupert Stüwe.
Jessica Tatti, Claudia Tausend, Dr. Hermann Josef Tebroke, Aud Tesfayesus, Linda Teuteberg, Jens Teutrine, Michael Theurer, Michael Tews, Hans-Jürgen Thies, Stefan Thomé, Alexandra Trom, Antje Tillmann, Astrid Timmermann-Fechter, Nico Tippelt, Manfred Totenhausen, Dr. Florian Tonja, Markus Töns, Carsten Träger, Jürgen Trittin, Anja Troff-Schaffer-Sieg, Derja Türk-Nachbauer.
Markus Uhl, Katrin Uhlich, Dr. André Ullmann, Frank Ulrich, Gerald Ulrich, Dr. Volker Ulrich, Alexander Ulrich.
Dr. Julian Verlinden, Kerstin Vieregge, Johannes Vogel, Katrin Vogler, Dr. Oliver Vogt, Maria-Luisa Völlers, Dirk Vöpel, Christoph de Vries.
Dr. Johann David Wadefuhl, Niklas Wagner, Robin Wagner, Dr. Sarah Wagenknecht, Dr. Caroline Wagner, Johannes Wagner, Maja Wallstein, Hannes Walter, Beate Walter-Rosenheimer, Marco Wanderwitz, Nina Waken, Sandra Weser, Carmen Wegge, Melanie Wegling, Dr. Alice Weidel, Dr. Joe Weingarten, Dr. Anja Weisgerber, Saskia Weishaupt, Maria-Lena Weiß, Sabine Weiß, Stefan Wenzel.
Lena Werner, Nicole Westig, Bernd Westphal, Dr. Harald Weil, Kai Wittaker, Annette Wittmann-Mautz, Wolfgang Wiele, Dr. Klaus Wiener, Dirk Wiese, Klaus-Peter Wilsch, Elisabeth Winkelmeier-Becker, Tobias Winkler, Tina Winkelmann, Dr. Christian Wirth, Dr. Volker Wissing, Janine Wissler, Uwe Witt, Mechtild Wittmann, Dr. Herbert Wollmann, Mareike Lotte Wulff, Joachim Wundrack, Gülistan Yüksel.
Emmy Zollner, Kai-Uwe Ziegler, Paul Ziemiak, Stefan Zierke, Dr. Jens Zimmermann, Nikolaus Zipelius, Arman Zorn, Katrin Schau.
What images are we? Can you hear me? What are we seeing right now? All right, if you are just joining us, you've been watching here these pictures of what is taking place at the current moment is that MPs in the Bundestag today are voting, casting their ballot in the vote for the new Chancellor, Olaf Scholz. You've been seeing the President of the Bundestag, Bärbel Bas, speaking, calling the names of the different MPs who have been filing in. And now you see them filing here behind me. What's happening is they're moving out of the plenary session room, which is back there. They're filing in behind us, going to a room to my right to cast their ballot and then filing back out. So that's what's currently taking place. And we've been trying to talk to a few parliamentarians here as they've been casting their ballots. This is a process that obviously with so many lawmakers here, it takes a little bit of time. And so we're waiting for this process to take place as they file in behind us. Every name is called out. Everyone casts their ballot and then passes back through into the plenary session. So if you've been joining us, we hope that you can put some of your questions on our YouTube chat. We have also been speaking with our analyst, Thorsten Benner, and our chief political editor, Michaela Küfner, as well. And we're trying to get the foreign policy spokesperson of the Greens at the moment, Omid Nuripur. Now, he's someone who will have a big say in the Greens on foreign policy, obviously, and we're trying to bring him in to get his take on some of the big foreign policy issues facing this new government. So he'll be coming to us in just a moment. We have spoken to one of the youngest, newest parliamentarians, Leah Schröder of the Free Democrats, rather, and we also have spoken to the opposition, the Christian Democrats, Thomas Jasonbeck. So we're trying to get all views right now on this new coalition government. A lot is taking place today. Just to recap what exactly has been happening, as I said, right now you have MPs going through the process of voting, of casting their ballots on voting this new Chancellor, Olaf Scholz. The votes will then be counted. Then the vote will be announced, and the President of the Bundestag, who you've been seeing in some of these pictures, Bärbel Bas, will explain the result. And after that, the session is halted because the new Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, will then drive over or head over to the President. And at that point, the President will appoint the new Chancellor. He will come back, and the same will happen for his cabinet. So it is a lengthy process that we're taking you through. Let's see if we can pull in some of these live pictures for a little bit as we are hoping to grab Omid Nuripur of the Greens. Perhaps we can bring in some of these live pictures from the Bundestag, from the plenary session. As we're waiting, you can see if the picture's still on me at the moment, you can see that most of the MPs have already been through to vote. And I think Michaela is going to come in and just tell us a bit more about what's been happening. Hey, Michaela. So we were just looking at some of the images from inside the plenary session. I mentioned that everybody's been filing in behind us to go vote in these cabins here to my right that you can't see on the screen, and then they're coming back out. But what happens next? I just explained it briefly, but what's the next part of this process?
Well, nothing's happening very fast here right now.
No,
it's 7:30 36 MPs called up by name, picking up their ballot cards, basically sent on a trail through the Bundestag. Now, then the votes will be counted. The results will be pronounced by the Parliament President, Mrs. Bas, and once Olaf Scholz is elected, Angela Merkel will not be able to come and congratulate him. She's actually just observing this as a guest because she no longer is an MP. She wanted to completely leave a political office, so she's basically sitting up there with the former German Chancellor Gerhard Schröder, who's also here, and also with the former Parliamentary President as well. Now and then he will head over just down the road from here to Schloss Bellevue, where the President. We're just hearing der Namensaufruf ist beendet. So all names have been called. All MPs should have picked up their cards. That's the voice of Mrs. Bas, and she's asking all the officials here whether everybody has picked up their ballot card to actually vote. If that was the case, she says she's closing this vote.
Let's check back in on those pictures.
So that means that
we're going to check back in on the pictures now.
Counting the votes. For this purpose, I will adjourn the meeting for approximately 30 minutes. The session will resume. You will be notified by an acoustic signal, and of course you have the right to take photographs.
Okay, we were just checking into that plenary session as you explained what we were just hearing from the Bundestag's President Bärbel Bas.
So a 30-minute break for counting, and then we will learn how many voted for Olaf Scholz as the new Chancellor. He needs 369 votes. He has just under 420 within his governing coalition, so he should be fine. Still interesting to see whether he makes all of those votes from his entire coalition.
But honestly, there's no risk of that happening. That he would from his
look, there is no risk, but luckily it's an open vote. It's a vote by name, so everybody will know who voted for him and who didn't. So, and here we have the ballots coming. There you see, ballot boxes.
See that? The ballots coming up? Yeah, and they're going to be counted.
Exactly. So still, there is a paper trail, as you can see. Yeah. It's all very physical, not electronic voting.
And everyone's kind of milling around. You can see, I don't know if everyone can see that in our shot at the moment. Yeah, I think we're going to zoom in here. Everyone's kind of milling around in the room already as the vote is being counted. I mean, this really is also a getting to know each other period for this new government. So many new
absolutely
MPs.
Is. And frankly, with us being in the fourth wave of COVID, I'm not sure whether all will be finding themselves together in Parliament without larger distances anytime soon again, frankly, because during the previous period, it was only a representative group from every faction in the actual parliament to avoid too many people being in one place. Now, today, they're taking the risk, but as you can see, everybody's wearing masks. And there's a lot of milling around. I think it actually is an atmosphere. I mean, you can really tell that it's something, not just something new. It was something new all for periods that Angela Merkel was Chancellor, but it's also very fresh. The Social Democrats alone, the strongest party, more than half of their MPs are new. And they're a lot younger, so it is a real breath of fresh air here.
It is, and there's actually a question that's come in on our chat asking about, you mentioned how many MPs there are. Somebody's curious to know how the huge number of representatives impacts the dynamics of the Bundestag, the fact that it has grown so large.
Well, that actually is a huge debate. It is the second largest parliament. The largest one is the Chinese People's Assembly. Yeah, so not known for its democratic hallmarks at all. And there was a mini-election reform to avoid us seeing more than not just 700, some calculations saw almost 900 MPs. Now, it would have been difficult to fit them all in, and certainly those people who have to do the mechanics and install the seats, they actually look at elections with a very different eye, because they're wondering how they're going to fit, whether they're going to get to fit this in. So, and that's also why Bärbel Bas, the President of Parliament, who's also from Olaf Scholz's Social Democrat Party, wants to put this firmly on the agenda. A meaningful reform that would have limited the amount of seats was blocked essentially by Angela Merkel's conservative bloc, more specifically the Bavarian CSU, who have a lot of direct mandates, because Germany has a mixed system of first past the post in the constituencies. That's half of MPs, and the other half is through a second vote. When Germans go to vote, they have two votes, as you know, and the second one is just for the party. So there are party lists with MPs. So it's very much set on proportionality and not a winner-takes-it-all system. But this leads to compensatory seats, and this also leads to unpredictability in terms of how many MPs there will be. Limiting that unpredictability is firmly on the agenda here over the next 4 years. I'm very curious to see whether they will make it this time around after more than a decade of debate over election reform.
Yeah, no, but that's a really good question that's been coming in. I'm just keeping my eye on any other questions that are coming through on our stream. There's a few that came through a little bit earlier that I want to come back to, and they're specific, so we're just going to get to some of them. Does the federal government of Germany give directions to the states for vaccine mandates, or does the federal government give states political cover to mandate vaccines? This is coming back to the question of how Germany's new government is going to approach the pandemic. So who is in charge if there's a vaccine mandate?
The short answer is both, because this would require a change to the German constitution, and that would also see not just MPs voting for this, but the federal states would have to approve it in the Bundesrat, which is essentially the parliament of the individual states, where they come together. It is the second chamber of German parliament. So it would need a maximum political consensus to implement this, because it infringes on fundamental rights. Having said that, there's a high hurdle, but there's also a very high readiness and willingness now amongst most parties to implement that, including also the left party. The Free Democrats have slowly changed their position, because there was a constitutional court ruling that allowed a whole host of measures, including lockdown, which they had been against previously. So to cut it short, I think it's very likely that we will see this. It's on track and it's happening.
Yeah, they've talked about voting on it in the new year, once the government is in place. Another question that's come through our chat a little bit earlier from Khalid Ba-Omar was business and diplomacy. How might Germany explore further building economic diplomacy? And that's an interesting question, because we were talking about who actually is running Germany's foreign policy going forward, and what will that look like? I mean, do you have a sense of whether Germany will be building up a sense of economic diplomacy going forward?
Well, that's an interesting point, because now on the face of it, you have a green trade minister, trade and climate minister, Robert Habeck, and you have a green foreign minister, the first woman, Annalena Baerbock. But as we're standing here, we're already seeing the first inner coalition row between the Greens and the Social Democrats over who actually does foreign policy. It was an open secret during the Merkel years that essentially she does foreign policy. She's responsible for the big lines, and nothing happens against word out of the German Chancellery. Now, this morning, the chief whip of Olaf Scholz's party went on the record saying officially that foreign policy is essentially done in the Chancellery, which goes against what was actually agreed in the coalition deal, which is something like the marriage agreement, the prenuptial, which just shows how important these things are. Going into this coalition, which saw pushback from Omid Nouripur, who is not unlikely, but potentially the next Green Party leader. So at the parliamentary level, the gloves are already off, even before Olaf Scholz is elected Chancellor, and this will be the first thing that he will have to at least put a lid on.
I think people heard me mention Omid Nouripur already, because we were trying to pull him in. As you saw earlier, he promised to come by later. There were so many people milling around. We were trying to pull a few MPs in to speak with us, but it's a shifting time where everyone's trying to move from one spot to another. So We will get him into our show a little bit later, but that's going to be an interesting question to ask on foreign policy. Let's see what else has come in, because there's been a few questions that we haven't been able to pick up yet that I want to make sure that we get to that have been asked.
But I feel I didn't answer the economic aspect of it, and that's always been always been a large part. For instance, the investment agreement with China that was negotiated by Angela Merkel from the EU side. That's now been put on hold for now. That's between the EU and China, but economics always plays into it. And I think that Germany has always been very cautious of not making a point that the economics matter, but they do. And whoever wins in this internal party fight will use economics as a foreign policy tool as well.
What is going to happen to that investment deal with China?
That's one of the first questions, actually, that Olaf Scholz will have to answer, but he's been incredibly cagey ahead of today, even coming forward on these issues. So I have to postpone the answer. We simply don't know at this moment.
As you said, at the press conference yesterday, he hadn't answered that question. Okay, if you're joining us, what has happened right now, you see that it's emptied out a little bit behind us. That's because everyone has gone back into the room. Every MP whose name was called out, as you saw just a moment ago, they have cast their ballot. They've now come back in. Just to remind people, Michaela, who are joining us, what happens now through the course of the morning and early afternoon?
Yes, well, what we're seeing right now is the counting of the ballots, and we're in the middle of a half-hour break. Then we will hear from Bärbel Bas, the President of Parliament, announcing the result, and essentially we expect, unless something wild happens, Olaf Scholz to then be declared the winner of the vote. Well, there is only one candidate, but he will be confirmed essentially by Parliament as the new Chancellor. Then Olaf Scholz will head over to Schloss Bellevue. That's the seat of the German president, who has a largely representative role, which we keep stressing, but it was a very crucial role during the last formation of government, because he knocked the heads together and said, listen guys, after the first attempt at forming a government by Angela Merkel failed, he essentially forced the hand, pushed his Social Democrat party, and he's supposed to be neutral, to go into yet another coalition with Angela Merkel, which they really didn't want to do. So at crucial points, he suddenly has a very crucial role. Also, if Parliament wasn't able to agree or failed to elect a Chancellor today, it would be up to him to decide whether he would ask Parliament again, propose someone else or the same candidate again, or whether he would call fresh elections. So it is a key role at this very sensitive moment of the process of actually reaching the point where we have a new Chancellor. Now, we expect Olaf Scholz to go through sailing. He goes over, he gets appointed by the German president, then he heads back here, gets sworn in, then he takes his entire cabinet back, which he gets to appoint to the German president. They get appointed by the president formally, they come back and they all get sworn in. And then we will see a whole host of handovers this afternoon, many at the same time actually, of all ministries, including Angela Merkel handing over the keys to Olaf Scholz, which she won't physically do, but essentially that's the transfer of power will already have happened, but she then ceremoniously hands over the chancellery to Olaf Scholz. And the only one that was postponed until tomorrow is the one for the finance ministry, because the man who's currently in the job, Olaf Scholz, the future chancellor, is simply too busy today.
Well, yeah, he has something else on his agenda today. So we have just two more questions that have come through on our stream that I want to make sure that we get to. First, are there any current or potential disagreements that might tear the coalition apart? This is a question from Michael Hoon, who's asking, could anything tear the coalition apart, and would that result in an election?
Really, resulting in fresh elections, no, that is simply not on the cards at all right now. Yeah. But interesting point, as we just spoke about before, we're already seeing that the harmony is evaporate as we speak amongst the governing coalition, particularly over the very issue of who gets to determine foreign policy, with the chief whip of Olaf Scholz's SPD having said that's done in the German Chancellery essentially, and the Green Party already pushing back, saying, hang on, guys, this was also written in the coalition deal that is done in the foreign policy, in the foreign ministry. In fact, Annalena Baerbock wants to also be in charge of climate negotiations. She wants to upgrade the German foreign ministry with the element of being the chief negotiator for Germany on climate issues, and that would also give climate negotiations more political weight. Now, whether this will actually happen, we will learn over the next couple of days, but you know, she's been asked whether she wants to give interviews today. We heard she isn't giving any interviews, but already the first big issue that needs to be resolved. And the other one, to be a bit broader, is we expect a new budget to come in, so we will learn over the coming days and weeks whether and how this new coalition is putting the money where so far only its mouth and its coalition deal has been so far, which is vague on very crucial issues like where money is put on climate protection.
All right. Thank you, Michelle. We're going to let you gather some more voices, and thanks to our viewers for those questions as well. We're going to continue to answer them. We're going to do another one of those changes on the spot because I see our next guest already, who I'm going to ask to join us. Our next guest, who I announced a little bit earlier, from the Green Party, Ricarda Lang, who you might know. She's been on our screens a few times. Come on in, Ms. Lang. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Thanks for taking time. You can pick up that microphone. That's yours. Good morning. Ricarda Lang is now a member of Parliament for the Green Party. As we mentioned, the Green Party is part of the current government, that is now incoming government, and she's also the vice chairperson of the party. So welcome. First of all, how has it been now being a parliamentarian in the Bundestag, this new experience for you?
Well, last weeks have been more than exciting. We had the coalition talks, and for me, it was not only my first weeks as a parliamentarian, but it was also the first weeks of this coalition taking place. And after 16 years in the opposition, our party finally can put ideas that we have worked on for so long into reality. And right now, I'm just thankful and excited that we're getting started.
What was the toughest part of those negotiations? Because you just mentioned it, and that's important for our viewers who are joining us. You were part of the negotiations to create this coalition government. How difficult was that process?
Well, I think on the one hand, it was very trustful, so it was not everybody pitted against each other, but we always were trustworthy of each other. We're always working on a common goal, but still, when you get into the details, it was really hard in some aspects. I think for me the hardest part was the social politics, especially when it comes to what we call Hartz IV and now Bürgergeld, so people who are not in labor work, how we can finance them and how we can give them a life and dignity. And I think this, for me, there's so many successes within this coalition treaty we have right now. There's the coal exit, there's the guaranteed child fee, but there's also parts that are hard to take. And for me, for example, that is that when we get to the Bürgergeld, people who live in poverty are not going to get so much more which I wanted them to have. So I think there's always light and shadow, but in this case the light prevails.
It's interesting you say that, because if you look, the three parties who are forming this government, they had their members vote on this coalition treaty. For the Social Democrats, they got a vote of around 99% approval. For the Free Democrats, around 92%. Your party just around 86%, around there. What does that say? That members of your party are not happy with what you negotiated?
Well, I think there's a big difference, because the other parties were having Parteitage, and there they voted, so it's basically, you can say, the functionaries that are voting for the treaty. With us, it was all of our members that were voting for the treaty, and from all of the members, 86% is a great success. So I'm really happy with that, and I think that there's people saying that's not enough for us. Well, that's part of a living party, of a democratic party.
But Ms. Lang, if I can jump in, the youth branch of your party themselves said this coalition treaty does not meet up to the standards that we need to run the society and the challenges that face German society right now.
And then they said, but we still want you to vote for the coalition treaty because it uses the possibilities we have at the moment. Of course, our treaty is based on 14.8% in the elections, and of course, within the next 4 years, we're not only going to take the successes from the coalition treaty and put them into reality, but we're also going to work on majorities within the society for more to come. But I think politics is always taking the reality you live in and then get the strategic best option to put what you believe in, to put your ideals into reality. And I think this was happening with the coalition treaty.
You would say, certainly as the Green Party, that climate protection is your stamp on this coalition treaty. If we look at some of the things that have been agreed, the target is to have a 65% CO2 reduction by 2030, climate neutral by 2045, 80% electricity from renewables by 2030 as well. A lot of numbers we're throwing out there, but the goal here, the point is for Germany to become climate neutral, and we're talking about, Ms. Lang, a huge transformation for the German economy and for German society over the next 8 to 10 years alone. It's ambitious, but is it really going to be possible to implement?
It has to be possible. We signed the Paris Agreement. Our constitutional court told us that we need to take the freedom of coming generations into our consideration. Well, this is the political task of our political generation, so it has to be possible, and I think it will be. But climate protection is not the only stamp we left on the coalition treaty. We are far more than a climate protection party, but still, of course, we will be measured by every ton of CO2 that is reduced. We will be measured by every solar panel, renewable energy that is put forward, and well, we take that very seriously, but I am convinced we can do it.
You think there's going to be enough electricity to make up for taking coal power off the grid by 2030?
Yes.
There will be enough.
There will be enough.
Wind and solar power.
This is the promise we give with this coalition treaty. This is the promise we gave as the Green Party when we enter government.
It's a promise you're certainly going to be held to. There is a question I want to ask that's coming through on our YouTube stream. We have a lot of viewers from around the world who are interested in what's happening today in the Bundestag. And Nathan Carrier is asking, how large of a role did ecology and green energy play during the negotiations from the formation for the new government?
I think it was the subject that was talked about the most. I think we had like 3 days only talking about the climate protection part of this treaty. So, well, for us, we always said we can only enter government that gets on the 1.2 path, that gets onto the line of the Paris Agreement, and therefore we took our time because reality is so serious, so our answers need to be taken serious.
What responsibility does Germany have internationally in setting its climate agenda?
I think a big responsibility. We need a climate foreign policy because we have not seen that within the last 2 years. And I think that needs to happen because the climate crisis does not stop at borders. It's a global task we need to change. And Germany, like other Western countries, also has a historical responsibility. Thank you very much. I'm so used to giving like German interviews throughout these days. It has of course, it's good for me to get practice in it. It has like a global and also historical responsibility because we have polluted the air, we have polluted our environment, also the climate, so much more than many countries within the global south. So these countries, they have to take like a step, kind of like going from like where we took our time with industrial pollution. They need to get to the renewable level right away, and that needs our support and also our money.
Last question for you, from me, Ms. Lang. What is going to be your biggest challenge as a parliamentarian? You might also be one of the Green Party's next leaders. That's something that has certainly been thrown in the room. What is going to be your biggest challenge for the next 4 years?
Not getting cynical.
Not getting cynical.
Not getting cynical and always staying true, like always telling it like it is. When I think something is a success, but also when I think something is not a success, not making it out to be, not painting it more beautiful than it is, but staying true to my word, saying why I take decisions, and with that, believe in our humanity to get this big transformation done, so not get cynical.
We'll check in with you in a few years and see how you feel about that.
You will hold me to that.
Ricarda Lang, thank you very much for joining us. Ricarda Lang from the Green Party, as we said, the vice chairperson of the party and new in the Bundestag. Thanks for being with us, and we'll let you go and drop the mic and bring in our analysts.
I will drop the mic.
Let you go back in the session. Thank you. Thank you. And thanks for your questions as well. Please keep them coming. We have our analyst, Torsten Benner, who's jumping right in again, taking Ricarda Lang's spots. Hi, Torsten. I don't know if you were... So what did you take away from what Ricarda Lang... You were just listening in from what she just said. You know, we were trying to press on questions of climate, on where the Bundestag is headed. I mean, what did you take away from that?
I mean, yeah, it's a tall order, but I think if we have members of parliament with the attitude and the spirit that Ricarda Lang embodies, I think at least we have a chance to kind of move ahead and stay true and honest about the challenges of what goes well, what doesn't go so well. So I found her example quite inspiring, and if you saw, we just saw the kind of MPs lining up to vote over the past hour.
Yeah.
The Bundestag, the Parliament has become younger, a bit more diverse. So I think it's a bit of a new spirit. Lots of young MPs, especially in the parliamentary groups of the Greens and the Social Democrats that were elected for the first time, and I think they also bring a new spirit into Parliament's work.
Yeah, there's a big crop of young parliamentarians from the Greens, from the Free Democrats, from the Social Democrats, young, diverse. They bring this fresh air, as you said, into Parliament. That has not really been reflected in the upper echelon of the cabinet, has it, though? That has remained relatively white and West German, and although there is gender parity, there has been some criticism that let's say, the diversity of this new crop of parliamentarians hasn't been reflected in the government.
I think we will have to wait for that. Another few governments, unfortunately, at least gender parity is already, it's overdue, but it's good we achieved that with this cabinet. You're right, there's only one minister from East Germany in the cabinet, and there's with Cem Özdemir, there's one minister who wasn't born in Germany and comes from what we call like a community with a migration background. And of course, Parliament is more diverse, the population is much more diverse, so we can only call this a start. And quite interestingly, for the first time, I think since 2009, there's not a single gay or lesbian member of the cabinet, unlike with previous cabinets.
Yeah, that's a good point as well. Just to remind people, what's happening at the moment is those votes are being counted. We saw the image of everyone going to vote, casting their ballot, and now going in. We're waiting for that vote to be counted, and as we heard from Michaela a little while ago, the Bundestag president will then announce that result, and Olaf Scholz will then head to the president, Frank-Walter Steinmeier, at Bellevue, excuse me, where he will officially then appoint the Chancellor. And then he comes back, and the same process starts with the cabinet. We have a really lively chat on our YouTube stream today, which I'm happy about, and we have a few questions that come in. One from Nathan Carrier, again, who just had a question we brought in with Ricardo Lang, and he's asking a follow-up question: how does the new government plan to coordinate with other EU states and Western nations like the US in implementing green policies? That's a good question, because that's on the agenda, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, that's by default part of any sort of European Union negotiations, because at the European Union level we have the EU's Green New Deal, which gives the overall framework for the transition out of toward a new low carbon future, and the government will kind of very closely coordinate its policies within that framework with our European partners, but there's also talk, and both Chancellor-to-be Olaf Scholz and future Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock have talked about this idea of a climate club to open up to nations that want to be ambitious in terms of climate goals to join together, and that will be the approach of the German government beyond the EU. So they will also reach out for coordination, cooperation on a kind of transatlantic Green New Deal approach, where we can cooperate with the US, but also with lots of other countries who are willing to invest into reducing their emissions.
Yeah, if you look at the new coalition treaty, clearly working closely together with allies and with the European partners is very clear, where, as you said earlier, it's not so clear is how Germany will work with rivals, and how Germany will push back against aggressors on the global stage. And I think those remain the questions to be answered. But one of the questions that came through on our stream a little bit earlier that I want to circle back to, you touched on earlier, which is what the stance of the new German government will be on the Russia-Ukraine issue. If you've seen any hints so far from the messaging that we've seen from new parliamentarians, from the new government, what that might be.
I think do everything to deter further Russian aggression, but not doing much more than saying, if you if you, President Putin, conduct further aggressive moves in eastern Ukraine, you will pay a price for that. Financially, in terms of maybe Nord Stream 2, that's still quite contested within the government, whether we would kind of put this pipeline into the freezer in such a reinvestment into negotiations and deterrence by saying, we will work with our partners and the US so that any further aggression will mean that the Kremlin pays a price for this. But I think the government will clearly stop short of military assistance to Ukraine, for example.
Certainly keep those questions coming. We're going to try to move through them as we wait for this next step in the process today, as we wait for that vote to be announced. I mean, for all intents and purposes, this is, as Michaela said, just going to be kind of a walkthrough for the new Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, who will then head over to the President, the Federal President, Frank-Walter Steinmeier. If we can take a step back, because we've been talking in depth about the foreign policy issues, about the domestic policy issues, how big of a transition is this for Germany today? I mean, we've talked a lot about the fact that Olaf Scholz is a continuity chancellor. If you remember in the election campaign up until September 26th, he even kind of did the Merkel hand gesture, the rhombus, and very much was positioning himself or fashioning himself as the continuity candidate, as someone who is the likely and somehow appropriate successor to Angela Merkel. How much of a change is this for Germany?
It's a big change. And first of all, it's a happy change. And without judging, happy and lucky, Germany count itself very happy and lucky that we do this transition in the way we're doing it. We're quite lucky to have a democracy where the handover is peaceful, is not contested. The new opposition party, the lead party in the opposition, the CDU, has been extremely constructive in this transition. Chancellor Merkel has been like an example of how to do a handover gracefully. So she has been excellent. So, and it's a big deal, just because the natural governing party of Germany, the Christian Democratic Union, is out of power, and we just hear the bell, so that...
Exactly, I'm going to cut you off because you heard the bell. It sounds like the counting of the votes has concluded, so I'm going to give back to the live pictures in the room. Let's see if we can listen in.
Meine Damen und Herren, nehmen Sie bitte Platz.
Ladies and gentlemen, please resume your seats. The session is now resumed.
Und vielleicht ein paar Vorbemerkungen
Let me make some technical announcements before I announce the result of the election. Normally, while sessions are ongoing, you are not allowed to take photographs in the plenary chamber. But today is a special day. And I do not want to have to call 736 people to order. I will now allow everyone, by way of a blanket permission, to take photographs, but please try and be discreet about it.
Aber freuen Sie sich nicht zu früh.
And don't be too happy about this. It's strictly today only. From tomorrow, we will abide by our strict rules again. Now, let us come to the important part. I hereby announce the result of the election. Members 736, votes cast 707, invalid ballots 3. The ayes 395.
Vielen Dank. Wir können das gleich weitermachen, aber ich wollte noch
continue in a moment, but I would like to announce the rest of the votes. The nays 303 MPs, abstentions 6. Olaf Scholz has thereby received the necessary number of votes required, 396 votes. According to Section 63, paragraph 1 of Germany's Basic Law, he has thus been duly elected to serve as Federal Chancellor of Germany.
Jetzt kommt aber die alles entscheidende Frage.
And now we will have the all-important question.
Nehmen Sie die Wahl an?
Member Scholz, do you accept the
Das war
result
laut und vernehmlich. Herr
loud and
Bundeskanzler,
clear, yes.
ich gratuliere Ihnen im Namen
Chancellor,
des ganzen Hauses
congratulations.
zu Ihrer Wahl.
On behalf
Auch
of
persönlich
all
wünsche ich Ihnen
the
viel
Parliament
Kraft für die vor Ihnen
and
liegenden
speaking
Aufgaben.
personally, I wish you
Und das Ergebnis der Wahl
a lot
werde
of
ich
strength
jetzt
for
unverzüglich
the
dem Herrn
task ahead of you.
Bundespräsidenten
I will now
mitteilen und
immediately inform the
voraussichtlich 12
President
Uhr
of
findet
the
die Eidesleistung
election result,
des
and
Bundeskanzlers
approximately at
statt.
12
Der
o'clock we
Wiederbeginn
will
der
have the
Sitzung wird auch
formal
rechtzeitig
taking
durch
of the oath of
Klingelsignal
office.
angekündigt. Und jetzt
We will
unterbreche
inform
ich
you when
die Sitzung.
this happens by acoustic signal. The session is adjourned.
Are you coming with mic or are you coming with picture? All right, these pictures that you are looking at right now, you can see Olaf Scholz being congratulated by his Labour Minister, Hubertus Heil. And these are the pictures that you're seeing from inside at the moment. And what just happened, what we just looked at, Thorsten Benno's with us, is Olaf Scholz being voted in as the new Chancellor. And the votes we had here, they were 395 yes, 303 no, and there were 6 abstentions. So fairly strong mandate, of course, for Olaf Scholz there as Chancellor, but along the lines of what we expected.
Exactly. No real surprise. I mean, he's a few votes short in terms of the overall numbers that his coalition has, but a very clear majority, much more than what he needed, and he seemed extremely delighted by the result.
Yeah, he's been shaking hands there. If we look at the pictures with parliamentarians, MPs, but also members of his new cabinet. We saw the Foreign Minister Bärbel Bas come and give him a hug as well, and he's received these flowers. And as part of the procedure, this procedural vote that we saw, the counting out of the votes, and the President of the Bundestag, Bärbel Bas, she then has to ask him, do you accept this vote? And he said, of course, yes. I mean, that was not unexpected. But we see that Olaf Scholz is being congratulated essentially by all the MPs who are coming up, shaking his hand, and members of his and other parties. There's the Health Minister, Karl Lauterbach. And after this, the session is now essentially interrupted so that he can go to the President, Frank-Walter Steinmeier. And he will be appointed then,
Exactly. And then he'll be back in Parliament, and in the coming days we'll also see him give a speech outlining his governing program.
Anything that stood out to you in what we've seen over this morning, in the course of the morning of the MPs? Is there a feeling that you've gotten from this, from the MPs milling around, from the vote, from the energy that you've noticed so far?
I think there's, positive anticipation on the part of many who are, fortunate to be part of the governing parties. But I think also, given that we're in the middle of a public health crisis, also a very clear awareness. Most governments, journalists and the public give them 100 days to kind of get their act together and so on. I think after 100 days, that's in 3 months, I think this government will be judged, and the judgment will stick on whether they manage this fourth wave of the pandemic well. And I think everybody who's assuming responsibility senses the weight of responsibility and also the kind of risk they're assuming right now.
Just continuing to watch these pictures here of Olaf Scholz getting the congratulations of all the MPs and members of his government as well. One of the peculiarities you said, you mentioned that 100 days, we have to see how this government performs in the first 100 days. That's something Thomas Jasenbeck from the Christian Democrats told us, that he, as the opposition, sees that precisely as the time period that he will give this new government to evaluate how they are taking on the challenges that they have vowed to do. So, I mean, it is unusual to see the Christian Democrats now moving into this position, the opposition. They will have to find themselves.
Exactly. I mean, they're not really used to opposition. I mean, very, very few. I mean, you have Wolfgang Schäuble, who's still in Parliament, who was present in Parliament already when the CDU was in opposition during the Schröder years, but very few of the MPs actually know how opposition work feels and how you do good opposition work. Plus, the CDU needs to find itself also in terms of its new leadership. There's an ongoing campaign and vote right now within the Christian Democratic Union on who the next party leader will be. So it's not, I mean, this new government is under pressure from the COVID crisis, and the kind of public expectation is not necessarily under pressure because people feel there is an opposition ready to take over tomorrow. The CDU will kind of need to regroup itself, and under a new leadership, the party doesn't give the impression that they're ready to govern from tomorrow if they need it.
Yeah, we're just seeing Mr. Yazonbek walking behind us again. He was just with us a little bit earlier speaking about the CDU's plans in the opposition. And it's going to be an interesting challenge to see how these three parties that are forming this government, I mean, the Greens and the Social Democrats, you could say quite easily ahead of the election, you could see as natural allies. They expressed interest in working together and coming together in a government. The Free Democrats less so, and we're going to be bringing in somebody from the Free Democrats in just a moment, Konstantin Kule, one of the younger and more nationally known MPs who's really made a name for himself. How do you see them kind of trying to put their stamp, their liberal stamp on the government? What will that look like, not only here in Germany, but really internationally?
I think on foreign policy, it's fairly clear. They're aligned with the Greens in terms of standing up for human rights and the rule of law and against authoritarian powers. There, the Free Democrats are pretty clear. They're also pretty clear in terms of pushing ahead with liberalizing our citizenship law and on the domestic front. The real big question is how they will fare in terms of their promise of fiscal prudence and how they will deliver on that front. Plus, they're under a lot of pressure during the COVID pandemic. They promised to quite a few of their voters to ease the restrictions right now. They're on the verge of voting in favor of a universal vaccination mandate, so there's quite a few issues for them to resolve on that front.
We're still looking at these pictures here. I just, as we talk about foreign policy, noticing that the former Chancellor Gerhard Schröder is just behind you, so I'm curious to see how the Social Democrats develop their foreign policy.
The good thing about, we saw Angela Merkel sitting in Parliament, no longer an MP, but watching the scene, and I think Gerhard Schröder managed to disgrace himself and the post-chancellorship by assuming paid positions for Kremlin companies, and I think we're very fortunate to have Angela Merkel, who's really not after money and whose post-chancellorship will be a lot different from Gerhard Schröder's.
Maybe we'll have the opportunity, if Mr. Schröder turns around, to ask him precisely that question. But we will see. He's currently in an interview just behind us with the German network, ARD, the German broadcaster. But it is certainly a question a lot of people have: is where do the Social Democrats stand, especially on foreign policy issues vis-a-vis Russia? So that is an important point there. We have some questions now coming in our stream as we continue to watch these pictures from inside the plenary session there. As you see, Olaf Scholz still taking a lot of congratulations from all of the MPs. One of the questions that's come into us is that in the coalition papers, they're talking about working together with people. What role does the CDU play as the opposition? I mean, how much will they work together with the current government?
As many viewers will know, Germany is a federal state, so that as long as the Christian Democrats are part of the state governments, a lot of laws need to be passed also by the chamber that represents Germany's state. So, by definition, the governing coalition needs to reach out to the Christian Democrats in order to pass quite a few of the things they want to move ahead with. Also, fighting the COVID pandemic can only be done together with the opposition, with the Christian Democrats, and so I think there's quite a bit of scope for cooperation.
Well, maybe we can ask specifically Mr. Yazonbek, who's going to switch spots with you. Thank you, Thorsten. We can ask him that question directly. Hello, Mr. Yazonbek.
Oh, hello.
You just came back from casting your ballot.
Yes.
And we've seen that Olaf Scholz has now accepted in favor of him the vote, and he's now heading over to the president, as we mentioned to our viewers, where he will be officially appointed. But we were just getting a question from our YouTube viewers who were wondering how closely the Christian Democrats, you said, give this new government 100 days. How closely will the Christian Democrats in the opposition be willing to work with this new government on shaping policy going forward, on COVID, on big foreign policy questions, and so on and so forth?
Yeah. So first is that the result was awaited. I think there were around 20 votes missing for the coalition, but they're big enough, and so they did what we awaited. Right now, for us, yes, we have to settle ourselves. All the people. It's obvious that we are electing a new party leader, and that will come out latest will be in January, and then we will get a new setup. We have the chairman of our parliamentary group is Ralf Brinkhaus. He's elected until April, and so I think this will be also the next step to have him re-elected, and then we are ready to go.
You mentioned that one of the biggest issues that you think needs to be tackled by this new government is digitalization, something that I know that you as the Commissioner for Digital and Startups in the previous government certainly focused on. What is the biggest priority for this new government? I mean, some of our viewers might not be aware of the fact that when it comes to many aspects of digital economy and society here in Germany, the country's fallen far behind. What does this government need to do?
So I think we have three tasks. So the first task is to have a good e-government, to make citizen services available digital easily with a good user experience. So this is being handled today in the Ministry for Interior Affairs. The second task is to deliver broadband access, even to the rural areas. I guess in the cities we have a quite good access. That's handled by the Ministry of Transportation. And the third thing is to handle with digital economy and startups and so on. And I think in this point we were quite good. We established this future fund with 30 billion euros. That's by far the largest investment of any government in Europe in the startup ecosystem. We are seeing a lot of unicorns, even decacorns coming right now from Germany. We tackled also a competition law in the last period, but I think that the two main battlegrounds is broadband access and citizen services. And in the future, so as this coalition treaty is set up, it will be delivered, the one thing from the Ministry of Transportation and the other for the Ministry of Interior Affairs. And
right.
And there you have an interface problem, and in the Ministry for Interior Affairs you have a different mentality. They don't believe in user experience and making things pragmatic. It's a ministry that they have to fight against terrorism and catastrophes and so on. And so our idea was to bring this together. I heard in advance from the Liberals that they also wanted to bring it together. Unfortunately, it's not together. It's split between these two ministries.
Okay, that's on digital. One more question on COVID, because obviously this fourth wave of the pandemic is still raging in Germany, and it is one that the outgoing government did not have under control, and the current government is going to have to get under control. Will you support a step like a vaccine mandate?
Yeah, so to be honest, it's not been the task of the outgoing government right now, because we don't have a majority in the parliament. The election of the parliament has been in the end of September, and since then...
But this wave, it has been clear since the summer, if you look at the work and the modeling of the virologists and epidemiologists in this country, that this wave was coming and that could have been better prepared for, would you not say?
Yes, obviously we made this law to have this epidemic situation, and that enabled our Länder to make decisions, even broad decisions, to lock down the whole Länder, or even though to lock down, for instance, bars and clubs and so on. So, and the problem is that this ran out, and the only opportunity for our minister, for Jens Spahn, was to get a majority in the Bundestag, and by the end he delivered only an advice to the new coalition, and they lost a lot of weeks of debating what are the right mechanisms, as we have learned from the last year what are the right mechanisms.
Okay, well, certainly time is running out to get that pandemic wave under control, but a lot to talk about. We'll be interested to see how you take on the role in the opposition now. We'll let you go, Mr. Jasonbeck. Thank you again for joining us, and I think we're actually going to do another switch here, because one of your colleagues from the Bundestag is going to take your spot.
Thanks for the opportunity. Welcome,
Thank you very
Konstantin.
much.
So that's your mic.
He announced Konstantin Kuhle. A little fist bump as these two colleagues trade spots. Good morning to you.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm fine. It's a special day.
It is a special day because your party is now entering the government. This is what you could call a bit of an experiment. These three parties, the Liberals, the Social Democrats and Greens, have never governed on a national level together. Are you confident it's going to work out well?
I'm very confident. However, this is a special occasion. The first time, or let's better say the last time, that my party voted for a chancellor of the Social Democratic Party was in 1980, and I wasn't even born at the time. So for a whole new generation, coalition. This is a constellation of three parties that are going to govern together from today on, which is completely new on a federal level. However, we do have this constellation and this sort of cooperation on state level in several states in the past and currently. So there's a lot of confidence, and we are very motivated to get to getting started today.
Well, Konstantin Kuhle is, as we said, a parliamentarian for the Free Democrats in the Bundestag and has been so already in the previous legislative period. Mr. Kuhle, I asked this question to Ria Schröder, your colleague, a little bit earlier this morning, one of the younger, newer members of the Bundestag. If you look at these three parties in government, a lot of people are wondering how well they're going to work together. In the campaign leading up to this election, it wasn't entirely clear whether the Liberals would be a good partner, a close ally to the Greens and the Social Democrats. Do you feel like there really is enough common ground to move forward on these big questions that are facing Germany on education, digitalization, and so on and so forth?
Well, in order to get started as a new government, you have to have a majority in parliament. And the way to getting to a majority in parliament is to represent different parts of the society. And this is exactly what the three parties that are now in government are doing. So I'm quite confident that we can all bring something to the table. And also during the negotiations, we've already been able to learn from each other. There are several things that I could learn from my Green and Social Democratic co-negotiators, and I'm pretty confident that we're going to learn much more from each other in the several years that are coming.
Olaf Scholz, the new Chancellor, said each party in this government will have to change.
Absolutely.
How is your party going to change? How do you think
my party has a very interesting history in the last 8 years. We were kicked out of government and even out of parliament in 2013 after having governed together with Angela Merkel for 4 years. Then we managed to get back into parliament in 2017, having decided against entering the government in 2017 in a so-called Jamaica coalition. And now we even changed completely into being part of a so-called traffic lights coalition. So what my party has to learn is to be flexible when it comes to several forms of cooperation. Other parties in the democratic spectrum have been performing such coalitions in the past in very different occasions. Let's look at the state level, for example, where we have cooperations between the Greens and the Conservatives. We have cooperations between the Greens and the Social Democrats. And now my party is also entering into this game of cooperating in different constellations.
A lot of people are curious, looking at the Liberals, what your stamp is going to be on this government, especially in the first 100 days. We just heard from Thomas Jasonbeck, who with the Christian Democrats is now going to the opposition. That's a new position for them. And they said, we're going to give this government 100 days. What is for you as a member of the Free Democrats now governing this country? What is the biggest priority in the first 100 days?
The biggest priority is that the citizens have to see that we are modernizing this country. Angela Merkel has achieved tremendous things in her chancellorship. However, there are, when it comes to the areas of climate change, of demographic change in Germany, but also of digitization, huge tasks that have to be accomplished by the government. And citizens have to see and to feel during the first 100 days that something is happening, something is moving. And this is true for the area of digitization. It is so for the area of the demographic change and of combating climate change. But it's also true when it comes to social innovations and to modernizing our society. When it comes to immigration policy, for example, and there is a lot of common ground in these areas. And I'm quite confident that new legislation will be introduced in this House in the first 100 days.
There is a question, because we have questions coming in from our stream, from our YouTube viewers who are curious about this new government. And one of our questions that's coming in from Canada is the question, what role, if any, and this is a very specific question, will carbon capture and storage utilization play in reaching climate targets under this new coalition agreement? Do you have a position on that?
Well, personally, I don't have a concrete position on that because I'm rather working in the field of migration, civil rights issues, but I'm quite confident that the new government will have a very clear position on that, and we have a 170 pages coalition agreement where you can just look it up. I think we need to translate it in English so that everyone... It has been translated? I don't know.
It has not yet, but it indeed needs to be translated.
You're working on it at Deutsche Welle.
We'll see what we can do.
Great.
You mentioned that migration policy is an issue that is close to your heart and one that you are working on in the government at the moment. There is a lot of interest in some of the more liberal social policies that the current three parties have put into place, also liberalizing dual citizenship, for example. Why was that a priority, and why hadn't that been tackled?
It is a priority because it is in our national interest that Germany reflects and also reaffirms that it is a country of migrants. Germany has a very long history of migration. However, the history of integration does not reflect being a country of immigrants. So the citizenship law, also the migration law, also the question of whether you can develop from being a refugee into being an actual citizen has to be reformed, because people that are here for 2 generations or 3 generations oftentimes do not even have a passport. My boyfriend, who's an Italian citizen and just became naturalized a few weeks ago, his grandfather, he moved from Italy to Germany, but this whole family has not managed to become German citizens, despite the fact that they have been living in Germany for 3 generations. And we have this with many Turkish communities, with many Greek communities, with many Italian communities, with many Spanish communities, with many Portuguese communities in Germany. So the question is, are we inviting people that are part of the society for 2 or 3 generations to actually be a part of this country? This is what we need to do, and if we do it, we can be able to avoid committing the same mistakes in the area of refugees, because there are refugees coming to this country. We are prohibiting to enter the labor market, for example, but they will eventually enter the labor market and then get children and pay their taxes, and then they need to become German citizens as well at a certain point. So this is sort of a very important issue for many of us. Yeah.
That's one side of the coin. The other side of the coin is consensus on a migration policy with Europe. Is the new government going to be able to reach a consensus with other European countries on creating a common migration policy?
It needs to be done. I also have to say that despite all the criticism towards Angela Merkel, she has always tried to find such consensus. I was very interested to see and motivated that both Annalena Baerbock as a new foreign minister as well as the Chancellor are traveling to Poland this week. There is no question that the first trip of the new Chancellor will be to Paris today. That's clear. But the second trip, as far as I have understood, is going to be to Poland. So to re-establish sort of Polish, French, German cooperation could really help in the next year, where we have a presidential election in France and where we have very high tensions between Poland and the European Union to find common ground in migration policy. And that's what we need to do. So Poland is the first step to go here, and there needs to be a new type of cooperation. I'm quite confident that the new signs we are receiving from the new government are moving towards the direction.
Last question before we let you go, Mr. Kule. In the next 100 days for yourself, what is your biggest priority for this new government?
My biggest priority is to establish a new understanding of civil rights in this country. We have seen all sorts of surveillance methods and competencies for our national intelligence agencies and policies, but what we have not yet seen is an understanding that privacy and that digital rights and civil rights also matter, because this simply hasn't been able to develop with the Conservatives. My own party is going to be in charge of the Ministry of Justice.
Yep.
So this is going to be a huge priority for us.
All right. Well, we will check in with you then after 100 days. Konstantin Kule from the Free Democrats. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you. We'll let you drop the mic and head on out of our set here. And as we mentioned, we've just been following the proceedings this morning here in the Bundestag. It's been a really busy morning already. Hopefully you were watching the pictures from inside the plenary session there, where we saw the president of the Bundestag, Bärbel Bas, announced that Olaf Scholz had been voted as the new chancellor, and he did accept that vote. What happens now, as the plenary session has essentially been interrupted for the opportunity for Olaf Scholz to go now to the president of the country, Frank-Walter Steinmeier, where he will be appointed. And there he will be received by the president, appointed. He will come back here to the Bundestag and will go through the same process essentially with his cabinet, so the members of his cabinet. We are going to be dipping in to these pictures as soon as they come up, as soon as Olaf Scholz arrives at Bellevue, where the president is awaiting him. And Michaela Küffner is here with us. So, Michaela, we were just talking for some time with the FDP, with Konstantin Kule from the FDP, from the Free Democrats, one of the rising members, excuse me, I'm dropping my pen here, rising members of the party. What do you expect from the Liberals in this government going forward? Because it's interesting to see that it's kind of difficult in my conversation right now even just to pin down where exactly this party stands and what its stamp is going to be on this government.
Well, Christian Lindner, the incoming finance minister and the leader of the Free Democrats, who basically turned his party very much into one-man show, which worked out this time around, said that he would be a minister of fiscal stability, and to everybody's slight surprise, in a press conference yesterday, he said that he would see himself as the enabler of policy, which raises a few eyebrows because there is a firm expectation both amongst the Social Democrats, who have a lot of social projects in the pipeline. They want a minimum wage of 12 euros, which will come because that is a promise by their very own Chancellor Olaf Scholz, just now elected. He's believed to be someone of fiscal control. And in the dynamic between the Greens, the Social Democrats, and the Free Democrats, he sees himself as a guarantee that it won't just be about redistribution of funds.
Right.
He initially the Free Democrats wanted tax breaks also for higher incomes, also not related to children. Well, that didn't arrive. We've seen calculations made already that the less you earn, the more the benefits will be of the incoming government. So that is a social promise that is clearly fulfilled, but he will always have to go along with it. He will be sitting on the purse, and we are awaiting a budget, a fresh budget to come in over the coming weeks, and then we will see where money is put and where it isn't, which will be also very interesting.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see and to watch, as we heard from Konstantin Kula, that they take these first 100 days as a big priority to work on modernizing the country. Of course, COVID and breaking the fourth wave is going to be a priority, but on pushing forth with some of the agenda that they have, it's going to be easier said than done. I mean, modernizing the digital infrastructure, for example, of the economy and society, that is a mammoth project that 16 years of the last 16 years, not enough was invested in. At least that's the criticism that many had of the government.
That is fair criticism, actually. But the Free Democrats, that's where they want to send the money. They want to see digitization happen. And Olaf Scholz, he just left the post as Vice Chancellor to Angela Merkel to become Chancellor. He was also in government over the next 4 years. So the Free Democrats see themselves as guarantors to make that happen. But interestingly, even within the Social Democrat camp, which stands for more government spending on social projects, Olaf Scholz is the one who's seen, I've described him in the past as a Social Democrat reincarnation of Wolfgang Schäuble, who's known as the man of fiscal stability here in Europe and feared in large parts of Europe. Yeah. Now, Olaf Scholz has a different agenda. He sees social security and particularly unemployment insurance as important to keep the European Union together. That's a completely different line from the current, it's now former government of Angela Merkel. Just happened. But without seeing taxpayers directly responsible, and how he will navigate that will be very interesting to see indeed. And in a sense, the Free Democrats in government make life easier for Olaf Scholz to argue fiscal prudence to his own left wing of the party.
That's an interesting point.
So. A very interesting dynamic to watch that.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to bring in some of the questions that have been coming in on our stream that we haven't been able to get to yet. One is, I think, a bit of a sarcastic question. Aren't fax machines still widely used in Germany? We were just talking about digitalization and modernizing infrastructure. I think that was less a question and more of a...
I'm embarrassed to say, yes, they still are.
They are.
Yes.
That was something we learned in this pandemic, is how much, especially in health agencies, needs to be updated. There is a specific question about what the first laws will be to be put in place after this new government takes power. That's a question from Elijah Mikkelsen. Is that clear already what the first laws will be?
Well, the short answer is Corona. Yeah. We're already seeing the second change to the infection prevention laws being put into Parliament already, being debated this week. And if anything, they are, after having shortened the list of potential measures that come from the central government, that list will get longer again, although it will stop short of all-out lockdowns. That will be the focus. And we spoke to Ricarda Lang earlier from the Greens as well. There is agreement, whoever I spoke to here today, that this is the baptism of fire that Olaf Scholz's incoming government will have to succeed in. to establish credibility.
Absolutely.
So there's very much a focus on that. But all sides will have to start pushing for their pet projects. And in the Green Quarters, that will be Social Security being reformed, also together with the Social Democrats. So a lot of bread and butter issues, domestic issues that we will see moving, although unlikely before Christmas.
Well, since you
mentioned...
It's all
Corona until then.
Yeah, it's all Corona, and we want to take a look now at how this fourth wave has developed and how the numbers have just started to skyrocket over the last few months. So I think we have a report now that we can look at to take a look at what's been happening over the last few months and how this fourth wave has really started to rage across the country.
Do you remember how well Germany did at the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic?
What's in that report? Am I done?
Yeah.
Well, that's history. As another COVID winter takes hold, numbers in Germany are at an all-time high. Intensive care units are filling up, and every day hundreds of people die.
Im Moment alles ein bisschen schwer.
That brings us to the question, why can't Germany break the fourth wave? First, let's take a quick look back. In January 2020, the first COVID case was detected in Germany. At the same time, a team led by Germany's most famous virologist, Christian Drosten, developed a PCR test to detect an infection with the coronavirus. They did that in just 2 weeks.
Im Namen der Bundesrepublik Deutschland ernenne ich aufgrund des Artikels 63 Absatz 2 Satz 2 des Grundgesetzes für die Bundesrepublik Deutschland Herrn Olaf Scholz zum Bundeskanzler. Berlin, den 8. Dezember 2021, der Bundespräsident und die Unterschrift. Herr Bundeskanzler, meinen ganz herzlichen Glückwunsch. So, jetzt halten wir die, glaube ich, nochmal aufgeklappt in die Kamera. So, Ihnen einen herzlichen Dank. Wir sehen uns nachher wieder.
Many thanks to you. We will meet again later.
President appointing officially Olaf Scholz as the new Chancellor and saying, I'll see you in just a moment because...
Yes, and he will be sworn in right here in Parliament. And now he's been officially, he was actually proposed by the German President to Parliament this morning. The Parliament then voted him Chancellor, elected him Chancellor. Then he just, what we just saw now, which was actually very surprisingly brief, was
it's very short.
He's got his document now. He's got his working contract basically, and now he's heading back to Parliament where he will be sworn in. And the interesting thing is that all chancellors are sworn in on the German Constitution. They pledge to defend it, to be fair against all people, and the only option they have is to say, so help me God, or not. Now, Olaf Scholz is a Social Democrat, and he
Do you remember how well Germany did at the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic? Well, that's history. As another COVID winter takes hold, numbers in Germany are at an all-time high. Intensive care units are filling up, and every day hundreds of people die.
Im Moment alles ein bisschen schwer.
That brings us to the question, why can't Germany break the fourth wave? First, let's take a quick look back. In January 2020, the first COVID case was detected in Germany. At the same time, a team led by Germany's most famous virologist, Christian Drosten, developed a PCR test to detect an infection with the coronavirus. They did that in just 2 weeks. In cooperation with the US company Pfizer, the German company BioNTech developed the first globally approved vaccine in November 2020. Just a few weeks later, it was already in use in the UK and the US. Rollout to the country where the jab was invented took a little longer. But eventually, both tests and vaccine were available in Germany in early 2021. In short, best conditions to get rid of COVID. So, why are we now in the fourth wave? At first, Germans were desperate to get the jab. People couldn't wait to find a way out of the pandemic, and the pressure was on the government to make it happen. But the vaccination campaign got off to a pretty slow start. Germany ordered vaccines together with the other EU countries. That's why jabs were rolled out later in Germany than they were, for example, in the US. The EU underestimated the demand. Production capacities were scarce, not enough vaccine was produced, and therefore too few doses were available in the beginning. Once the supply was secured, actually getting a jab still wasn't easy. Finding an appointment was chaos. Hotlines were overwhelmed, and Germany's slow progress in digitalization didn't exactly help. Invites had to be sent by letter, and most of the patient's data had to be recorded manually. Sometimes people had to wait for hours or even travel far from home to get the jab in one of the vaccination centers. But instead of pragmatically vaccinating the people right where they lived, Germany stuck with the surprisingly complicated solution for quite a while. After a rough start, the vaccination campaign slowly got rolling. Things seemed to work until summer 2021. During summer, infection rates sank as people spent less time indoors where the risk for infection is greater. But when the threats seemed to decrease, more and more Germans didn't show up to their vaccination appointments. Experts kept stressing that with the highly contagious Delta variant, a high vaccination rate of around 80 to 85% was crucial to prevent a fourth COVID wave. Despite warnings from medical staff and scientists, only 68.4% of German residents have been vaccinated so far. There are different reasons why. A study showed that about half of the unvaccinated say that they feel pressured and therefore won't get the jab, or that they don't trust the vaccine. Despite fact checks and scientific studies that show how effective the vaccine is and how small the risk is of long-term side effects. Although most people in Germany see the COVID vaccine as a positive development, there is a small group of vaccine skeptics and anti-vaxxers. Some of them spread conspiracy stories about the vaccine being part of an alleged evil plan hatched by the government and secret elites. Right-wing groups have regularly used protests against the public health measures to spread their own anti-democratic agenda and incite other protesters. German politicians have been reluctant to impose mandatory vaccinations, but other European governments have been more proactive about encouraging jabs, creating incentives for the people to get vaccinated. France and Italy, for example, implemented a kind of pass for vaccinated people in October. Without it, you can't get into restaurants, cinemas, theaters, you name it. And unlike Germany, they enforced it rigorously even in summer, when numbers were lower and people were spending a lot of time outside. And there is another difference to other countries. Up to the end of November, German politicians have shied away from measures that would put pressure on the unvaccinated, like stricter regulations or mandatory vaccination. But with infection rates rising so rapidly, politicians have announced stricter measures like contact restrictions for unvaccinated people, mandatory vaccination for employees in nursing homes and hospitals. Cultural offerings like theaters, cinemas or concerts will only be accessible to people who have been vaccinated or recovered. And the new Chancellor has called for a vote on a nationwide vaccine mandate. Why has the conversation taken so long to shift? One of the many reasons for that is the current political change in Germany. Angela Merkel stepped down as Chancellor after 16 years, and Germany was in full campaign mode in the months leading up to the September election.
Dem Virus ist es vollkommen egal, ob Deutschland sich gerade in einer Phase mit geschäftsführender Bundesregierung, die ich führe, und Verhandlungen zur Bildung einer neuen Bundesregierung befindet. Dem Virus ist es vollkommen egal.
Competing politicians did not want to make themselves unpopular during the election campaign by imposing tough measures restricting people's daily life. And the outgoing government under Angela Merkel delegated a lot to the federal states. Since the election, Germany has been in a transition phase while a new government is formed. This also means that there was no clear political leadership to set the tone by enforcing tough measures to contain the virus. Since there are still millions of people in Germany who aren't vaccinated, there are more severe cases than necessary that end up in overcrowded intensive care units. The protection offered by the current vaccines weakens after a few months, and vaccinated people can still get infected or infect others. Booster vaccinations would help, but Germany is, again, too slow. Roughly 9 million people got a booster jab by the end of November. That is a little bit over a tenth of the German population. All that and more has led to Germany not being able to break the fourth COVID wave. And with the newly detected variant Omicron, there is a new challenge. Unfortunately, it is again healthcare workers who must bear the consequences. ICUs are filling up rapidly and nurses are stretched to their limits. Despite their efforts, right now, hundreds of people are dying in Germany every day. It's led to dramatic predictions from leading scientists. The country is facing a hard winter ahead.
We heard it there, a hard winter ahead. Apologies quickly for the sound trouble that we were having a little while ago, but hopefully we've gotten it all solved and you can hear both me and Michaela. Michaela, we were just looking at that report there that was looking at how this fourth wave came to be in Germany, and in fact, I was trying to press the CDU's Thomas Jasenbeck on this to say, well, you know, the previous outgoing government perhaps didn't prepare adequately for this situation. And he said, no, it's the current Bundestag that is responsible for fighting this fourth wave of the pandemic that is raging at the moment. How do you see what went wrong here in terms of the transition, political transition? We're here, you know, swearing the new government. Is this really one of the reasons that things went off the rails a bit?
Yes, it definitely is one of the reasons. If you talk to epidemiologists, they know what advice they gave to politicians, and they know the modelling that took place, and the information was all there. And if you talk to politicians privately, they come very close. They don't say directly to an admission that they did somewhat drop the ball in this time of transition. Instead of new measures, we saw a blame game between the departing government of Angela Merkel and individual federal states, namely particularly Bavaria, which kept pointing at Berlin, and the incoming coalition, which actually legally rightly said, look, we are not in charge yet, but the parliament was. And parliament had made a point to become the arena where new measures are decided, to no longer leave it to the executive, to the Chancellery to do that. They also basically made legal changes, so that is no longer possible. But while it was still possible, individual states didn't take the maximum measures because they were unpopular in certain groups. So in between all of this blame game, the virus didn't care, and that's very much where the full brunt of the fourth wave comes from. Now we're seeing a debate on, and it's leading towards mandatory vaccinations. And Austria, our neighbouring state, is the first to implement that in Europe. Everybody's looking very closely how that works out.
Why is it so contentious here compared to other countries? It is a contentious issue regardless, also in Austria, but particularly in Germany, it has taken this, let's say, push in the public opinion or change in the public opinion to come to the point where it's now even politically feasible.
I think it's a mixture of things. First of all, for a very long time, politicians wanted to rely. It was ruled out at the beginning that there would be mandatory vaccinations very early on in the process, as soon as the vaccine was there, and that was hoped to be taken as adding credibility to the vaccine. Not because there was lots of conspiracy theories about and that the government wants to take control. It's forcing people to get vaccinated, and mandatory vaccination does not mean that people will be dragged out of their homes and vaccinated. That's also something that is being debated in social media. So then there was disappointment that not enough people were getting vaccinated, in the low 60s in terms of percentage of the of the population, and we need more. We need up to 80 at least to make a huge difference. And then the debate started, but clearly no party wanted that kind of debate leading up to an election, which was at the end of September and going into coalition talks. So it was a very contentious, it kept becoming a contentious issue. There are people who see some kind of conspiracy behind it. They are a clear minority, but they are very loud here in Germany. And the public debate, I think it got very politically charged when really it should have been a factual debate. That's my assessment of it, but this is where we are right now, and clearly not vaccinating has created this problem.
Yeah,
that's what scientists say. Some people don't believe the scientists, but can't be helped.
That has been the clear messaging from epidemiologists, virologists, and certainly from the medical staff who are working on the front lines of this crisis. One more question on COVID. One face our viewers are going to see a lot more of is Karl Lauterbach, who is the new health minister. There was a big question whether he would be the health minister or not. And again, this is very specific to Germany, but it seemed like this was quite a controversy of whether he should be health minister.
Yeah, well, it didn't follow the logic of the appointments that Olaf Scholz made as Social Democrat ministers. His most loyal people have become ministers.
Sure.
Karl Lauterbach was not one of them. He is not seen necessarily as being someone who would work well with Olaf Scholz. Certainly that's what was talked about behind the scenes. But Karl Lauterbach is something like the Social Democrats' Dr. Fauci. He actually went through all the talk shows in Germany. It was impossible to switch on a talk show where he wouldn't be there cautioning people, warning people. And if you talk to people from the medical community here in Germany, I think they were like praying every night that he would become health minister.
Yeah.
So the Chancellor doesn't get elected by a popular vote here in Germany, but Karl Lauterbach, the health minister, came pretty close to that by simply being so popular and sparking a debate on social media, a campaign on social media, not himself, his supporters did. So I think Olaf Scholz would have had a very hard time arguing anybody else. Anybody else he'd put into this position would already have faced a very difficult public and a medical community that really hoped for someone else.
Certainly on Twitter, that was that big public campaign on social media, as you said, behind him. Let's answer just a few questions that we have coming through on the stream that we haven't gotten to yet. One of the questions that has been asked, and this is something you already touched on, Michaela, but maybe we come back to it. We have people who have been joining us in the stream through the course of the morning. What will be the new government stance on the diplomatic tensions regarding the Beijing Olympics? This is a question we've touched on already that Olaf Scholz was asked about yesterday, a few times.
Yeah, he was asked, actually, in a one-hour press conference, he was asked 3 times about it, and he is decidedly sitting on the fence about that. According to information we have, there are no firm official accreditations, but that is not unusual. And he simply would not answer the question whether Germany would join the US boycott of officials, not sports people, officials traveling to the Beijing Olympics. Now Australia has followed suit, and this will be one of the very first questions he is going to get, and he will actually have to answer at some point. It's very interesting because over the last 16 years, we as correspondents learned making the questions as specific as possible so Angela Merkel doesn't avoid them. Now it feels like the more specific you are, the more kind of general speak you get from Olaf Scholz. So it's a bit of a, it's a change of pace for us as well.
It is. They even have a new verb, Weggescholz, which is to kind of Scholz something away, is to push something away somehow. And that dynamic still has to develop, of course, with the journalists here covering the Chancellor. So we did actually at DW over the summer, ahead of the election, conduct an interview, a sit-down interview with Olaf Scholz, and I think we have a chance to look at that now to get a bit more insight into his thinking and his approach towards governing. Let's play that clip now.
Welcome to our interview with the Social Democrats' Chancellor candidate Olaf Scholz. It's great to have you here.
Welcome, and Ahlan wa sahlan, Mr. Scholz. You want to take Angela Merkel's place as German Chancellor. What can you do that she can't?
First of all, Angela Merkel and I collaborated very well together for a very long time. I served as the Minister of Labor in the first Merkel administration, then represented one of the states as mayor and was in regular contact with the federal government. And now I am Minister of Finance and Vice Chancellor. That, of course, helps with everything I have on my upcoming agenda for the next chapter. I have a good and clear plan for the 2020s, for what we have to do, how we ensure more respect in our society, and how we can create the economic foundation necessary for good jobs in 10, 20 or 30 years.
But what can you do that Angela Merkel can't?
I can lead the government, form a coalition out of 3 parties, and ensure that we overcome precisely the challenge I just spoke about.
Let's talk about social equality. It's an important topic for the Social Democrats. The COVID-19 pandemic, which we are still in the middle of, has caused great hardship for many people. Those who had little now have less, and it's very difficult for them to escape their plight. Women have been impacted disproportionately. The German government has recently published its current poverty report. What would you do as Chancellor to change things for women?
To begin with, it's true what you say. The pandemic has been very difficult, especially on people who don't earn much. That's why we've made sure to protect as many jobs as possible. The short-term work scheme that I introduced in 2008 and 2009 as Labour Minister have also proven effective now during the pandemic crisis. It helped us secure over 2 million jobs.
But that likely won't suffice.
We took action to support single parents by raising allowances. We paid bonuses for families and children so that additional resources were available where cash was tight. But it's true that we still need to achieve true equality between men and women in Germany. And this also ties in with the issue that wages need to improve, especially in sectors that employ mostly women. That is one of the causes of this gender pay gap that everyone is talking about. Right now, typical jobs for women are typically being paid less. And that is why I am very glad that after 2 failed attempts, we finally managed to pass legislation that improves wages for those who care for the elderly. It also determines that nursing homes can only bill insurance companies when they pay their employees according to tariff agreements. That's one way to go about it. Another way, which is very important to me, is to make sure we introduce a minimum wage in Germany that will improve the income of 10 million citizens.
If I could ask the next Chancellor a question, I would ask how they were planning on incorporating economic policies to assist with the possible implications of the pandemic for Germany, but also in assisting countries that are not as fortunate as Germany.
So, what will you do?
First of all, we will have deployed $400 billion, or rather 400 billion euros, by the end of next year to combat the economic damage caused by the pandemic in Germany. And we can see that has led to a positive upswing. In the areas that have been especially hard hit, events, culture, food services, it will take longer for us to turn things around and make sure that no one gets left behind. And then, and that was a good point, there is the question of responsibility towards the rest of the world. I am very committed to pushing through debt relief and debt moratoriums with decision-makers in the G7 and G20 countries in all sectors possible. And in many cases, Germany has also helped by providing billions to procure vaccines for the world.
Experts say the biggest challenge humanity currently faces is climate change, and not the COVID-19 crisis. Amidst the coronavirus pandemic, policymakers have taken action very fast. Why not in the climate crisis?
In the climate crisis,
emphasis on very fast.
Yes, very far-reaching decisions have been made in the past years regarding the climate crisis. After all, it is precisely because we as Social Democrats have pushed for this that Germany has a law on expanding renewable energies that is seen as exemplary worldwide and developed many of the necessary technologies for this. Secondly, we have passed a climate protection law with what may be the most ambitious program, namely to achieve carbon neutrality in just under 25 years by 2045. And thirdly, we are currently engaged in a tough debate about how we can achieve what we need for a CO2-neutral industry. Here I stand by my position that we need to massively expand our capacities for generating renewable energies, something that was rejected by the CDU-CSU in the last days of the Bundestag session before the summer break. We have to change the laws in such a way that we can also quickly expand the power grids and increase generation capacity with offshore wind turbines and with solar energy on land. If you want new power lines and wind turbines, you have to be prepared to fight for it, And the fact that Baden-Württemberg, governed by a Green state premier, managed to build just 12 wind turbines last year shows that you have to be willing to just bring on the bulldozers and get to work installing power lines and wind turbines.
But Mr. Scholz, as Chancellor, you have to play by the rules. You can't just impose whatever agendas you feel like. How do you intend to implement more radical action against climate change? And how can you speed up the process? Experts have analysed your plan and say it's not enough.
The experts with whom I develop my program, including many who are committed to climate protection, say that this is the most ambitious, realistic program that exists in this regard. I would like to emphasize that. In the first year of the new legislative period, we will have to set electricity generation capacities at such a high level by law that the expansion can take place. And we will have to change the laws so that approval for a wind turbine doesn't take 6 years, but 6 months.
Another topic that interests our viewers is Afghanistan. Instability there is mounting by the day. The Taliban have taken over Kunduz and are gaining ground. People are living in fear, and yet Germany declares Afghanistan to be a safe country and wants to deport asylum seekers there. Do you think that's morally acceptable?
Germany is a country which took in many refugees seeking protection here. And part of this willingness to accept them is that somebody who has committed serious crimes in Germany cannot count on being able to stay here.
So you would send a deportee to Afghanistan today, despite the situation on the ground?
If we're talking about last week specifically, when there was an attempt to deport criminals, then that was the right decision at the time.
But is that in accordance with human rights? To deport people to a country where their very lives are at risk? Can you defend that?
The EU ambassadors opposed that, didn't they?
Despite all friendly words, we mustn't miss the point here. I will repeat the sentence that you didn't include in your questions, which is that I maintain that it is correct that someone who commits serious crimes cannot count on staying here. And this is also a part of protecting refugees.
So you'd keep deporting them?
My second point is that there are regular procedures for all countries we deport to check if it is possible. This is a very structured process, which is prepared by the Federal Foreign Office in advance. And this takes place quite often. So when the next decision arises, a review process will take place. This is an orderly procedure that...
But that's your assessment.
That you can't just do because you have an opinion. You have to engage properly with the matter.
Mr. Scholz, another topic that really concerns our viewers is Russia. What's your stance on Russia?
We have a good tradition, established in Germany by Willy Brandt and Helmut Schmidt, of joint security in Europe. We have the decisions made by the OSCE, formerly CSCE, which lay down our mutual principles. These include that European borders may no longer be shifted by force. Russia has violated that principle. The annexation of Crimea is a huge problem. And we are still seeing a tense situation in eastern Ukraine. That's why it's imperative that we return to the rule of law. Might does not make right.
Will you stand up to Putin and say things cannot go on this way?
We need to return to the principles of the OSCE and CSCE because they are the foundation for developing our future. That is also why it's important for Germany to always act in cooperation with others. And let me add to that. We need a new policy towards the East that revitalizes the principle of the OSCE and CSCE, but as a principle of the European Union. I also say that Russia and other countries need to accept that European integration will continue. We don't want to return to the political world of the 17th, 18th, or 19th centuries when powers like Russia, Germany, France, and England shaped policy among themselves. If we want to ensure joint security in Europe, then it's about the European Union and Russia.
ganz kurze Antwort wäre super.
It would be great to get a quick answer to one last thing. Germany is currently home to 800,000 Syrians who have fled their home country.
Viele fragen sich, müssen sie mit einer Rückkehr oder einer
And many fear they might be deported while Assad is still in power. If you become Chancellor, what would you say?
Was sagen Sie dazu?
Viele haben hier ja Schutz gefunden, richtigerweise haben sich gut
Many of
integriert.
them have already obtained asylum here and are well integrated now. That's the case for many. And I feel the situation currently doesn't permit people to be deported back there. But I want to emphasize, our most important task is to make sure everyone here is included in society, obtains a good education and a decent job, along with all the opportunities this entails.
We're reaching the end now.
At the beginning, we asked you, what are you capable of doing that Angela Merkel isn't? Now we're asking, can Angela Merkel do something you can't? What can you learn from her, in a nutshell?
I think she's always had a talent for sitting things out for a very long time.
So she's good at sitting things out.
Thank you very much. We have many more questions, but time's up, unfortunately. Thank you very much.
All right, that was the wide-ranging interview that DW conducted with Olaf Scholz, now the Chancellor. That was conducted with him before the election, actually, and we are here today where he's just been, well, he's about to take his oath of office, and he's already been elected as the new Chancellor, and we're back with Ria Schröder of the Free Democrats, the Liberal Party, the FDP is the initials, and the Free Democrats, of course, one of the three parties in this new coalition government. And so, Ms. Schröder, we were talking earlier about some of the policies that you are interested in seeing through in the next 4 years. But first and foremost, your party leader and the new finance minister, Christian Lindner, said yesterday as they were signing this coalition treaty, now the work begins. Where does the focus lie for the Free Democrats in the first 100 days of this government?
So what is the main topic now is, of course, the COVID pandemic. Yeah. So we have already been working on that even before the new government got into office. But this will be part of the work in the next weeks, definitely. And on the other hand, we have topics that we want to work on that are more general. When I think about digitization, education, of course, the topic of climate change will be something that we will be working on. And these will be topics that we are focusing on the most in the next weeks.
Well, it's good that you bring these topics up because these are all topics, and we talked a bit about this before, that involve a good amount of investment. And one of the big criticisms of the previous government is that Germany has been holding on too tightly to its policy of a balanced budget, to its policy of its debt brake that is anchored in the Constitution, essentially limits the amount of new debt that the German government can take on. And we know that the Liberals' fiscal policy until now has been one that puts a cap on public investment and rather tries to bring the private sector into the investment involved. So give us an idea with these two parties that are in the government, the Social Democrats and the Greens as well, who are interested in a massive public investment spending program to modernize the German economy. Where do the Liberals stand? I mean, how will all of this be financed?
On the one hand, of course, we need investments when I think about infrastructure, when I think about climate change, when I think about education. Those are investments that will last for generations, and this is very important. On the other hand, Germany spends a lot of money to things that will not last for many generations. So we will have to focus on what lasts and put the money there and see where we can make, for example, the social security system more effective in a way that it brings the money to the people who need it and give them the chance to stand on their own legs in the future again very soon, and focus on that part, not only on the part of calculating the amount of expenses that people will get. So we have to focus on that. And on the other hand, you mentioned the private sector. We will make the process for companies to invest easier, which will make it easier for them to invest and also make an impact on the world we live in. And that will give us also the chance to not higher taxes and on the other hand not spend more than we have, because also this is a generational question.
Okay, I'm going to come back to that generational fairness question, but just to make sure I got you correctly, you're saying essentially that investments in the future, whether it's on fighting climate change or on digitalization, modernizing the country, they can be considered essentially aside from usual debt that's raised, that is investment that should come from the public hand. Is that correct?
Of course, we have topics where the public hand is in charge. There's no one else who can build schools or make them better. This is something that has to be done by the state, and this is something where we need to invest.
Okay, and the Free Democrats are willing to go along with that as long as these investments are in those topics that you mentioned.
Of course, we need to invest, but it also has to function in a way where we don't need to raise the taxes and we don't leave the money that is not there for the next generation. We have very low interests in the European Union already. It's not possible for people to save their money in a good way. So we have to keep that in mind in any way that we invest now, that we also see the macroeconomical impact that it has.
Okay, just to kind of summarize what you've just said, so for people watching this, essentially saying it's important to invest in some of these things that are going to be important for Germany's future, modernizing the economy, schools, you said, is a big priority for you as well, but also there has to be a sense of generational fairness to not pass on too much debt to the next generation. That's a pretty difficult line to walk, isn't it? I mean, that's going to be a pretty difficult feat to try to bring those two together.
It is, but it's the challenge that we have now and that we focus on now, because what we can't do is not invest, and what we can't do is leave all the debt to the next generation. So we have to find a path in this. We have to give companies the chance to grow in an ecological way so that we hire the amount of taxes that there is. But to be honest, Germany doesn't have a problem in that there is not enough money. It's just the way we prioritize the topics that we have, the challenges that we face. And I think it's very important to have a new prioritization now.
What about some of the priorities for young Germans? You mentioned that in this election, there were a lot of young voters who came to the Free Democrats, also to the Greens and to the Social Democrats. What is your responsibility to those voters to carry their interests into this next government?
So they saw that we want to change things. So what we can't do is leave everything as it is when it comes to climate change, when it comes to education, when it comes to digitization, but also to topics like, for example, the voting age, which is a topic that I've been working on a lot.
Lowering the voting age.
Yes. Yes, so we would want to put that down to 16 at the first step, that we have the legalization of marijuana, that we have abortional rights that are limited at the moment. Gynecologists are not allowed to inform about the way they do abortions, and that is something that we want to change, which has been a big issue, especially to young women, and we're going to work on that very quickly.
Yeah, it did seem that there was a lot of common ground between the three parties on these more liberal social issues. There's a question that came in through on our stream a little bit earlier from one of our YouTube viewers that is on one of these social issues that I want to bring in. And one of our viewers, Madhumita, was interested in knowing when will a point-based immigration system be introduced, as mentioned in the coalition treaty? How big of a priority is that for the government? When will that be introduced?
I think it's very important to focus on that issue because in the past we have more or less been lying to ourselves about Germany being an immigration country. We already have that. We are a very colorful society, and we have to find rules now to organize immigration and also to bring a way that people that come as refugees have the chance to stay here as immigrants in a way that they can change their legal status as soon as they do their apprenticeship, as soon as they get their job. And so that is a real change in the way we perceive Germany as a country, and we really want to work on that. And a point-based system is a part of that.
Okay, that's certainly a promise and something interesting for a lot of our viewers who are watching on our YouTube stream around the world. Perhaps as a last question, what can we measure the success of your party? I mean, if we were to come back to you in a year and say, you were successful or you weren't successful in kind of seeing through what you wanted to see through, especially in this first 100 days and then the time on from there. What will you measure that success by, and what can we hold you to in a year from now?
To be honest, I have a list with things from our platform, from the coalition treaty, that I want to see being changed in the next years. Some of them I think will be worked on very quickly because they're easy, and there's everyone is in favor of changing that. But I think in general, we want to see that in all the decisions being made, that freedom and freedom of people is being raised, and that the individual is being seen in every political decision, and also that the younger generation is being seen, because that is something the last government didn't focus on very much.
Okay, well, it certainly will be a challenge for the new government, and your party is going to be part of it. Of course, it is the new government already. We have to forget that change has already taken place.
Yes,
it is. Ria Schröder from the Free Democrats, thanks again for joining us for the second time, and we'll be seeing you around the halls through the course of the day. Thanks so much. Okay, well, we have just had the chance to speak again with Ria Schröder, and we're going to line up some more interviews with some of the other lawmakers who've been milling around behind us. And we are at the point at the moment that we are waiting for Olaf Scholz to return from the German president, Frank-Walter Steinmeier. That was a very, very short scene, if you saw that earlier in Bellevue, where he was essentially officially appointed Chancellor, and he said, "We'll see you in a moment." And Olaf Scholz is now on his way back to the Bundestag, where he will take that oath of office that we were discussing with Michaela. So I'm going to bring Thorsten Benner, our analyst here, back in. Hi, Thorsten.
Hey.
So I was just saying we're waiting now for this next step of the process, which is the oath of office. But everything is going pretty much as planned and a lot according to schedule, essentially. But we were just talking with Ria Schröder of the Free Democrats, the Liberals there, about their policies and their goals for these next 4 years. And it's interesting to note, and I was talking about this with Michaela a little bit earlier as well, that it's going to be difficult for that party in particular to maintain its stamp and its kind of unique perspective as this government moves forward, because they are, of course, the smallest of the three parties in terms of the votes that they received in the election, but also because they are the ones that say that their position is more in the middle compared to what they would say are the two left-leaning parties. So how difficult is it going to be for the Free Democrats?
I mean, so far they've succeeded quite well. The Free Democrats got quite a bit of their bottom line goals in the coalition treaty, the kind of modernization agenda on citizenship and other social issues. A few red lines: no higher taxes, fiscal prudence within the framework of at least nominal framework of the debt break. So I think they're responsible now for digital transformation with the ministry. So I think if they just have to govern well. So that means, I mean, remember the Free Democrats, when they were last in power starting in 2009, they just governed badly and chose to play their cards not very well. But if they actually deliver on digital transformation with their ministry, if Christian Lindner manages to strike a balance, coming across as fiscally prudent while staying true what he said yesterday, that he wants to be an enabling minister that actually makes massive investment in public infrastructure, in kind of low carbon transition possible. I think they can succeed. I think the Greens, in many ways, they're under much more pressure because the Free Democrats don't have a protest movement necessarily on the streets, kind of making sure they stick to their course. Whereas the Greens, they'll be faced by Fridays for the Future in terms of keeping them to their climate promises. And I think in some ways the Greens have a tougher stance in the government than the Free Democrats.
Yeah, we have been talking a bit about fiscal policy and money, and it may sound wonky to some of our viewers, but but actually it is so important, and particularly in Brussels, a lot of people have been looking over here to Berlin to see who would be finance minister, as we had suspected, Christian Lindner, and what will Germany's fiscal policy be, because that really sets the standard, doesn't it, for what will happen.
Exactly, and there was Nobel Prize winner Joe Stiglitz, for example, he published an op-ed. It would be the end of the European Union would be close if Christian Lindner was entrusted the finance ministry. I don't necessarily think so. I mean, the picture until now in terms of the public statements of Christian Lindner is fairly mixed. Yesterday he gave a few very strange statements in terms of, I guess he wanted to be nice to Greece, and he said like we should use Greece's internal domestic reforms as a model. That was a nice try, but Greece is still like 20% below its GDP before the financial crisis, and that kind of fiscal restraint and contraction cannot be a model for Germany. But he did say in recent weeks that Germany can neither side with the southern states in the European Union. It needs to kind of remain fiscally prudent, but that Germany as a big bridging country cannot behave as if it were a small northern European country. So that's a swipe at this kind of Hanseatic League and the Nordics and the Netherlands and so on, and making it clear that he understands the important bridging role in the Eurozone that Germany needs to play, and so that leaves me, at least if he stays true to this enabling role that we talked about, and if he remains flexible, and the coalition treaty has a lot of flexibility on Eurozone issues, then he could be much less of a problem for the Eurozone than his critics make him out to be.
Yeah, certainly. It's going to be watched very closely, especially with Germany hosting the G7 meeting here next year and all of the trends. I'm going to actually let you go, Thorsten, because I see we have our next guest. We're going to do a quick swap out here again and welcome in Niels Annen from the Social Democrats. Mr. Annen, come on in. Niels Annen is with us, and welcome. Welcome to our little set here in the Bundestag. Good to see you as well. Niels Annen with the Social Democrats, and was a state minister in the Foreign Office as well, and is joining us
for a couple of
hours, exactly, because we've just now had this change of government. So until now, state minister, as we're saying, in the Federal Foreign Office, and now we have this new government. Olaf Scholz has just been also appointed at the Federal President's office in Bellevue as well. Give us an idea of what the day has been like for you so far.
Well, as I'm not only a Minister of State still, but I'm also Social Democratic MP. So I just commented to one of my colleagues that I casted my votes 3 times for Chancellor Merkel, and she did a great job. She was a great Chancellor. But for me, it's a special moment to elect Olaf Scholz to become and to be the new Federal Chancellor. Olaf Scholz was my mayor. I'm from his hometown, Hamburg. So it's a special moment. And of course, after 16 years of Merkel government, it's the start of a new era in Germany. And I have the impression it's an important date, but it's also a good message. You see a peaceful transition from one government to another. You see the former Chancellor and the current Chancellor interacting with each other. I hope that this message is understood not only in Germany but around the world, that the change of majorities should be and is part of normality in a democracy.
It is also a big responsibility that begins with today for the Social Democrats.
Oh, absolutely. It's only the 4th time that we elect a Social Democrat as Chancellor. But I think, especially if you look back to Willy Brandt, and of course there's the son of the city of Hamburg, Helmut Schmidt, we have a long tradition, and I think we are well prepared.
One of the chancellors in that line of tradition was the former Chancellor Gerhard Schröder, who was standing just behind you a little bit earlier, talking to him.
I was with him in the escalator this morning.
Well, there you go. So he is also on hand, as we saw him sitting in the stands earlier with now former Chancellor Angela Merkel as well. And I have to ask you about foreign policy questions, since that is your purview.
Sure.
So I'm just going to jump right into some of the big pressing foreign policy questions that are facing this government. We just heard yesterday that Washington, allies in Washington, are now pushing for the Nord Stream 2 pipeline project, which has been a very controversial project, which your party has stood behind. They're pushing for this pipeline to be halted if Russia were to invade Ukraine. Now, this is the summit that we saw just yesterday, the summit between Presidents Biden and Putin. This is a major foreign policy issue that is going to be one of the first that the new Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, your party, will have to tackle. Is it true that Washington has made this demand that the pipeline will be halted if there is an invasion? And where does this put the new government? What is the response going to be?
Well, I think if I may say that, it's a little bit unfortunate that when we look back at our relationship with the United States, that it's somehow been a little bit overshadowed by the dispute about Nord Stream 2. And I think we came to a good joint statement, which makes very clear that Germany is supporting democracy in Ukraine, and we have been doing that regardless, of that joint statement. Before we made progress, we are investing in a joint green fund for Ukraine, for example. We're bringing Ukraine closer to the European Union. I'm sure, I'm confident, and I'm absolutely sure that this policy is going to be continued with the new government. And we have a very.
You mean that the pipeline will be continued?
No, the policy to support Ukrainian democracy. I used to say that Germany's support for Ukraine somehow is the best kept secret in Washington, D.C. While, our policy is being pictured because of Nord Stream 2 as a one-sided policy. It's not. And it's not going to change just because of the tensions that we are seeing right now. And if you look at what Olaf Scholz said yesterday, he made a very clear comment towards Ukraine and Russia's behavior. Our policy is very clear, and I don't expect that policy to change.
So you're saying, I just want to make sure I understand you correctly, even if there were now a military aggression from Russia against Ukraine, that would not change the German government's policy on Nord Stream 2?
No, what I'm saying, I did not mention Nord Stream 2. I just said that Germany's policy to support Ukraine is going to continue. And, the dispute on Nord Stream 2 has overshadowed what Germany has been doing for many years, starting with former Foreign Minister Steinmeier, who is now our federal president, to Minister Maas, and I'm sure also to Minister Bärbel Bas, the incoming foreign minister. So I did not make a reference to Nord Stream. I just wanted to say and use that opportunity what Germany is doing for Ukraine, because everybody is always only speaking about Nord Stream, and I'm not so sure if that gives an adequate picture of what Germany is actually doing.
Okay, I do want to point out, however, because we are talking about this pipeline project at the moment, if you're talking about Germany's support for Ukraine at the same time, Germany's own European partners. This is not just a conflict with Washington. Germany's own Eastern European partners are also not happy with this pipeline project. Is this not getting off on the wrong foot for this new government to be holding onto this project that doesn't have the support?
No, I don't think so. I could also, as you pretty sure, that there are also European countries in support for the project. Yeah. And you can have a dispute and you can have a controversial discussion. We always respected the opinions of our partners. That's not going to change, but we are in a dangerous situation. We have troop movements from Russia at the Ukrainian border. We have a hostile rhetoric. We have the danger of an escalating conflict. And it is our first and foremost our job to address this issue, to ease the tensions.
If there is a military
you are asking a hypothetical question.
Hypothetical, there are Russian troops amassed along the
border. No, you're asking a hypothetical question, what would happen if Russia would invade? Our policy priority should be to make sure that Russia is not invading Ukraine, that we use the dialogue that has been established yesterday between the American president and President Putin. We are reaching out to the Russians. The new Chancellor Olaf Scholz just yesterday made a very, very clear statement demanding the integrity and the sovereignty of Ukraine. That's our policy, and that policy is not going to change.
And just to follow up on what you said, to build on the diplomacy that has happened in this summit between Presidents Biden and Putin, what is Germany's role and contribution going to be in ensuring that a military conflict does not escalate?
Look, we have been supporting Ukrainian institutions from day one of the democratic history of Ukraine. We have been financially supporting Ukraine for many years. We're setting up now a green fund for Ukraine, which opens the path to be part of the green energy future with hopefully a hydrogen industry for Ukraine in the coming years. There is a high-level diplomacy effort since the Minsk agreement, as you know, with the Normandy 4 format. I expect the new Foreign Minister, Annalena Baerbock, to continue that diplomacy. We had direct, contacts between the former Chancellor and President Putin. And so everybody who's watching us can be assured that Germany will continue this high-level engagement. It's going to be a priority because it's affecting our own neighborhood.
Because you mentioned the Foreign Minister, Annalena Baerbock from the Green Party, I do have to ask you, the chief whip of your party in Parliament has seemed to indicate that the Chancellery and Olaf Scholz, the Chancellor, will be the one responsible for many big foreign policy issues. That's perhaps not how she sees it in her new role. Who's going to be responsible for foreign policy in Germany?
I'm still for a few hours the Minister of State in the Foreign Office, so you will not be surprised that, of course, I will answer. Clearly, the Foreign Ministry and the Minister is going to be in charge of foreign affairs. But the Chancellor is, and was always the case, in charge of the government as a whole, including foreign policy. So I guess it's not a very tricky answer. If both sing from the same page, then we're going to have an efficient, effective, and credible foreign policy. That has been the case with Minister Maas and Chancellor Merkel, and it will be the case with Annalena Baerbock and Olaf Scholz.
That's a diplomatic answer. I'll ask you one more question because I have you here. Should Germany have an official boycott of the Beijing Olympics, not the athletes, but German diplomats?
I think we should look into that very carefully. We are obviously concerned about human rights violations in China, the situations of the Uyghur minority, and the military build-up. But I'm not so sure if it's a good advice for a new government to take that decision on the first day of the new government. But the Chinese know about our concerns. They know it for many, many times. And there's certainly pressure building. And so there will be a very careful consideration.
Okay, we will have to leave it there. Thank you very much for joining us,
Ms.
Anna, from the Social Democrats. So
Thank you very
the
much.
next steps will happen. The oath of office will be taken there, and so we'll let you go and take part in the proceedings. Thanks for joining us.
My pleasure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, and at this moment we can take a look now at, I think, a report we have about Olaf Scholz. So let's bring in that clip now.
Olaf Scholz has every reason to smile. After 3 years as Angela Merkel's finance minister, he's now taking over as Chancellor. His victory came as somewhat of a surprise. For a long time, his Social Democrats trailed in the polls. Serving as junior partners in 3 coalitions under Merkel's Conservatives took its toll on the party and its image. But Scholz's rivals made mistake after mistake during the election campaign, clearing the way for his rise to the top. The 63-year-old former mayor of Hamburg is seen as a pragmatist, an effective operator in times of crisis. As finance minister, Scholz set aside his reputation for caution during the peak of the COVID-19 pandemic and massively increased public borrowing to prop up the economy. It gave his popularity a significant boost. Following the election, he secured a coalition agreement to govern with the Greens and the Free Democrats. A combination that's never been tried before, but that Scholz says has big potential. We are not about lowest common denominator politics, but about high-impact politics. We want to dare to do something about climate change, the restructuring of our industry, the modernization of the country, the strengthening of social cohesion. We dare to make more progress. Bold goals in the face of immediate challenges, with Germany tackling its worst COVID-19 surge yet, and Europe grappling with the fallout from Brexit and a crisis on the EU's border with Belarus. Olaf Scholz will soon have to prove whether he can deliver leadership in times of crisis as Chancellor too.
All right, we've just been watching that report about Olaf Scholz, and back with Thorsten Benne here. Thorsten, we just heard the bell ring, no? Yeah. So they're calling everyone back into the plenary session because Olaf Scholz will come back and take that oath of office as well. So we're just going to wait for that to happen. We don't have pictures. I think we don't have pictures of that at the moment, but we'll bring that in as soon as everyone's gathered there. But we do. I'm hearing we do have pictures of it, so we can look at pictures of that as well. That's good. As everyone is trickling in now, I see little by little. Thorsten, we were just looking at some of the questions that have been coming through on our stream, because some of them we didn't have a chance to answer yet. So I want to make sure we get to some of them. One of them is a pretty specific question on kind of the more liberal social policy aspects in this new coalition treaty between these three parties. And the question is from Tuyats 1, what does the coalition agreement contain for LGBT people, like adaptionability for women to enter into surrogacy agreements with two gay men? So essentially, what is the approach of this new government when it comes to LGBT community?
I think overall the coalition agreement won a lot of praise from gay rights, LGBT rights groups for being quite progressive and forward-looking, especially for transgender people. There's quite a bit in there to strengthen their rights. On the specific question of surrogacy, I didn't look so closely, but I don't think this is addressed because Germans, by and large, see this within the broader context of allowing surrogacy, which in Germany you cannot pay, legally pay a woman to bear your child, because we don't like to put a price tag on this. So, but you can have, of course, an agreement without paying any money. You can have an agreement, but surrogacy as such is not allowed, and that's not a gay rights specific issue in Germany, but overall, lawmakers are uncomfortable with that.
Yeah. We're just looking, Thorsten, at pictures here. As you see, people are kind of trickling back in, and some of the ministers of the new government of Olaf Scholz are taking their spot. I see Cem Özdemir, by the way, who is going to be the agriculture minister. And this was one of those more tricky choices, because it was important to have at least one person, we discussed this already, one person of an immigrant background in Olaf Scholz's cabinet. Ended up being Cem Özdemir, who's a long-standing lawmaker.
Which is an obvious choice, of course. I would have loved to see, after all, about a quarter of Germans have a so-called migration or immigration background. So 1 out of 16 is not exactly representing the fair share, but it's better. No, he will be the first, and he'll make history as the first Turkish-German minister, and it's also an obvious choice because he's an extremely popular politician who won his seat in the Swabian heartland in Stuttgart with a very, very good result, and is extremely popular in the German public.
I think I've seen that Olaf Scholz, if I see the pictures correctly, that he has arrived back here in the building. I hadn't seen that image before, so we see him gathering. So he's going to take the oath of office, and that's something, Thorsten, you know that you've watched this so many times as well. We've seen Angela Merkel do now, so over the last 16 years several times, and it's going to be interesting to see this transition. It's not just symbolic, it really is in many ways, as you were saying, a new horizon for Germany, isn't it?
Indeed, and let's see whether the government can deliver on its ambitious agenda. It was interesting to see that there was a poll this morning that 51% of Germans believe the government will not be able to pull off any meaningful changes.
Interesting, I didn't see that poll.
And the majority of Germans also expects Olaf Scholz to not serve beyond an initial 4-year term. So that's quite interesting. I think had you polled Germans on Angela Merkel 16 years ago, very few would have predicted she would serve as a chancellor for 16 years. Nobody saw her as the historical figure that she turned out to be. So I think we may also be mistaken on Olaf Scholz, because with his traffic light coalition, for the first time says we want to be re-elected. The past grand coalitions, the coalition partners went into that coalition and said like, oh, we didn't really want to do this, we didn't really want to govern together, we don't have another choice, but next time we don't want to do this again.
Yeah.
This coalition actually
Good point.
does want to get re-elected, and so that's a different tone.
Well, I think we're going to wrap up our talk here because we're probably going to hand back over to the pictures. I just saw Lars Klingbeil, who's the General Secretary of the Social Democrats, walk in a hurry. So I think we can hand back over to the pictures in the room where Olaf Scholz is about to take the oath of office. So you'll hear our voices back in a moment.
Thank you.
Die unterbrochene Sitzung ist wieder eröffnet.
The session, which had been adjourned, now resumes. I call item 3 on the agenda, the oath of office to be taken by the Chancellor. In a letter dated today, the Federal President of Germany is informed me that according to Section 63, paragraph 1 of Germany's Basic Law, I have today appointed Member of Parliament Olaf Scholz to serve as German Chancellor. According to Section 64, the German Chancellor will take the oath of office as predisposed by Section 66 of the Basic Law. Mr. Chancellor, please come to me to take the oath of office.
Herr Bundeskanzler,
Chancellor,
ich halte die Urschrift des Grundgesetzes
I am
in meinen
holding
Händen.
the
Ich bitte
original
Sie,
writing of the
die in
German
Artikel
Basic Law in my
56
hands.
vorgeschriebene Eidesformel zu
Please
sprechen.
speak the oath of
Ich
office.
schwöre, dass
I
ich meine
swear
Kraft dem Wohle des
that I will
deutschen Volkes
dedicate my
widmen,
efforts to the well-being
Nutzen
of the
wehren,
German
Schaden
people,
von ihm
promote their
wenden,
welfare,
das
protect them
Grundgesetz
from
und die
harm,
Gesetze des Bundes wahren
uphold and
und
defend the
verteidigen,
basic law and the laws
meine
of the
Pflichten
Federation,
gewissenhaft erfüllen
perform my
und
duties
Gerechtigkeit gegen
conscientiously
jedermann
and
üben
do
werde.
justice to all.
Vielen Dank. Ich danke Ihnen.
Thank
Viel
you.
Glück für Ihre Aufgabe.
And the best of luck for your assignment.
Meine Damen und Herren, ich stelle fest,
Ladies and gentlemen,
dass der Herr
I note
Bundeskanzler den vorgeschriebenen
that
Eid
the
vor dem
Chancellor
Deutschen Bundestag
has
Herr
taken the
Bundeskanzler,
oath
ich darf
of
Ihnen
office
auch
in
noch
front
mal
of Parliament
diesen
as
Wege
prescribed.
für alle
And Chancellor,
Ihre Aufgaben,
let me
alle
once
guten Wünsche
again
mit auf den Weg geben.
convey to you all our
Die
good
Sitzung
wishes
wird
for your
voraussichtlich
forthcoming
um
task.
13:30 Uhr mit der Bekanntgabe
The
der vom
session
Bundespräsidenten
will
ernannten
resume at
Mitglieder der neuen
13:30 when the Chancellor will
und ihrer
announce the new
Vereidigung
members of
fortgesetzt.
government
Der
who will then
Wiederbeginn der
take their
Sitzung wird
oaths of office.
rechtzeitig durch
We will
Klingelsignal
inform you in
angekündigt.
time
Ich unterbreche
when the meeting will resume. Session adjourned.
Give me a go. Still looking here at these pictures, Olaf Scholz having taken the oath of office here now, receiving congratulations from members of the Bundestag and received a long applause as well. Torsten, we were just looking from outside the glass, not entering the room, but yeah, he certainly had a long round of applause there. He enjoyed a long round of applause from not only members of his own party, but from the entire government. We saw members of the Christian Democrats as well. It's an important moment, I would say.
Yes, and as we've discussed before, we can count ourselves fortunate that we have a lead opposition party that didn't call into question the results and that stands ready to constructively criticize the new government, but for sure Olaf Scholz within the Christian Democratic opposition parties, he's well respected for his qualities. They'll criticize this government, but they don't call into question the legitimacy or the basic competence that Olaf Scholz brings.
Sure, and now what we're essentially going to see is now it's time for the cabinet to go through that entire same process. And the building of this cabinet, this was also a bit of a protracted process because finding out who should take which ministry, there are some ministries that are highly coveted, like the finance ministry we mentioned earlier. Also in this term in this legislative period, the climate and economics ministry in one. I mean, these are important posts, and it was a little bit of a, let's say, a juggle to decide who would be in what post. I mean, what do you make of how that all ended up playing out?
I mean, the Free Democrats said basically from the get-go said our price for joining this government is our leader taking over the finance ministry. And in the end, they extracted that price, and the Greens and the SPD accepted this. The Greens themselves, they got both the foreign ministry and a kind of combined climate and economics ministry, which is an important for economic affairs. It's an important signal that they will, try to deliver on the climate front, on the promises they made to voters. What surprised me in the end is that the Social Democratic Party, by taking over the Development Cooperation Ministry, the Interior Ministry, and the Defense Ministry, actually turned out to be the key party on foreign affairs and security. I wouldn't have predicted that from the get-go, that the Free Democrats totally pulled out of foreign affairs and security. Traditionally, the Free Democrats always wanted the foreign ministry, and they have a long tradition of foreign ministers, and so I found that a surprising outcome.
Although Christian Lindner might say himself that he'll be conducting plenty of foreign policy through the finance ministry itself.
Exactly, and I think it's partly also the lesson from their last stint in government, where they got fairly little in terms of their kind of ability to perform well in the next elections when they claimed the foreign ministry.
Indeed. Well, we're just still looking at some of the pictures of everyone filing out of the room, and we're seeing them actually file out behind us, including Olaf Scholz. And there was a question on our stream also about this phrase, so wahr mir Gott helfe, so help me God, and as part of this oath of office, although Olaf Scholz doesn't belong to the church at the moment. And that is something, that is a change to the previous Chancellor Angela Merkel, as Michaela was saying earlier, the son of a priest, the daughter of a priest, and also was clear about her religious convictions. And so this is in itself, in the person of Olaf Scholz, in the Chancellery, a change as well.
Yes, although I think Angela Merkel made a point of kind of putting her personal Christian beliefs not necessarily at the center of her public persona. The same way, I think Olaf Scholz will not talk that much about his personal belief or non-belief in this. Traditionally, at least in recent decades, that has been less of of a big issue in German politics. That the beliefs of the leaders are, mostly more private and not necessarily an integral part of their kind of governing agenda.
Sure, they don't wear it on their sleeve, not so much
it's like in the US, for example, where it's
like,
Angela Merkel didn't kind of make a point of being seen as going to church and so on.
Yeah, it's certainly different.
She had reporters film her when she did her daily shopping, but not necessarily when she kind of attended service.
Well, we'll talk a bit more about policy in a little bit and some of the big kind of points of the coalition treaty, what this government is now going to pursue. First, we have, I believe, a clip of an interview that we, DW, conducted with the now finance minister, Christian Lindner, ahead of the election. So let's see what he had to say, get a bit of an idea of his thinking.
Herzlich willkommen zum Interview mit Christian Lindner, Spitzenkandidat der Freien Demokraten für die Bundestagswahl. Schön, dass Sie da sind.
Gerne, vielen Dank für die Einladung.
Herzlich willkommen und ahlan wa sahlan, Herr Lindner.
Grüß Sie.
Herr Lindner, lassen Sie uns über Afghanistan sprechen. Noch immer harren Zehntausende Menschen in Afghanistan aus. Sie fürchten um ihr Leben, wollen dringend das Land verlassen, das jetzt von den Taliban regiert wird. Was kann Deutschland tun und vor allen Dingen, was muss Deutschland sofort tun, um diesen Menschen zu helfen?
Wir müssen bei denjenigen, die in den vergangenen Jahren für den deutschen Staat loyal gearbeitet haben, auch das Gespräch mit den neuen Machthabern suchen. Diese Gespräche gibt es ja auch, um aus humanitären Gründen eine Ausreise zu ermöglichen. Das sind wir den sogenannten Ortskräften schuldig. Das ist unsere moralische Verpflichtung. Und ich beklage sehr, dass es nicht gelungen ist, in den vergangenen Monaten rechtzeitig eine Evakuierung zu ermöglichen. Und daneben gibt es sicherlich viele andere, die jetzt auf der Flucht sind, weil sie fürchten, dass sie ein Leben in Freiheit nicht führen können. Hier sollte es sehr rasch einen Sondergipfel der Regierungschefinnen und Chefs der EU geben für eine gemeinsame Afghanistan-Politik, um auch in der unmittelbaren Nachbarschaft des Landes menschenwürdige Unterbringung zu ermöglichen.
Aber das dauert alles sehr lange, nicht? Wenn man erst einen Gipfel abwarten müssen, dann Beschlüsse fassen muss und so weiter. Die Menschen fürchten um ihr Leben, die dort noch sind.
Ihnen ist zuzustimmen. Deshalb hätte es einen solchen Sondergipfel längst geben müssen. Weiterer Zeitverzug ist nicht sinnvoll. Das Flüchtlingshilfswerk der Vereinten Nationen muss nun auch ausgestattet werden mit allem, was nötig ist. Das hat jetzt eine hohe Priorität. Übrigens auch die ansonsten notwendige Unterstützung, wirtschaftliche Unterstützung der Nachbarstaaten Afghanistans, auf die jetzt möglicherweise eine große Aufgabe zukommt.
Wo liegt der Fehler? Ich bin im Kontakt mit Menschen, die vor Ort sind. Es geht um Leben und Tod. Seit über mehrere Wochen sprechen wir. Nur Hunderte haben es hierher geschafft.
Ja.
Was ist los? Wo ist der Fehler?
Kanzleramt, Außenministerium und unser Verteidigungsministerium sprechen sich nicht systematisch ab. Wir müssen also auch für die Zukunft andere Strukturen in Deutschland schaffen. Ich bin überzeugt, wir brauchen so etwas wie einen Bundessicherheitsrat, wo sich die in der Außenpolitik tätigen Ressorts auch institutionell koordinieren, Daten austauschen auf höchster Ebene. Und ich würde neben den von mir gerade genannten Ministerien auch noch das Ministerium für wirtschaftliche Entwicklung hinzunehmen. Stellen Sie sich vor, es gab die Absicht, dass die wirtschaftliche Zusammenarbeit mit Nachbarstaaten Afghanistans eingestellt werden sollte. Zu einem solchen Vorhaben kann nur derjenige kommen, der ganz offensichtlich die Situation Afghanistans falsch eingeschätzt hat.
Sehen Sie auch einen Fehler bei der Bundeskanzlerin direkt?
Die Bundeskanzlerin hat die Richtlinienkompetenz. Die Bundeskanzlerin ist insofern natürlich in letzter Konsequenz verantwortlich. Ihr eigenes Haus, das Kanzleramt, koordiniert ja auch unsere Nachrichtendienste. Und nach meinem Eindruck hat Frau Bundeskanzlerin Merkel diesen Einsatz in Afghanistan nie als ihren Einsatz begriffen, sondern sie hat ihn gewissermaßen politisch geerbt und deshalb auch nicht die hinreichende Aufmerksamkeit investiert. Man muss allein die Frage stellen, wann Frau Merkel zuletzt in Afghanistan war. Hat sie sich in den politischen Prozess in Doha, den es ja jetzt in den letzten Monaten und Jahren gegeben hat, hat sie sich da auch selbst eingeschaltet, wie man es mindestens im Nachhinein hätte erwarten können, angesichts der Tatsache, dass Deutschland ja der zweitgrößte Truppensteller am Ende war.
Herr Lindner, 2015 hat Deutschland Hunderttausende Flüchtlinge aus Syrien, aus dem Bürgerkriegsgebiet aufgenommen. Die Bundeskanzlerin hat damals gesagt, wir schaffen das. Warum schaffen wir es diesmal nicht, 10.000 Flüchtlinge aus Afghanistan aufzunehmen?
Moment, hier muss man zwei Dinge unterscheiden. Etwa 10.000 Ortskräfte und ihre Angehörige aufzunehmen, das muss man unterscheiden von einer Fluchtbewegung von Menschen, die als Angehörige einer Gruppe sich auf den Weg machen. Wir müssen ja sehen, es gibt einerseits die individuelle Verfolgung, weil jemand zum Beispiel mit dem deutschen Staat zusammengearbeitet hat. Dort wäre möglicherweise sogar zu fragen, ob das ein Asylgrund wäre. Asyl bedeutet im deutschen Recht immer individuell verfolgt, während Flucht ja eine Bewegung ist, die erfolgt, weil jemand als Angehöriger einer Gruppe aufgrund von Bürgerkrieg oder wegen einer Naturkatastrophe sich in Bewegung setzt. Das ist rechtlich zu unterscheiden voneinander. Und ich bin sehr dafür, dass Deutschland seinen humanitären Verpflichtungen nachkommt, aber in einem geordneten Weg. Qualifizierte Einwanderung, Asyl, humanitärer Schutz für Menschen auf der Flucht. Das sind drei verschiedene
Wie viele könnten wir aufnehmen? Was schätzen Sie, wie viele afghanische Flüchtlinge oder Asylbewerber auch?
Ich möchte das nicht in der Weise machen wie der österreichische Bundeskanzler Kurz, der ja direkt gesagt hat, es gibt keinerlei Aufnahme. Ja. Solche Alleingänge wie von Herrn Kurz finde ich falsch. Umgekehrt wäre es allerdings dann auch nicht richtig, wenn Deutschland seinerseits mit einer Zahl, die wir nennen, einen Alleingang macht. Deshalb plädiere ich ja dafür, eine gemeinsame europäische Afghanistan-Politik zu beschreiben.
都比較關心，即係新嘅總理點樣去睇一啲世界啲嘅人權嘅問題啦，特別係可能即係中國啊、新疆啊，甚至香港嘅嗰啲議題，即係都想了解翻其實佢會有啲咩睇法，或者具體佢有冇啲乜嘢即係對特別係對華嘅政策。
Soll ich die Frage noch mal wiederholen?
Nein, ich habe sie verstanden.
Alles klar.
Entschlossener und weniger samtpfötig als das, was wir in den vergangenen Jahren von Frau Merkel und ihren Regierungen erlebt haben. Ich war selber vor der Pandemie 2019 in Hongkong und habe auch Kontakt gehabt mit Vertretern der damaligen demokratischen Opposition. Und ich war danach in Peking und habe auch mit Offiziellen der KP gesprochen, die übrigens nicht angetan waren, um das freundlich zu sagen, davon, dass wir vorher in Hongkong waren und danach in Peking. Und in diesen Gesprächen haben wir die Menschenrechtssituation angesprochen. Und ich glaube, genau so muss man es machen.
Was haben Sie dann, also was fordern Sie dann?
Einhaltung des Völkerrechts. Gerade mit Blick auf Hongkong gab es klare Zusagen, die gebrochen worden sind. Das muss bei jeder Gelegenheit thematisiert werden, auf der politischen Ebene, aber auch bei zivilgesellschaftlichen und wirtschaftlichen Kontakten. Ich will eine konkrete Konsequenz auch benennen. Ein Staat wie die Volksrepublik China, der das Völkerrecht bricht, der bei Menschenrechten nicht dem Mindeststandard genügt, den wir haben müssen, der übrigens auch im Bereich des Welthandels geradezu imperial, auch teils mit Dumping auftritt. Mit einem solchen Staat kann es kein Weiter so geben. Die aktuelle Vereinbarung der Europäischen Union mit der Volksrepublik China sollte man deshalb nicht ratifizieren. Sie sollte neu unter den genannten Gesichtspunkten besprochen werden.
Nicht weiter so, Sie wissen, dass China der wichtigste Handelspartner mit Deutschland ist. Das heißt,
so.
Das ist so. Das heißt, was soll da verändert werden
konkret? Die deutsche Automobilindustrie ist vollständig abhängig von China.
Aber die deutschen Automobile sind so gut, dass ich eine Erpressung nicht fürchte. Deshalb kann es aus Handelsinteressen keinen Rabatt bei Menschenrecht oder bei Völkerrecht geben. Und deshalb das Abkommen, das die Europäische Union beabsichtigt, mit der Volksrepublik China zu schließen, genügt nicht unseren Ansprüchen. Das muss aus unterschiedlichen Gründen neu besprochen werden. Ich glaube, dass eine Chance besteht, auch mit der Administration von Herrn Biden, dass der globale Westen, wo wir unterschiedliche Interessen, aber doch gemeinsame Werte haben, dass wir dort auf die Herausforderung China zugleich Handelspartner und Systemwettbewerber zu sein, dass wir darauf gemeinsam antworten müssen.
Was bleibt Ihnen von Angela Merkel am stärksten in Erinnerung?
hoher persönlicher Einsatz. Sie hat ihre intellektuellen Gaben und ihre gesamte Leistungskraft in den Dienst unseres Staates gestellt. Das verdient ganz große Anerkennung. Über die politische Bilanz sollten andere, objektivere Geister, als ich es bin, urteilen.
Vielen herzlichen Dank.
Danke, Herr Lindner, für das Gespräch.
Ich danke Ihnen.
Danke.
Vielen Dank.
Okay, that was the interview that DW conducted with Christian Lindner when he was, this was ahead of the election still, when he's the lead candidate of the Free Democrats. Now he's taking his post as the finance minister. We'll get to some of those issues that were discussed in the interview with him. But first I want to ask you, Michaela, you were in the room as Olaf Scholz took his oath of office, something we were watching the live pictures of here as well. Give us an idea of what it was like.
Well, there were standing ovations when it was actually an interesting moment because Olaf Scholz, now elected and appointed by the president, having gone through the whole process, was able to sit down at the government benches in Parliament, and he was the only one sitting there. So it's a very lonely picture seeing a Chancellor there without any ministers. That's what he still is right now, and he's now in the process of having them all appointed officially by the German president, and he will then come back with all of them, and they will all be sworn in individually. He's also the first Chancellor who did not say, "So help me God."
Yeah.
And there was a lot of applause for him. He was bowing, but he is modest. I dare say he has more of an ego than Angela Merkel for sure, but he also feels uncomfortable when everybody's applauding. There's two different types of politicians, those who love applause and those who feel slightly embarrassed, and he is one of those who feel kind of slightly uncomfortable. At the same time, of course, enjoying the moment, which for any politician is really quite outstanding to become elected German Chancellor and sworn in. Yeah. So, and then there were standing ovations, and it's a very celebratory mood and very cheerful, and really it has the air of a completely new beginning today, which is something, after 16 years of Angela Merkel, I have not experienced before in my journalistic career in Germany, which spans more than 1.5 decades. Interesting, right?
Yeah, it is.
So quite something.
It is quite something. We're looking at some pictures. We're going to be bringing in pictures of Bellevue because I think some of the cars are starting to pull up there. I've noticed that.
Limousines there.
Yeah, exactly. Each member of the cabinet, as you said, will then have to be sworn in as well. So there is still a bit of this process ahead of us of what's going to be happening this afternoon. But it was interesting to notice also, Thorsten was saying that it has been this kind of easy transition into this new government, which is something that we do often take for granted. And we saw members of the now opposition Christian Democrats also shaking hands with Olaf Scholz and with the members of the new government. Still, it will be somewhat of a difficult role for them now, going into the opposition and finding their role in this, in the opposition and criticizing and being critical of the new government.
Well, for the past 1.5 decades, you joined the conservative CDU party, Angela Merkel's party, because you wanted to be in government, and that worked out time and time again. Now it's very different. I mean, frankly, after 16 years, the younger politicians have never experienced anything else in the Conservative Party. So it's quite a setback for them. But yes, politicians here, they are on sportsmanship terms when it comes to interacting here in the Parliament. You have a peaceful transfer of power, not just in the Chancellery later today, but in all ministries. And for the past weeks, actually, since the election results are out, we know that meetings have already taken place. With the incoming administration, it's different from the United States, for instance, where entire floors of civil servants kind of change. It's only really at the top, but that handover has already been taking place for weeks now to ensure the smoothest possible transition.
Yeah, indeed. Well, we're waiting for those live pictures that we'll be dipping into, of course, to see the ministers of the cabinet arriving at Bellevue. We were talking briefly earlier foreign policy with Niels Ahnen from the Social Democrats and asking about what foreign policy will look like in this new government, how much it will be shaped by the foreign minister, and how much it will be. It was very interesting, and he said, as still for the next few hours, state minister in the Federal Foreign Office, he believes very much in the cooperation and it being a joint effort between the Federal Foreign Office and the minister, and of course the Chancellery. But that was quite the diplomatic answer as someone who's leaving that post in the Foreign Office and also is a member of of Olaf Scholz's party and a strong foreign policy voice. So it was a bit of an evasive answer, but I guess that's not particularly surprising.
No, it isn't. And Heiko Maas actually was not seen as a former. He was a former justice minister here in Germany. He really is a full-on lawyer, which actually saw him feel a bit uncomfortable, I think, quite clearly, during at least the first year of being Germany's foreign minister. He's a man of set rules. He's not a diplomat. He's not an agenda-setting type of person. And we've seen rather robust statements coming from Annalena Baerbock, the still co-leader of the Greens, who was also the Chancellor candidate, particularly towards China, being very critical, always pointing to the human rights record, which is something Angela Merkel tended to moderate more, that it was an aspect of relations, but that it wasn't at the forefront. Now, Annalena Baerbock, particularly the Greens, see that as a complete headline under which foreign policy is to be seen. But we're already seeing debate. We saw it already this morning. We'll see whether it's the storm in a teacup or something bigger. The Parliamentary, the chief whip of the Social Democrats saying that foreign policy is essentially done in the Chancellery, with the Greens pushing back. So before, I can't say the ink is dry because the ink is dry on the coalition deal, but before the ink is dry on those certificates handed out today by the German president, there's already inner potential tension over who will say something, and a rather evasive Olaf Scholz so far, although we do understand today the cabinet will meet for the first time at 6 p.m. Central European time, and surely they will have to debate something like the immediate threat by Russia on the Ukrainian border. This government, this Chancellor and this Foreign Minister will have to make statements on that very soon.
Yeah, that's an interesting point as well that maybe some of our viewers are not as familiar with, is that over the last 16 years, we did see Chancellor Merkel really usurp, if we may use that word, much of the foreign policy competency into her power, into the Chancellery. And it's going to be very interesting to watch if Olaf Scholz follows a common line. But we know his first trip is going to be to Paris. And then we have heard, exactly, in Brussels. And then we have heard that Poland is also on the agenda. We know that there is currently on the Polish-Belarusian border another crisis that has certainly been in the headlines here, and an issue for the current government, the new government, is going to be how to manage the migration crisis as well. So many of these issues, we'll have to see how they come together on them. But there's one foreign policy question that I want to get to that is in our stream that we didn't get to ask yet. And it was one of our viewers, Fishburger, asking, how will Olaf Scholz deal with Australia, including the AUKUS deal? And so this is a question that came in a little bit earlier. I think it might have been during our talk with Niels Annen. We didn't get to bring it in, but maybe it's something you can touch on yourself, and how the new government might deal with the AUKUS deal.
I have to say, during an hour-long quizzing of Olaf Scholz that we saw yesterday, he has been the most tight-lipped on where his policy priorities will be when it comes to the nitty-gritty and concrete issues like AUKUS, but like also Nord Stream over Russia. And this, I think, he is already in the midst of his baptism of fire in terms of the corona pandemic, where we have the fourth wave here. And those foreign policy issues, everybody, including us, is watching every single word coming out of there. So I hate to sound like a politician postponing it, but these are things as Chancellor. It's very different what you say as Chancellor and what you said before.
Absolutely. Yeah, that remains to be seen as the answer to that question. But it's a good question, so please keep your questions coming.
It's not evasive answers.
Well, you know, I mean, if you get an evasive answer, that's all you can give on to our viewers, of course, so we don't know where he stands. I want to talk a little bit about some of the domestic policy issues that are set out in the coalition treaty that we haven't discussed yet. One of the big topics in this election campaign, and in the previous election as well, was affordable housing. And Germany plans to build 400,000 new apartments to fight a housing crisis, and they actually have a ministry, a building ministry set up for this, construction ministry, essentially. How ambitious and realistic does this project appear to be, with the restrictions of kind of having all of these new apartments pop up so quickly?
Well, the minister herself says it's very ambitious. 100,000 of those are supposed to be social housing, which means that there are guaranteed low rents for people. Actually, a lot of questions that the German public also has is what's happening to a potential cap on rents, how high they can be, particularly in the large cities. activities. That's something the Social Democrats would like to see. This failed before the Constitutional Court to be implemented here in Berlin, where this was also a Social Democrat policy. Taking this national would be quite something else, because the ruling basically said it would have to be a federal law. That's the way the Social Democrats are pushing. The Free Democrats are unlikely to go along with that. So they will have to meet somewhere in between. By building housing, they are creating facts. How they will implement it and how they will budget it, we are still to learn with the next budget that's coming up. We understand that a lot of the corona assistance that wasn't called upon, there's billions still really in the coffers, could be redirected towards major infrastructure investment, and I would expect housing to be labelled as such.
Yeah, that's something we were also trying to ask Ria Schröder and Konstantin Kuhle from the Free Democrats about is how much money can be appropriated for which purposes, and how the Free Democrats might see that from the position of the Finance Ministry, with Christian Lindner taking that post.
I'm sure you got no figures out of them.
No figures. No figures, and the perhaps somewhat general answer that, of course, investment in the future is important, but no massive amount of debt can be passed on to the next generation, which is what you would expect.
But what I would like to highlight is because a lot of these things where Germany is behind, like digitization, also in schooling and everything, that was always portrayed as a question of funds. Well, it turned out under the Merkel government that it wasn't down to just the lack of funding. It was also due to the structure, the very federal structure, also, for instance, of education. And the incoming education minister wants to change that. And it'll be very interesting whether she manages actually to rally enough support, because that's, again, a constitutional guarantee that it's the federal states who are in charge when it comes to anything related to education, including Wi-Fi in schools, whether that will be changed. So we could see at least the government aiming for a fundamental change in the very fabric of how the state of Germany is run and how the central government relates to the federal states.
That would be a remarkable change indeed. We are at the moment still just waiting, expecting the cabinet ministers to arrive at Bellevue, where the federal president is waiting, as he was earlier for Olaf Scholz, and we'll be dipping live to those pictures in a moment when we do so. I'd ask you also about climate policy, because we had Ricarda Lange from the Greens here a bit earlier. If you look at the climate policy planned, it is quite ambitious. We're talking about 80% renewable energy by 2030, climate neutral by 2045. Many of these solar and wind parks are not even online yet, not even constructed yet. This is going to be a big push. How realistic is it, and what is going to have to happen in the next even 3-4 years for that goal to be reached by 2030?
The short answer is more than was feasible in that amount of time ever before here in Germany. It's simply because of planning procedures, and that's where the incoming government has vowed to at least halve the planning time needed. It takes up to a decade to get infrastructure in place. In Germany, they simply don't have the time. We're heading towards 2022, and they want 80% renewables by 2030. Also, they want to, if possible, and you can already see the probability creeping into the formulation there, if possible, phase out coal 8 years earlier, but also by 2030, which was a long negotiated deal here in Germany, also called is causing social upheaval. So it's very ambitious indeed. Again, we need to look at that budget.
Okay, we're just looking at the pictures because it looks like the cabinet ministers have arrived. So I'm going to hand over to the live pictures there in Bellevue so we can listen in.
I'm going to stand on the right, a different sequence from this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, media representatives, a very warm welcome to you all. Most of you were welcome a second time because you were present this morning when I handed the letter of appointment to Chancellor Scholz. As far as the procedure is concerned, that will commence now. Only the first of the documents will be read out to Vice-Chancellor Habeck, and the other ministers will follow as per protocol. Each one will be called in succession. They will each receive their letter of appointment.
So, Herr Dr. Robert Habeck.
Dr. Robert Habeck, Minister for Economic Affairs and Climate Protection.
Ich verlese die Ernennungsurkunde
I will
im
read the
Namen der
letter of
Bundesrepublik
appointment
Deutschland
in the name of the Republic of Germany, based on Article 64, paragraph 1 of the Basic Law of the Republic of Germany. I appoint Dr. Robert Habeck to serve as Minister of Economic Affairs and Climate Protection, dated Berlin, 8 December 2021. The President and a signature. Congratulations, Mr. Habeck.
Gerne. Vielleicht noch mal aufklappen, damit die
Perhaps you can open it for the photographers to get their pictures.
Danke.
Thank you.
Herr Christian Lindner,
Christian
Bundesministerium
Lindner,
der Finanzen.
Ministry of Finance.
Sie nehmen sich die Urkunde.
Please take the letter of appointment.
Auch Ihnen einen herzlichen Glückwunsch.
Congratulations to you too.
Frau Nancy Faeser,
Nancy
Bundesministerium des
Faeser,
Inland und für Heimat.
Ministry of the Interior and Community.
Bitte schön. Herzlichen Glückwunsch.
Congratulations.
Gerne. Da.
Frau Annalena Baerbock,
Annalena
Auswärtiges Amt.
Baerbock, Foreign Office.
Bitte schön und herzlichen Glückwunsch.
My congratulations to you.
Gerne.
Thank you.
Herr Dr. Marco Buschmann,
Dr. Marco
Bundesministerium der
Buschmann,
Justiz.
Ministry of Justice.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch, Herr Buschmann.
Congratulations, Mr. Buschmann. Thank you.
Danke.
Herr Hubertus Heil,
Hubertus
Bundesministerium für
Heil,
Arbeit und Soziales.
Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch.
Congratulations.
Frau Christine Lambrecht,
Christine
Bundesministerium der
Lamprecht,
Verteidigung.
Ministry of Defence.
Bitte schön und herzlichen Glückwunsch.
Congratulations.
Herr Cem Özdemir, Bundesministerium
Cem
für Ernährung
Özdemir,
und Landwirtschaft.
Ministry of Food and Agriculture.
Glückwunsch.
Congratulations.
Herzlich.
Thank you.
Frau Anne Spiegel,
Anne
Bundesministerium für
Spiegel,
Familie, Senioren,
Ministry
Frauen
for
und
Family, Women, Seniors and Youth.
Nimmst du die Urkunde?
Congratulations.
Dankeschön.
Thank you.
Herr Professor Dr. Karl Lauterbach,
Professor Dr. Karl
Bundesministerium für
Lauterbach,
Gesundheit.
Ministry of Health.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch.
Congratulations.
Herr Dr. Volker Wissing,
Dr. Volker
Bundesministerium für
Wissing,
Digitales und
Ministry
Verkehr.
of Transport and Digital Infrastructure.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Die Ernennungsurkunde. Dankeschön.
Frau Steffi Lemke, Bundesministerium
Steffi
für
Lemke,
Umwelt, Naturschutz, nukleare Sicherheit
Ministry
und Verbraucherschutz.
of the Environment, Nuclear Safety and Consumer Protection. Congratulations. Thank you.
Frau Bettina Stark-Watzinger,
Bettina Stark-Watzinger, Ministry of Education and Research.
Auch Ihnen einen herzlichen Glückwunsch.
Congratulations to you. Please take your letter of appointment.
Danke.
Thank you.
Frau Svenja Schulze,
Svenja Schulze, Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch.
Congratulations.
Dankeschön.
Thank you.
Frau Clara Geiwitz,
Clara
Bundesministerium für
Geiwitz,
Wohnen, Stadtentwicklung
Ministry of
und Bauwesen.
Construction, Urban Design and Building.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch.
Congratulations.
Bitte. Dankeschön.
Herr Wolfgang Schmidt, Bundeskanzler.
Wolfgang Schmidt, Minister of the Chancellery.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch, Wolfgang.
Congratulations, Wolfgang.
Danke.
Thank you.
So, ich glaube, jetzt darfst du dich aufsetzen.
Now, you can also sit down.
Herr Bundeskanzler, verehrte
Chancellor,
Bundesministerinnen und
Ministers,
ich gratuliere Ihnen zum zügigen
I would like to congratulate you for the smooth and timely end of your negotiations for the coalition government, and once again congratulations on today's appointment. Now you bear responsibility for our country and more than 82 million people. You have requested responsibility for elections, and you now face up to this in a difficult time. A lot of progress, a lot of reform, a lot of change is on your plate, and there is no doubt that Germany is facing major challenges, be those climate change, digitization, international competition or migration. The answers we give today, that is, your answers over the next few years, will decide which face our country wears in future. You want climate protection, a faster energy turnaround, changing to a climate-neutral economy. Just this alone is immense. But beyond this, you agreed to digitize the government, build more housing, secure pensions, strengthen innovation research, to renew the law on nationalities and families, as well as many other issues. So in short, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, Chancellor, your message is a clear one. It's going to be years of change that are ahead of us, and you have a strong mandate from the electorate for that, and behind you there is a solid majority in the German parliament. Your plans are intended to prove once again that our democracy learns that it can change. You're starting from a good starting position. The democracy is a strong one in Germany, as was borne out by the good democratic transition of previous months. However, there is one question which will accompany you throughout your plans, namely major change, democracy, social cohesion. How can these all be married? Change meets the expectations, the hopes of others, but some will feel insecurity. few doubt. And the majority has given you a mandate for taking courageous step of change, but those who march ahead boldly will have to make sure that those less fast can keep up, that the people for whom change means loss have a chance to win something new. Chancellor, ministers, apart from major domestic plans, you will also have to take responsibility for how our country acts in Europe and the world at large. Germany is not an isolated island, neither are we independent from others, nor do we wish to be. We are at the heart of Europe, and we are well advised when we are working out what our own interests are, that we take into account the interests of our neighbours. When we are looking at the world today, though, then not all lines lead to more, closer international cooperation, greater understanding, more détente, more trust and peace. On the contrary, new conflicts are threatening, new attacks on freedom, new dangers to peace, even on our continent. Dangers that we must not underestimate and which we cannot ignore. The world is looking at our country. Much is expected of Germany, our reliability, the way we stand for rules, cooperation, a liberal democracy, a united Europe, peace and safety and security in the alliance. These are matters that will take a lot of your time and efforts. Chancellor, ministers, the reality of the pandemic in the autumn of 2021 is a bitterly serious one. Every day, many people are dying in intensive care units. Many hospitals are overburdened, and the medical staff is crying out for help. The German army has to jump in to move ICU patients by air to other sites. I know that you, this government, will take this major responsibility, which now rests on your shoulders, seriously. People trust and hope you will show leadership, and together with the German federal states, take the measures which are necessary. In this acute emergency, it is important not to listen to those voices which are the loudest, but to make sure that this pandemic won't hold us in its firm grip for another year, so that public life can once again become normal. And to our compatriots, let me say, we all feel how much the governments and parliaments at national and regional levels are needed to fight the acute danger. And you rightly expect consistent action. But this crisis does more than make demands of politics. It makes demands of all of us. Every single one of us matters, because we all together are the Federal Republic of Germany. The great majority of the people are acting in a spirit of solidarity and have done for months. Maybe the pandemic has again taught us how much we depend on others and how much others depend on us. We all need to take responsibility for ourselves as well as for our fellow citizens. It is now up to us, very concretely, to reduce contacts, to keep distance, to get vaccinated. Our country must stand shoulder to shoulder to combat this fourth wave and prevent this ever happening again. The much debated mandatory vaccination duty for certain groups or a general mandatory vaccination for the country are not legislative standards. Any future legislative processes may have a certain outcome, but whatever that may be, they will make a clearer pandemic measurement set possible. And ladies and gentlemen, nobody in government or parliament will make it an easy decision when having to discuss these matters. So I'm asking you, particularly in a situation such as this, we need good arguments, not disdain, not rage, Last of all, we need hatred, such as we have seen on squares and streets and even in front of politicians' private residences. Despite the strife and horror, the scars that have been left by the pandemic, we want to be able to look each other in the eye again after the crisis. And even after the crisis, we will be one country, one Federal Republic of Germany. We will still be national citizens, neighbours, colleagues, friends, family members. Even if we may have different opinions regarding certain measures, let us not allow the pandemic to divide us on a lasting basis. Chancellor, ministers, despite COVID, in these days, I think the goodwill of most Germans is with you. The start of your government is followed with curiosity and hope, and I think I speak for the great majority of our fellow citizens if I wish you every possible success for all your tasks in the interests of our country. Thank you, and once again, congratulations.
Und jetzt Foto? Olaf Scholz
just said that this is one picture that everybody is going to sign multiple times.
We've just been looking at these pictures that you have all been looking at of Bellevue with the federal president of Germany welcoming all the new members of the cabinet. Okay. We are back here in the Bundestag with Neil Schmid, who's been the foreign policy spokesperson for the Social Democrats. Excuse me, Mr. Schmid. Welcome to you. First of all, give us your impression of what this day has been like. You were just looking at the pictures of Bellevue and saying these are really nice images for you to be watching.
Yeah, this is a great day for Germany, but especially for us Social Democrats. After 16 years, we are back in power, really, with the Chancellor. And I think it's also a new start for Germany in terms of implementation of economic and social policy reforms. But it's also a great news for our European partners because Olaf Scholz will be a strongly pro-European Chancellor.
Yeah, and he has certainly said that his first visits will be to Paris and Brussels, that we know. So that is highlighting, again, the importance. You, as I said, are the foreign policy spokesperson for the Social Democrats. So I do have to ask, you said this is a new era for Germany under the Social Democrats. But when you were asked about foreign policy recently, you said, don't expect too much change, that there'll be a lot of continuity.
Yes.
Why is that? Why is this not a new era for German foreign policy as well?
Well, it's a new era in terms of European policy. I think that the Greens, the Liberals and the Social Democrats are more strongly pro-European than any coalition with the Christian Democrats can be when it comes to industrial policy, to fiscal policy on the EU level. In terms of foreign policy, more generally speaking, the guidelines of German foreign policy will remain unchanged. There will be a strong commitment to the European Union. There will be a clear commitment to NATO, and there will be a strong emphasis on multilateralism and on the international order and international rule of law. That's good news for our partners, because be careful what you wish for. If you want to see change on these matters, it would be very sad, not only for Germany but for the world as a whole. And in this respect, continuity, I think, is very positive.
At the same time, there are many fires burning at the moment that will require the attention of the new Chancellor and the new government, and certainly use foreign policy spokesperson. So I'll ask you, one of the questions that's come through from our viewers in our stream over and over again is, how is Germany going to address the renewed threat of Russia? And the fear from the U.S. is that Russia is about to invade Ukraine. We saw the summit between the presidents, Biden and Putin, and people are now looking to Germany to see what the response will be from the new government. What would you say?
I would say that there will be full support from the German government for the territorial integrity of Ukraine. We want to end the aggression of Russia in Crimea and in eastern Ukraine. And the right format for this is the so-called Normandy format. So we need to strengthen diplomacy instead of military escalation.
Okay, I have to ask you one of the same questions that I asked your colleague Niels Anand, also foreign policies for the Social Democrats, an expert. One of the criticisms is that Germany has allowed Russia to use the Nord Stream 2 pipeline essentially to hold it over Germany's head, that this pipeline project has essentially rendered Germany incapable of being able to take a tougher line against Russia on these big foreign policy issues. So is that the case, and do you believe that this project is going to continue, going to go online?
I think we should not focus narrowly on Nord Stream 2 only, because what is at stake is energy policy, and the question if we should use energy policy as a tool for sanctions. I think that this can be debated among our allies, but then it should include all energy exports from Russia, oil exports to the US, as well as gas exports to all of our European partners, to concentrate on one pipeline which isn't operational at all. Seems to me not very healthy for a good debate among allies.
Is it going to be operational?
We'll see. It depends on the certification process. So there is European law to be respected, and the authorities in Germany and in Brussels will decide on that. I think this is, first of all, a legal issue. If we mix it up with political considerations, that's all fine. But then we have to include all energy exports and not only one pipeline.
But if Russia were to invade Ukraine, as is the fear of the U.S. the fear of the U.S. at the moment, what would Germany's response be?
There will be a strong response. There will be new sanctions imposed on a national and on a European level, as was agreed upon between the administration in Washington and the Merkel government last summer. That's the framework we are going to use in case of any Russian aggression against Ukraine.
And can you confirm that Washington is putting pressure to halt the Nord Stream 2 pipeline if there is an invasion?
I cannot confirm that. We stick to the framework we have consented, and that is, in case of an aggression, there will be sanctions. That does not necessarily preclude sanctions in the energy sector, but sanctions can also concern the international financial markets or other means of or other fields of cooperation with Russia.
I have to ask one of the questions that's come through on our stream vis-a-vis European policy, because you said that this is Olaf Scholz's great news for European partners. And one of the questions that has come through is EU expansion, particularly in the Balkans. Where is the new German government going to stand on this question?
We fully support extension of the European Union to the Western Balkans. We really want very much that the formal negotiations with Northern Macedonia and Albania will be opened very soon. It depends on the new Bulgarian government to end opposition to that. But I think that in the Western Balkans, one of the most interesting tools we have at our disposal is EU membership, and we should use this tool to our full extent in our geostrategic competition with other countries like Russia or China, which are trying to increase their influence in the Western Balkans.
What about NATO membership? You said that Olaf Scholz very clearly shows the commitment to NATO and that the coalition treaty has underlined that once again as well. Will that mean more military spending on behalf of Germany?
We have already increased our military spending under the chairmanship of Olaf Scholz in the finance ministry, and this will continue. And I think we need a fully equipped and very modern German army as part of NATO. And so if the budget allows for it, there will be further increases. Very much depends on our fiscal revenues in the future. But as we've seen in the past 4 years, there will be a strong focus on defense in the budgets to come.
And one more question on relations with China, because there are a lot of people are looking to Germany to see not only how Germany works together with partners and allies, but also rivals. And the question that has come across in our stream a few times is what kind of policy can we expect from this new German government vis-a-vis China?
In our coalition agreement, we have acknowledged that there is systemic rivalry, there is competition, but also room for cooperation with China. And this will be what I call the holy trinity of our China policy. And all that will be very closely coordinated with our European partners. So expect a much more European China policy from the new German government. But also expect the German government not to enter into direct confrontation with China. I think we should try to find fields of cooperation when it comes to climate protection, for example. But we should also strengthen our own resources. So when we talk about the China challenge, we very much talk about us, about our capacities as modern democracies to deliver prosperity and wealth and sustainable technologies to our own populations.
We will have to leave it there. Niels Schmid, Foreign Policy Spokesperson for the Social Democrats, thank you very much for joining us here. And we will let you go and join the rest of the day's proceedings here. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Leave the mic here. Thanks. And we're going to continue right onwards with our foreign policy focus, because we have one of Niels Schmid's colleagues in the Bundestag joining us, Omid Nouripour of the Greens. Hello, welcome, Mr. Nouripour, foreign policy expert as well. And we're happy to have you with us. First, I should ask, before we get to the big foreign policy questions that we talked about with Niels Schmid and also Niels Annen, and I'll ask you just to pick up the microphone here. So
you want me to be heard? Thank you.
Yes, I would like you to be heard, if possible. What has this day been like for you, entering this new government with the Green Party?
There are two moments of excitement. First one is after 16 years of Merkel having another government, having a new chancellor. There are a lot of, my son never knew another chancellor than Merkel, and now that we're going to have a new one, Olaf Scholz is going to be a good chancellor, I hope, and we're going to support him as well as we can. And the second one is, of course, it's a very emotional moment for my party. We've been the part of the opposition for the last 16 years. We worked hard for the last 16 years to get back to the government, and now we finally made it, so it's a good day for us.
Annalena Baerbock is now the first female foreign minister. What do you expect? What kind of figure will she cut as the new foreign minister? What will be her biggest priorities?
She definitely knows that first there are some pillars which are not removable in the German foreign policy, which is the European dedication to the European integration, our commitment to the United Nations, our friendship with the United States, and our responsibility for the security of the State of Israel. But times are changing, so between these pillars there are a lot of things we have to rebuild and reshape, and it starts with a tone. When it comes to the authoritarian states, the rule breakers of the world, She's going to have another rhetoric. Obviously, she started with that, and I'm very happy with that. The job is coming now in very heavy times, but she's well prepared for that.
Well, you might be referring to one of the first interviews we saw with the new foreign minister in the daily left-leaning Taz newspaper, where she said her approach is going to be dialogue and toughness. That sounds good. What does that actually look like in practice?
Just give me one example when it comes to China.
Yeah.
The rise of China is a good thing for the world. Nobody's opposing that seriously. But there is no need to be a rule breaker. We are now seeing that China is breaking the rules when it comes to the South China Sea, when it comes to the international law in Hong Kong, to the human rights in Xinjiang. Obviously, it's a dire situation in a moment when a tennis player is gone, disappeared. Now we are heading to the Olympic Winter Games. And of course, we don't want to have a boycott of the games, and we want our athletes to go there and have success. But the question of if the foreign minister has to go there to give some a political credit to the situation is obviously decided she won't go. And she's talking about it. And I think this is a good...
the foreign minister won't go?
No, definitely not. And I do not see that a lot of ministers are going to go to the Olympic Games.
You think there should be a diplomatic boycott like the U.S. has...
Yeah, but I learned for the last 24 hours is that a term of boycott is misunderstanding because people think this is a repetition of 1980 in Moscow, 1984 in Los Angeles. This is not the issue. This is about politicians not going there, especially representatives of the German government not going there.
We're talking about a diplomatic boycott, not the athletes themselves.
Exactly.
They would still be taking part. Olaf Scholz, the new chancellor, was asked this question, I think, 3 times in a press conference yesterday, and he evaded answering. So it is really not clear where he stands. You support the idea of a diplomatic boycott. Were you disappointed, or do you have?
No.
Is there a difference?
I think it's a good method to first take office and then talk and consultate before he speaks. And this is exactly what he did. Of course, there are things to talk about. For example, there is a minister responsible for sports. Should she go? This is an issue we have to decide. We didn't talk about yet, and I'm happy that the Chancellor just did not announce anything without talking to the coalition partners. This is the right way to deal with each other for the next 4 years.
I'd like to ask you something that I asked actually one of your colleagues from the Social Democrats earlier, Niels Ahnen, namely how foreign policy will be led in this new German government. The chief whip of the Social Democrats has indicated that really much of the foreign policy will be under the purview of the Chancellery. There is, however, of course, the foreign minister who would expect to be the face and also the policy driving factor of German foreign policy. Who is going to be shaping German foreign policy? Is it going to be more Olaf Scholz in the Chancellery, or is it going to be Annalena Baerbock in the foreign ministry?
By constitution, the Chancellor is responsible for everything. By constitution, also, it's about the ministers to determine the guidelines of in this example of the foreign policy of this country. We sent our strongest lady for this job, and she's going to do a terrific job. And obviously, there's going to be a need for cooperation and coordination between the Chancellor and the foreign policy. We saw that it was not the case in any single moment for the last years. This is something we're going to change. What won't happen is that the Chancellor is going to decide what the way we're going to run to, but also it won't happen that the foreign ministry is just doing its job and then not talking to the Chancellery.
Are you concerned that there are differences between your party and the Social Democrats on some of these really key foreign policy lines of how tough to be with China, how tough to be with Russia? I mean, how much of a perhaps disruptive factor might that be, these differences?
There are always differences, and this is why we sat together for weeks discussing in a coalition agreement. We found solutions for everything, and then we wrote them down. When it comes to China, there was a chapter in the coalition agreement. When it comes to Russia, same. We found solutions for that. This is a compromise we found. We, of course, have still a difference when it comes to the pipeline, to Nord Stream 2.
Yes.
We are opposing it from the first moment. We're going to go on opposing that. But we see that there are a lot of things happened already, and we just cannot break the law. But we hope that there's going to be a clear check of this pipeline if it's according to the EU energy legislation or not. It's not. It has to stop. And of course, if there is an even more escalation of the situation in Ukraine, if the territorial integrity of Ukraine going to be harmed and violated even more by the Russians, this pipeline has to be stopped. And I think this is a deal which is part of the deal which took place between President Biden and Chancellor Merkel.
Your colleague from the Social Democrats just said he wasn't sure about the pipeline being used as perhaps a negotiating tool in this conflict, especially looking at the current burning crisis of Ukraine and Russia.
No, it's not about using it as a threatening tool. This is about a moment when it happens, and it happens. I have no imagination to think of a moment when the Russian armed forces are marching in, and we just say, okay, let's now buy or deepen our dependency from Russian energy. This wouldn't be a good idea.
You've been very clear in your language on China. You've been very clear in your language on Russia as well, on taking a tougher tone on Russia. We do have, viewers watching us on our stream from YouTube around the world, as you know, as you're familiar with DW. What can the world expect from Germany over the next 4 years? What kind of force can they expect to see coming from Germany?
We're going to be a European player. This is the first thing I have to announce, because our foreign policy has to be more European and better cooperated and coordinated there. Of course, it's about how to face China. It's going to be more European. When it comes to Russia, it's the same. And of course, we're going to stand up on rule breakers. Look at the sanctions we currently have on Russia. If the Russians just come back to the ground to the foundation of international law, I'm the first one going on and announcing that and asking for the sanctions to be relieved. They are not. They have to stay. The sanctions have to stay. And then if there are even more rules broken by the Russian Federation, we're going to need more pressure.
Okay. Last question, Mr. Nuripur. We've been looking a lot at the big foreign policy issues together. I was earlier talking to a colleague of yours from the Christian Democrats, who's now in the opposition, says, let's give this government 100 days to see how they perform on some of the promises that they have put down in this coalition treaty. What is your biggest priority for these first 100 days?
Being more European. Having a more European foreign and security policy. Germany is one of the biggest and most powerful countries in the EU, but we won't go nowhere alone. So it's about having more cohesion in the European Union, having more cooperation, more coordination. This is the major issue. This is the first priority for the next years.
And you might be the new head of the Green Party, one of the co-leaders of the Green Party?
Might happen. I'm running for that, and it's going to be decided by my party in the end of January.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Nuripur. We'll let you go back to the day's proceedings. I know we're awaiting the cabinet members who are coming back from the federal president's office in Bellevue. So thank you very much, and we'll let you go now. Thanks. And we've been talking a little bit about what to expect from the new Chancellor, Olaf Scholz. And we have a look now to take a closer look, really, at who Olaf Scholz is and what to expect from him over the next 4 years.
Erstens habe ich Emotionen und die meisten Bürgerinnen und Bürger haben auch eine klare Vorstellung davon, welche das sind. Und ich bewerbe mich als Kanzler, nicht als Zirkusdirektor.
Here we are back in the Bundestag with Thorsten. We're getting a bit closer to the end. We are awaiting the cabinet to arrive back here in the Bundestag after receiving their appointments, essentially, from the president, from the German federal president, Frank-Walter Steinmeier. And Thorsten, we really have been in some of the breaks here roaming around a little bit, as much as is possible, of course, in a pandemic, and as far away as we can get from our little table here. But earlier we were both kind of just watched that moment when Olaf Scholz took his oath. And I mean, give us an idea of what this experience has been like, what things have been like watching today here in the Bundestag.
No, I think it's a new departure. You can see it also, the fresh faces of, lots of young MPs in much more casual clothing than we're used to, which I think is, and a more diverse set of MPs casting a vote for a new chancellor. But at the same time, when we looked in and Olaf Scholz was, swearing the oath of office, it was Wolfgang Schäuble sitting in the back,
right.
the oldest parliamentarian, and who was also, you see history still kind of present, the old government and the old Bonn and Berlin Republic still present. And Wolfgang Schäuble, of course, he also played an instrumental role in blocking Markus Söder from running this year, and in essence also helping to pave the way in a way for Olaf Scholz.
Indeed. And as we've been watching all of the proceedings this morning, it's been really interesting to note as well the fact that this is really such a change from what we've seen in the last 16 years. You have three parties, we can't really highlight this enough, who have never governed together in this constellation.
And so it's a new constellation, and I think what is refreshing, 4 years ago everybody was focusing on the extreme right-wing Alternative for Germany, because they were taking over as the leader of the opposition, if you will, because they in the last parliament they were the largest opposition party, so they always had the right to give the first response to a government speaker. And today, of course, they're around and their presence in this parliament, and it looks like they've come to stay. But it's not that we're monomanically focused on the Alternative for Germany, but it's more about competition within the existing party system, a new constellation that of this kind of traffic light coalition that says they want to kind of govern not just for 4 years, but for 8 years. So they have a longer term ambition for this decade for Germany, and the competition now is mainly with the Christian Democratic Union, and I think that's a good thing for German democracy, that the focus is on that kind of competition and less so just the role of the Alternative for Germany.
Yeah. It's even an entirely new seating pattern, which we were discussing with Michaela as well, the largest Bundestag ever, so they had to add in more seats to be able to fit all of the parliamentarians. I wish we could kind of take the camera and walk around a bit with you to show you what this area's been like, because it started to thin out. This morning it was just jam-packed in here, as many people as you can have under the current pandemic conditions, and masks and, of course, vaccine and distancing regulations as well. But you can tell that there is a good deal of excitement for this change here. As you said, there is this young cohort of new parliamentarians, new lawmakers who've come in for their first term. We got to speak to one of them, Ria Schröder, a little bit earlier, and also Ricarda Lang. And what impact have they had on the debate that has gone into creating this new coalition treaty? Because it does seem like there's an interest in appealing to some of these, not only younger lawmakers, but also people who voted for young people.
Yes, I think, for example, you have a fairly ambitious and progressive agenda on some digital policy elements in the coalition treaty, and I think some of the young lawmakers have pushed for this. But I think the real imprint we will only see as this kind of current Bundestag takes shape and the daily governing work of the parliament unfolds. I think they will leave their mark, and probably at times also be fairly uncomfortable for their kind of chief whips, because especially also within the Social Democrats and the Greens, you have some fairly progressive left-leaning young members of parliament who will make their voices heard and express their dissatisfaction if the government doesn't, or the government that is has been formed in their name doesn't deliver what they expect.
Yeah, I'm certain of that as well. So not a whole lot of change, or sorry, more of a change on the domestic level. What we heard from Niels Schmidt and also from Niels Annen from the Social Democrats is that the rest of the world watching might not expect that much change coming from Germany. What's your take on that? Because it seems that both very much stress that there will be a lot of continuity when it comes to how Germany works with and deals with the rest of the world.
I think some of the continuity is also good news, that Germany strives, this government strives to continue to be a reliable partner within the European Union, invest in a transatlantic relationship, working together with like-minded democracies, standing up for multilateralism and so on. These are all staple goals of German foreign policy, and it's good to preserve them. I think, as we've discussed before, the coalition treaty does offer new language and new goals in terms of dealing with systemic rivals such as China, or also how to deal with the Kremlin. And I think there we can and should expect some calls for discontinuity, like a different emphasis from the foreign minister, from other ministers, also from parliament, because within all the governing coalitions, I think there's a realization that the Merkel approach to China hasn't served Germany well in recent years, but that may lead to some tensions also within the government.
Yeah, what's your feeling about how well these three parties will work together? There are some kind of, let's say, broader differences in points in not only domestic policy but also in foreign policy. Do you think these are really going to come to light in the next months?
Anyone's guess. I think they've built a solid foundation for a trusting relationship, but and hopefully, that is at least the hope of the governing partners. If the Greens can advance the climate transition agenda in the economic and climate ministry, if the Free Democrats are seen as advancing their agenda in the Justice Ministry and also the Finance Ministry, that it can somehow gel together. But I think the first real test is actually whether they manage to kind of deal successfully with this fourth wave of the pandemic and to get the universal vaccine mandate implemented, leading to a significant uptake in terms of vaccinations in Germany. And I think that will be the first real test. And I think in the eyes of the public, if that government doesn't pass that test, it will be hard to be successful on other fronts as well.
Indeed, that is the first biggest challenge for sure. There is one question I didn't get to yet from our stream that was asked a little bit earlier, which is Brexit, which is certainly not behind us entirely. And one of the questions that came from Funk the Funk is, what is the new government's position on Brexit? I anticipate it's a very European position.
Yes, and I think perhaps surprisingly to some British conservative observers, Brexit hasn't played much of a role in this debate. I think the position of the government is very clear, that we support the existing agreement. We stand by Ireland in this current conflict with the UK government and the unilateral changes that the UK government seeks, but it's not necessarily a priority. I think we're in line with our European partners, and any hopes, I think, on the side of the UK government that Germany would somehow not support Ireland or be very forthcoming in terms of the changes they seek, I don't think are realistic.
Absolutely. Yeah. We hear another bell ringing, just so we can say that to our viewers. We likely will see people start to trickle back into the room. I think we're still waiting for the ministers to arrive back, the cabinet ministers to arrive back from having been with the president. But I do see some of the leading party members already trickling into the room there. So that will be one of the final steps that we'll be following with you for these proceedings this afternoon. Thorsten, is there any issue that you think has been one that has not been adequately addressed by this new government? I mean, we looked at climate policy, we've talked about foreign policy, we've talked about digitalization, modernization. Is there an issue that you think that this new government is going to have to face quickly that maybe they haven't paid enough attention to yet?
Olaf Scholz campaigned on this agenda of respect
yes,
and more social justice. And I think we've seen over the past decade and a half a shrinking of the lower middle class in Germany. And the very fact that we now agreed to raise the minimum wage to 12 euros, and that actually benefits 10 million Germans, gives you an idea of how many live in a precarious situation in Germany. And it's unclear whether raising the minimum wage is enough. On tax policy, for example, this government is not pursuing, because the Free Democrats didn't agree on this front, a very kind of progressive agenda that would tax wealth, for example, much more than we do that now. So I think there's some big question marks on whether, beyond the initial raise of the minimum wage, whether this government will be able to deliver on the social justice agenda, so that in 4 years' time people say, I don't just feel more respected, but I also feel that respect in my pocket.
One of the big kind of highlight banner campaign issues for Olaf Scholz was raising the minimum wage to 12 euros. And that is something that he was able to secure fairly early in negotiations, right? How much of a victory is that for this social justice?
It's a big step, but it says like it's only a beginning. I said, like, in a sense, it's a shocking fact that 10 million Germans are earning less than 12 euros right now per hour in a wealthy country where life is not cheap. I think that shouldn't be the case. So I think it's a big victory, of course, for Olaf Scholz, and there's some other social justice issues in the coalition treaty that are successful in terms of also taking care of children that grow up in poor families in a better kind of way. But in terms of changing some of the tax system's unfair features, this coalition hasn't been able to kind of do what I think some of the Social Democrats and Greens would have liked to do.
One of the topics we've touched upon is these more social and liberal coalition treaty points that have come through that might have surprised a lot of people, but seem to be ground for consensus between the three parties. I'm talking about things like legalizing marijuana, lowering the voting age, opening up dual citizenship, and making citizenship far easier. Did that come as a surprise that these were kind of, it seemed for such a long time under Angela Merkel's government these were quite difficult? But
it's not a surprise, because this is actually a consensus between those three parties. So it didn't come as a surprise that this emerged out of this coalition. These are actually easy points of consensus between these three parties. But the interesting thing I thought from recent polls was that a majority of Germans actually disapproves of these changes. These are not widely changing dual citizenship or making that easier, legalizing marijuana, and also lowering the voting age. There was a recent poll by our main news broadcaster that a majority, or at least a plurality of Germans, is against that. So it was easy to find agreement within the three parties, but they will also need to convince the public that those are right steps.
What will you be looking for to us? And I mean, we're running out of our time with you because we're soon going to be heading back into Parliament. And I think I see pictures of Olaf Scholz walking in. So just very quickly, what will you be looking for, excited to be looking for from this new government?
I'm excited about their new take on foreign policy, and whether there's a real departure taking China policy seriously, and that's an important concern of mine. But there are also many other issues in terms of really pulling off, investing in innovation capacity, and making Germans curious about kind of shaping the future and hopeful about shaping the future again. I think that would be a big contribution of this government.
Thorsten, it has been a pleasure. Thank you so much for staying with us all this time and walking through all of these proceedings with us and giving your opinion on all these various issues that we've been discussing together.
It was a pleasure, Sumi. Thank you.
It was a pleasure, and I guess we're going to now bring in one more voice before we head back into Parliament. Thank you. They're all old friends here, clearly. Hello, Mr. Kiesewetter. Good afternoon. Welcome. Good afternoon. I know we're just pressing up against having the cabinet ministers arriving back in, so we'll keep it relatively short, but I'll ask you just to take the microphone. Quickly, your impressions of this new government?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's a multifolded government, and this government has used the 6-7 weeks for their procedures, and I see that the new coalition treaty is about 80% what we also could subscribe, and I believe this will be a successful government if they are inclusive, and I believe that my party will give a very constructive opposition, because we have the experience, but on the other side we want the success for our country in Europe.
Okay. We should mention Mr. Kiesewetter, of course, is a member of the Bundestag for the Christian Democrats and has been one of the party's leading foreign policy voices as well. So I would be remiss if I didn't ask you some foreign policy questions quickly while we have the opportunity. I see some of the ministers are walking back in. It looks like this current government, according to the coalition treaty that they put on paper, has decided to take a tougher stance against Russia and China. Do you welcome that change?
Yes, but to be tough is not a purpose in its own. We need to combine this with a stronger endeavor for a more cohesive European Union, for a stronger transatlantic partnership, and overall that we also better explain foreign policy to our population.
How does that work?
We need to stand together, and we need to better explain via the members of parliament, via public diplomacy, and also we need to pull out the specific topics like climate foreign policy, like energy supply, and the question of human rights, as well as the competitiveness of our country as one of the leading economic nations of the world.
I'll ask you a question that I asked some of your other colleagues who joined us. Should Germany be sending diplomats to the Beijing Olympics?
I do not see that, because we have been very silent in the past towards 5G, Huawei, and CTE, towards the Uyghurs, towards the violation of human rights in Hong Kong and Taiwan. So it is an overdue signal from Germany not to send diplomats, but we want to have our sportsmen and sportswomen there. So sport, yes, but not diplomatic support for this type of Chinese politics.
So you're saying a diplomatic boycott like the U.S.?
Yeah.
Okay, and one final question before we let you go, and we head back to the pictures in the Bundestag. We have to let you go into the plenary session as well, of course. One final question on the Chinese investment deal on the European level, because you just said that we need to make sure that there's a more coordinated European policy. Should that investment deal go through?
Well, we see the global bridge engagement of the European Union with about 300 billion euros, and we see that we need to shape the European Green Deal much more inclusive, because we need to widen it for countries like Kosovo, like Bosnia, like Algeria, or also like Libya, because these are countries who live from carbon industries like gas, coal, or oil, and therefore we need to offer them something instead of expecting that they decarbonize. So we need an inclusive approach so that China, Russia and others have to compete with the overall European Union and its neighbors, and cannot pick out or single out some of our neighbor states.
Okay, more solidarity among Europe. One more final question. Are you looking forward to your role in the opposition?
Mm-hmm. Well, I will stay in the Committee of Foreign Affairs. Mm-hmm. I will stay a voice of a comprehensive foreign policy, and we want to be constructive. We want that our country is successful in the worldwide competition, and as well in the competition between France, Italy, Poland and Germany. We need to have answers for the United Kingdom. We need a well-functioning third-party agreement. We need the Balkans to be included. We need answers for the Near Middle East. So overall, we need also a constructive opposition, and that's what we want to be.
A constructive opposition. Roderick Kiesewetter, member of the Bundestag for the Christian Democrats, a Foreign Affairs Committee as well. Thank you very much for joining us. Good to have you. And we'll let you go take part in the proceedings now.
Thank you very much indeed.
So we've had the opportunity to talk about a number of issues, foreign policy, domestic policy as well. And as you will soon see in some of the pictures that we're going to bring up, We are now witnessing the members. I think we are seeing the pictures indeed. I'm hearing that we're seeing the pictures. The cabinet members have arrived back here in the Bundestag. They are now trickling slowly into the room. We see Annalena Baerbock is sitting down, the foreign minister, and Christine Lambrecht, the defense minister. People are gathering there. We see the various ministers, Karl Lauterbach as well, the health minister, and a few still coming in from the cars. So we're going to pretty much hand over now to the process of their receiving their, their oath of office as well in the Bundestag. So we'll dip in now to the live pictures and let you listen in yourself.
Meine Damen und Herren, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, die unterbrochene Sitzung ist wieder eröffnet. Ich rufe auf den Tagesordnungspunkt 4, Bekanntgabe der Bildung der Bundesregierung. Der Herr Bundespräsident hat mir hierzu mit Schreiben vom heutigen Tag mitgeteilt, gemäß Artikel 64 Absatz 1 des Grundgesetzes für die Bundesrepublik Deutschland habe ich heute auf Vorschlag des Bundeskanzlers ernannt Dr. Robert Habeck zum Bundesminister für Wirtschaft und Klimaschutz. Christian Lindner zum Bundesminister der Finanzen. Nancy Faeser zur Bundesministerin des Inneren und für Heimat. Annalena Baerbock zur Bundesministerin des Auswärtigen. Dr. Marco Buschmann zum Bundesminister der Justiz. Hubertus Heil zum Bundesminister für Arbeit und Soziales. Christine Lambrecht zur Bundesministerin der Verteidigung. Cem Özdemir zum Bundesminister für Ernährung und Landwirtschaft. Anne Spiegel zur Bundesministerin für Familie, Senioren, Frauen und Jugend. Professor Dr. Karl Lauterbach zum Bundesminister für Gesundheit. Dr. Volker Wissing zum Bundesminister für Digitales und Verkehr. Steffi Lemke zur Bundesministerin für Umwelt, Naturschutz, nukleare Sicherheit und Verbraucherschutz. Bettina Stark-Watzinger zur Bundesministerin für Bildung und Forschung. Svenja Schulze zur Bundesministerin für wirtschaftliche Zusammenarbeit und Entwicklung. Clara Geiwitz zur Bundesministerin für Wohnen, Stadtentwicklung und Bauwesen. Und Wolfgang Schmidt zum Bundesminister für besondere Aufgaben. Ich rufe auf den Tagesordnungspunkt 5, die Eidesleistungen der Bundesministerinnen und Bundesminister. Meine Damen und Herren, nach Artikel 64 Absatz 2 des Grundgesetzes leisten die Bundesministerinnen und Bundesminister bei der... Sie können noch diese kurze Bewegungspause noch kurz zurückhalten. Nach Artikel 64 Absatz 2 des Grundgesetzes leisten die Bundesministerinnen und Bundesminister bei der Amtsübernahme vor dem Deutschen Bundestag den in Artikel 56 des Grundgesetzes vorgesehenen Eid. Ich werde den Eid jetzt vorsprechen und bitte dann die Mitglieder der Bundesregierung einzeln zum Mikrofon zu kommen und den Eid mit den Worten „Ich schwöre es, so wahr mir Gott helfe" oder „Ich schwöre es" zu bekräftigen. Der Eid lautet: Ich schwöre, dass ich meine Kraft dem Wohle des deutschen Volkes widmen, seinen Nutzen mehren, Schaden von ihm wenden, das Grundgesetz und die Gesetze des Bundes wahren und verteidigen, meine Pflichten gewissenhaft erfüllen und Gerechtigkeit gegen jedermann üben werde. Ich darf jetzt die Bundesministerinnen und Bundesminister zur Bekräftigung des Eides zu mir zu bitten. Dr. Robert Habeck, Bundesminister für Wirtschaft und Klimaschutz.
Ich schwöre es.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch und viel Erfolg.
Vielen Dank.
Christian Lindner, Bundesminister der Finanzen.
Frau Präsidentin, ich schwöre es, so wahr mir Gott helfe.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch und alles Gute für die Aufgabe.
Vielen Dank.
Nancy Faeser, Bundesministerin des Innen- und für Heimat.
Ich schwöre es, so wahr mir Gott helfe.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch und alles Gute für Ihre Aufgabe.
Vielen Dank.
Annalena Baerbock, Bundesministerin des Auswärtigen.
Ich schwöre es.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch und alles Gute für Ihre Aufgabe.
Dankeschön.
Dr. Marco Buschmann, Minister der Justiz.
Frau Präsidentin, ich schwöre es, so wahr mir Gott helfe.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch und alles Gute für Ihre Aufgabe. Danke. Hubertus Heil, Bundesminister für Arbeit und Soziales.
Frau Präsidentin, ich schwöre es, so wahr mir Gott helfe.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch und alles Gute für Ihre Aufgabe. Christine Lambrecht, Bundesministerin der Verteidigung.
Frau Präsidentin, ich schwöre es, so wahr mir Gott helfe.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch und alles Gute für Ihre Aufgabe. Cem Özdemir, Bundesminister für Ernährung und Landwirtschaft.
Frau Präsidentin, ich schwöre es.
Vielen Dank, herzlichen Glückwunsch und alles Gute für Ihre Aufgabe. Anne Spiegel, Bundesministerin für Familie, Senioren, Frauen und Jugend.
Frau Präsidentin, ich schwöre es.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch und alles Gute für Ihre Aufgabe. Professor Dr. Karl Lauterbach, Bundesminister für Gesundheit.
Frau Präsidentin, ich schwöre es, so wahr mir Gott helfe.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch und alles Gute für Ihre Aufgabe. Dr. Volker Wissing, Bundesminister für Digitales und Verkehr.
Frau Präsidentin, ich schwöre es, so wahr mir Gott helfe.
Alles Gute für Ihre Aufgabe und herzlichen Glückwunsch. Steffi Lemke, Bundesministerin für Umwelt, Naturschutz, nukleare Sicherheit und Verbraucherschutz.
Frau Präsidentin, ich schwöre es.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch und alles Gute für Ihre Aufgabe. Bettina Stark-Watzinger, Bundesministerin für Bildung und Forschung.
Frau Präsidentin, ich schwöre es, so wahr mir Gott helfe.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch und alles Gute für Ihre Aufgabe.
Dankeschön. Danke.
Svenja Schulze, Bundesministerin für wirtschaftliche Zusammenarbeit und Entwicklung.
Frau Präsidentin, ich schwöre es.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch und alles Gute für Ihre Aufgabe. Clara Geiwitz, Bundesministerin für Wohnen, Stadtentwicklung und Bauwesen.
Frau Präsidentin, ich schwöre es, so wahr mir Gott helfe.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch und alles Gute für Ihre Aufgabe. Wolfgang Schmidt, Bundesminister für besondere Aufgaben.
Frau Präsidentin, ich schwöre es.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch und alles Gute für Ihre Aufgabe.
Herzlichen Dank.
Meine Damen und Herren, die Mitglieder der Bundesregierung haben den nach Artikel 64 Absatz 2 des Grundgesetzes vorgeschriebenen Eid vor dem Deutschen Bundestag geleistet. Ich spreche den Mitgliedern der Bundesregierung persönlich und auch im Namen des Hauses die besten Wünsche für die übernommenen Aufgaben aus. Wir sind damit am Schluss dieser Tagesordnung, dieses besonderen Tages, und ich berufe die nächste Sitzung des Deutschen Bundestages ein auf morgen, Donnerstag, den 9. Dezember, 9 Uhr. Die Sitzung ist geschlossen.
And there you have it. The session is over. We heard the president of the Bundestag, Bärbel Bas, there saying it. This is the end of this fairly long morning and early afternoon that we have been following together with you, following all the proceedings, and Michaela Küffner, our chief political editor, as well. Michaela, a lot of applause there. Some exciting moments for new ministers, clearly, who are now a new part of this government. How do you sum up this day? What were your impressions that you take away with you from this day?
Well, it's a day, most of all, of celebration for democracy, because peaceful transfer of power, that's what we saw live here on YouTube and around the world, took place. I think it was... It really is a moment of profound change in Germany. We have Angela Merkel leaving after 16 years, but leaving not because she was voted out, but because she chose to leave. Olaf Scholz, Social Democrat, Vice Chancellor coming in, former Finance Minister, former Vice Chancellor now with his new cabinet, a lot of fresh faces, a couple of names, even very experienced political watchers here in Berlin had to Google because they were coming from the regions. So a moment of great excitement, and even amongst the opposition, Angela Merkel's party is now the opposition, there is a sense of a fresh new beginning, although of course they don't like it, but a very new tone here in Berlin with the emphasis on stability that we've already heard from Olaf Scholz. So a generational change as well, with a younger cabinet and a younger parliament.
Absolutely.
And later this afternoon we will now see essentially Angela Merkel hand over her office to Olaf Scholz. A historic day, a truly historic day. And as someone who also worked as an election observer before, what really gives me goosebumps is that there are very different voices, even the far-right AfD party, who really already want Olaf Scholz out as he is in office. But this is what peaceful transfer of power is about. You can have completely different opinions, but as long as you stick to democratic rules, a meaningful exchange and stability is possible. So I think it's a day to celebrate.
A day to celebrate, an historic day, a day of celebrating democracy, as you said, here in Germany. I'll ask you one last question, because you are a chief political editor. What are the biggest things you're going to be looking for from this new government as we move into the next days and weeks ahead?
Well, I'm actually looking for concrete statements from the now Chancellor Olaf Scholz. Where does he stand on the host of crises that is going to hit him immediately? First of all, it's a fight for lives and for credibility here in Germany as we're in the middle of the fourth wave of the COVID pandemic, which experts say was avoidable. So the blame game is now over. He's now in charge. We've seen weeks of blame game. Also, where does he stand on the brewing conflict with Russia, on the Ukrainian border, and where does he stand when it comes to China, where we've heard a much tougher rhetoric also coming from the transatlantic ties there, with the US saying they will not send officials to the Beijing Olympic Games. We need some concrete quotes now and really watch where he stands on the immediate issues.
We tried to get some concrete quotes from the various lawmakers stopped by here. Nobody wanted to give us anything that concrete yet, because, as you said, we're going to have to see how this all comes together over the coming days and weeks. All right, I think we can wrap it up at this point, Michaela. It's been a pleasure to spend the morning and afternoon here with you, and thank you as well to all of our viewers on YouTube sending us your questions, your great commentary as well. And I want to thank the entire team for this broadcast that we have been able to put together today from the Bundestag on the swearing in of the new Chancellor and the new government. So thank you all, and we hope to see you again here on YouTube very soon. Have a good day.